Gold Tycoon in America in 1850. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501, Machine Gun. Liang Zhao personally played with the improved volcanic lever rifle of the Volcanic Rifle Company. Although it was only an improvement, the performance and reliability of the two have changed drastically compared to the sample gun provided to him by Connie a few months ago. The change was not caused by the structure of the gun itself, but the bullet. With breakthroughs in precision machining, gunpowder manufacturing, ballistics, metallurgy, and chemical engineering, California has the theoretical and industrial foundation to light up the revolutionary ammunition of the center-fire bullet. With a little hint and guidance, it is not a fantasy to produce center-fire bullets. The technical talents in California did not disappoint Liang Zhao. Liang Zhao held the center-fire bullet in his hand. This bullet was so small that a child could easily hold it and play with it. But such a small thing will become the most murderous ammunition in human history in the future. Until the 21st century, the light weapons used by humans were still this ammunition invented in the 19th century. In the subsequent 100 years of history, humans only improved the manufacturing process and materials of this bullet, but the basic structure has not changed substantially. Liang Zhao stuffed the bullets in his hand into the chamber of the volcano lever rifle one by one, and only raised the gun to shoot after 7 bullets were stuffed in. The shooting process was very smooth and there was no mechanical failure. After firing all the 7 bullets in the built-in magazine, Liang Zhao was very happy. He spent $185,000 to buy shares in the Volcano Rapid Fire Weapons Company, and the money was not wasted. The research result of the center-fire bullet alone, which subverted the entire light weapons pattern, cannot be measured by how many dollars. On the premise of ensuring reliability, the military is willing to purchase this weapon at a unit price of $50 per gun, Liang Zhao said. Although the Sacramento Arsenal and the Volcano Rapid Fire Weapons Company are competitors, Sartre's evaluation of this weapon is still very pertinent. The two fatal shortcomings of not being able to shoot in a prone position and the high unit price doomed this weapon to be impossible to become the mainstream individual weapon of the Army infantry. Only cheap, durable and reliable firearms can become the standard light weapons of the Army's big heads. The most critical one is cheapness. Why is the Springfield M1842 rifle, which has outdated performance, still the most equipped light weapon by the U.S. infantry until now? It is because this gun is cheap. Although the lever gun in later generations is a successful weapon, and the elite troops equipped with this gun also performed well in the Civil War, this complex gun has never been very popular with the military. Instead, it shines in the civilian market, becoming the standard weapon for Western pioneers and cowboys, and a symbol of an era. Connie did not dare to agree to this request rashly. After the production line is built and the output increases, the unit price may be reduced to $60 per gun, but he is not sure whether the unit price can be reduced to $50 per gun. As long as the general provides us with an order, we can provide the military with a purchase price of $50 per gun. Winchester, the president of Volcano Rock Repeating Weapons Company, stood up and said, "The materials used in these sample guns are very solid, and some of them are in excess. If they are put into mass production, there is still a lot of room for cost reduction while ensuring reliability." Upon hearing that Winchester was going to reduce the purchase price of the Volcanic Rock lever rifle to the military to $50 per gun, Connie became anxious. He hurriedly pulled Winchester aside and said in a low voice, "Winchester, are you crazy? At this purchase price, we will lose money. Others don't know the production cost of this gun, but you don't? How can you lie with your eyes open?" Winchester was not in a hurry, and said confidently, "Chairman, of course I know all this. Did it Mr. Sutter say it? This gun can be a toy for them. What does this have to do with the $50 purchase price you promised to General Liang?" Connie asked puzzled. "Of course it matters. There are many wealthy people in California, and there are many immigrants. They need weapons that are more powerful than pistols, have a longer range, and are lighter and easier to carry than rifles for self-defense and hunting. Although the market prospects of our weapon in the military are very limited, our prospects in the civilian market are immeasurable. Think about it again. What is the biggest gap between us and the Sacramento Arsenal?" Winchester said. The gap between the Volcano Rock rapid-fire weapons company and the Sacramento arsenal is huge. They can still make cannons. Do we have the strength to do so? Connie couldn't help but roll her eyes at Winchester. Its fame, Winchester said very seriously. We may not make money from military orders, and we may even lose a little money, but we can gain fame. Military purchase orders are our best advertisements. The purchase price to the military is low, but we can increase the price in the civilian market to make up for the loss of military orders. That makes sense. Connie quickly understood, and he walked back to Liang Zhao and promised Liang Zhao, General, the Volcanic Rock rapid-fire weapons company can provide the military with a purchase price of $50 per unit. I wonder how large an order you want to place. 1,500 rifles first. Liang Zhao thought for a while and said. He plans to purchase 1,500 rifles to equip the cavalry regiment and his guard company. At the beginning of the year, Liang Zhao purchased 120 volcanic rock lever-action rifles for the cavalry battalion to try out. The soldiers in the cavalry battalion who had used it before had mixed opinions about this gun, with both love and hate. The reason why he liked his cavalry was that the range and power of this gun were better than the Colt revolver, and the reason why he hated it was that the failure rate of the volcanic rock lever-action rifle using the side needle bullet was too high. Now that these problems have been solved, Liang Zhao can purchase this weapon as the standard weapon of the cavalry regiment, instead of just trying it out in a small range. The Volcanic Rock rapid-fire weapons company received a large-scale order from the military for the first time, which made Sartre, the director of the Sacramento Arsenal, a little annoyed. Previously, the Sacramento Arsenal had been monopolizing the arms orders of the Western Brigade. The sudden emergence of the Volcanic Rock rapid-fire weapons company made Sartre feel a sense of crisis. Liang Zhao had a different attitude. First, he was a major shareholder of the Sacramento Arsenal and the Volcano Repeating Weapons Company. Second, he liked that more arms companies in California would compete with each other and develop more cost-effective weapons. A single flower does not make spring, but 100 flowers blooming together make spring. Call the gunsmiths of the Sacramento Arsenal and the Volcano Repeating Weapons Company to come to Sacramento to attend a meeting. The military wants a new type of weapon and would like to invite your two companies to participate in the bidding. Both of your companies are the pride of the military community in California. I hope you can come up with products that will satisfy the military. Liang Zhao held the center fire bullet made by the Volcano Repeating Weapons Company in his hand. This copper shell lead core bullet filled with black powder, although this bullet has just come out, has the advantages of simple structure and easy manufacturing. The price of this bullet is only 6 cents per bullet, which is cheaper than the side pin bullet used by the Walter M1851 rifle currently in service in the Western Brigade. In the Western Brigade, due to the high cost of bullets, the expenditure on guns is not the biggest expense, but the consumption of ammunition is the biggest expense. What's more, the center fire bullet is not only cheaper, but also simple in structure, more reliable, and convenient for soldiers to carry, and it can also reduce the pressure of logistics. Any of the above reasons is enough to be the reason for the center fire bullet to replace the side fire bullet. Of course, the most important reason is that the emergence of the center fire bullet makes it possible to develop a real burst weapon, that is, a machine gun. The emergence of the center fire bullet can be said to provide an important technical basis for the invention of the machine gun. Compared with the side fire bullet with the primer located at the edge of the bullet and the primer protruding like a condyloma acuminatum ding-ding, the primer of the center fire bullet is located in the center of the shell, which can automatically complete the ignition of the primer and gunpowder. This structure makes the firing rate and stability of the center fire bullet relatively high, which can better meet the needs of continuous shooting. Precision machining in the mid-19th century was already quite developed, and it had the ability to manufacture automatic weapons. The reason why automatic weapons have not been introduced for a long time is not because of machining itself, but because of the relatively backward chemical industry that has just started. To put it bluntly, the bullets are too backward and cannot meet the needs of automatic weapons. The first machine gun in human history was invented by American Richard Gatling in 1861. This machine gun uses a hand-cranked rotary drum magazine, can fire continuously, and can reach a rate of fire of 200 to 400 rounds per minute. However, the center fire bullet had not yet been introduced at this time, and the earliest Gatling machine guns still used the .58 caliber main bullet, a smaller version of the rifle side needle bullet. Therefore, Early Gatling problems emerged one after another. It was not until the advent of the center fire bullet that the reliability problem of the Gatling machine gun was solved. The Gatling machine gun was able to shine and become one of the most efficient killing machines in human history. In addition to burst weapons, Liang Zhao also wants to replace the Western Brigade with rifles using center fire bullets as individual weapons in the future. Perhaps with California's current industrial capacity, it is impossible to develop a Level 1886 rifle that uses smokeless gunpowder ammunition and can shoot bullets at supersonic speeds, or a bolt-action rifle with a magazine capacity of 5 rounds. However, with the current industrial capacity of California, it is still possible to develop single-shot loading rifles such as the German Mauser 1871 rifle and the British Martini Henry rifle, which entered service in 1871 and used center-fire ammunition. After all, California has taken the lead in developing center-fire ammunition and is at the forefront of the times. The gunsmiths of the Sacramento Arsenal and the gunsmiths of the Volcanic Rock Repeating Arms Company gathered at the Sacramento Arsenal for a meeting. In addition, Liang Zhao also specially invited Walter and Noble, the inventors of center-fire ammunition, to participate in this meeting to discuss the possibility of developing a new rifle using center-fire ammunition and a machine gun. After all the top technical talents in the California arms industry were present, Liang Zhao first gave each person a center-fire ammunition manufactured by the Volcanic Rock Repeating Arms Company, and took them to the shooting range to visit the test firing of the Volcanic Rock lever rifle. Chapter 502 Party A's Request. Everyone present here is an expert in the field of firearms. I don't think I need to explain the advantages of center-fire ammunition in detail. Liang Zhao did not need to explain the advantages of center-fire ammunition in detail to these experts. The gunsmiths whispered to each other, commenting on this ammunition and praising it. At the same time, the gunsmiths of the Sacramento Arsenal were also deeply ashamed that such an epic-making ammunition was not developed by their arsenal with the strongest technical strength in California, but was the product of a small and unknown company. Sartre's main attention was not on the bullets, but on the title of this bidding meeting. The theme of this bidding meeting was a bidding meeting for new rifles and machine guns that used center-fire ammunition. In other words, Liang Zhao was going to bid for 2 weapons. One was a new rifle that used center-fire ammunition, and the other was an unheard-of machine gun. Rifles are easy to say, everyone is familiar with them, and the Sacramento Arsenal also has rich experience in manufacturing rifles. To develop a rifle that uses center-fire bullets, for a large factory like the Sacramento Arsenal, there is not too high a technical threshold. As long as they are willing to invest in research and development, they can produce products. It's just that the Volcano Rock Rapid Fire Weapons Company participated in the bidding and disrupted the situation. This time, the pressure on the Sacramento Arsenal to bid is greater than before. They must not only come up with products that meet the requirements, but also come up with products that are better than the Volcano Rock Rapid Fire Company in order to win the bid. As for the machine gun, this unprecedented rapid-fire weapon, Sartre has no clue at present. What is a machine gun? I only vaguely know that this is a rapid-fire weapon with a faster firing rate than a lever gun. Not only Sartre has no clue, but the gunsmiths present, including the gunsmiths of the Volcano Rock Rapid Fire Weapons Company that have just developed a new lever gun, have no clue. But at the moment, Sutter's biggest concern is not this, but if the Sacramento Arsenal wins the bid for the new rifle, what should be done with the existing Walter M1851 rifle production line in the arsenal? These production lines are worth a lot of money, not to mention that the performance of the Walter M1851 rifle is still at the leading level in the world. In this case, Sutter believes that there is no need to launch a new project. I don't know what a machine gun is, but I know what a rifle is. The performance of the Walter rifle is not outdated at present. Sutter stood up and spoke first. If we rashly launch a new project, let alone the risk of success or failure, if the development is successful, what should be done with the production line of the Walter rifle? It took us 5 years to reduce the cost of the Walter rifle to $14 per rifle. If we continue to lower the unit price, we will soon be able to get an order from the Army. Missing the order of the entire Army will be a huge loss for the arsenal. We can't stop the research and development of new weapons just because the Walter rifle is not outdated at present. Liang Zhao wrote and drew on the drawings, saying without looking up. The Walter rifle was undoubtedly excellent in its first 2 years. But with the entry of the British P-53 rifle and the improvement of the Dreiser needle-fired rifle by the Prussian Dresser arsenal, our technological advantage has become smaller and smaller. We need a weapon with better performance. As for the existing Walter rifle production line, we have many options. We can choose to keep it or sell it to France or the Qing dynasty. The French and Qing armies are currently equipped with a large number of Walter M1851E, Walter Rifle Export version, rifles, and they are very satisfied with the performance of the Walter rifle. If we want to get rid of the production line, it is not a big problem. During the Crimean War, the French army was dissatisfied with the performance of domestic active weapons, and ordered 150,000 export models of Walter rifles from the Sacramento arsenal. Needless to say, the Qing army, in order to meet the needs of the Yueyang, the Sacramento arsenal also set up a special ammunition factory in Jiangshan to produce ammunition for the Yueyang. Moreover, the Qing army is now equipped with Walter rifles. It is not only the Yueyang unit, but the Hunan army has also purchased Walter rifles. When Liang Zhao was suppressed by the imperial court and was unemployed at home, he even sold this weapon to the Taiping army, using the Taiping army to suppress the Hunan army. We can improve on the existing weapons, so that the cost is lower and the production line can be retained. Isn't that how the Springfield arsenal came about? Sartre wanted to struggle. Director Sartre, these issues are not the focus today. Our focus today is the parameter requirements of the new weapons, not how to deal with the production line of the old weapons. Liang Zhao was already a little impatient. The center-fire bullet has been released, and the potential of the Walter rifle has been exhausted. There is no need to improve it. If the center-fire bullet had not been successfully developed, Liang Zhao could accept the plan to improve the Walter rifle. But now the center-fire bullet has been released, and the fundamental purpose of Liang Zhao's order to develop new weapons is to eliminate the side-pin bullets with congenital defects, not the Walter rifle. Seeing that Liang Zhao's tone became a little impatient, Sartre knew that he could not win the argument with Liang Zhao, so he stopped talking. As he was talking, Liang Zhao drew a sketch of the Gatling hand-crank machine gun on the drawing, and handed the sketch to Zeiss, asking Zeiss to copy the sketch on the blackboard for the reference of the gun designers present, so as to understand the concept and operating principle of the machine gun. In terms of developing machine guns, Liang Zhao had two assignments to copy. One was the Gatling machine gun, and the other was the Maxim machine gun. Liang Zhao was a pragmatic person. After careful consideration, he chose the Gatling machine gun instead of the Maxim machine gun. If the hand-crank Gatling machine gun and the Maxim machine gun are compared, the design concept of the Maxim machine gun is undoubtedly more advanced. However, compared with a Gatling machine gun, the Maxim machine gun requires a higher technical level and a more complex manufacturing process, mainly because its working principle is different from that of the Gatling machine gun. The working principle of the Gatling machine gun is to use the recoil action principle, and the exhaust gas produced by the primer igniting the bullet salt pushes the barrel backward, thereby achieving the effect of cyclic shooting. The Maxim machine gun uses the principle of gas pressure, which pushes the shell out of the barrel through the gas pressure inside the barrel, thus achieving cyclic firing. This working principle requires a higher level of craftsmanship and has higher requirements for the airtightness of mechanical components to ensure that the gas pressure in the barrel is strong enough. In addition, the parts of the Maxim machine gun are more complicated, requiring higher precision and technical level to manufacture a machine gun with high precision and excellent reliability. Not to mention the current precision machining industry in California, I am afraid that even the precision machining industry in the UK at this time may not be able to meet the requirements of mass production of Maxim machine guns. The gunsmiths of the Sacramento Arsenal and the Volcano Repeating Weapons Company did not have high expectations for Liang Zhao's sketches. Every profession has its own expertise. Liang Zhao is a good leader of troops, and few people can match his talent in business, but they do not think that Liang Zhao can make any achievements in the highly professional field of firearms design. The only exceptions are Walter and Nobel. Outsiders do not understand Liang Zhao's talent in invention, but Walter knows it very well. Apart from other things, the two great inventions of pedal-operated sewing machines and bicycles, which are now popular all over the country and sold overseas, are all from Liang Zhao. As a general with rich practical experience, Liang Zhao has some attainments and understandings in firearms, which is nothing special. He is full of expectations for Liang Zhao's drawings. Nobel is also very much looking forward to Liang Zhao's design sketches. Although the center fire bullet was jointly developed by him and Walter, the inspiration came from Liang Zhao. They just followed the drawings provided by Liang Zhao, solved the problems in details and materials, and developed the center fire bullet. The first name on the patent for the center fire bullet is Liang Zhao. After Zeiss finished drawing the machine gun drawings on the blackboard, only one of the people present half understood what a machine gun is. One is Walter, a genius in the invention world, and his expression is very excited. The other half is Winchester of the Volcano Rock Repeating Weapons Company. Winchester asked for a drawing and carefully copied the sketch on the blackboard. The other gun designers scratched their heads and pondered over the sketch on the blackboard. Seeing that most people did not understand the essence and principle of the machine gun, Liang Zhao once doubted whether his drawing ability was too poor. He asked people to find a small stone mill and a small bag of wheat so that these people could quickly understand the working principle of this machine gun. Everyone, my inspiration comes from the stone mill. Liang Zhao walked to the front of the stage, grabbed the crank of the stone mill with his right hand, and grabbed a handful of wheat with his left hand. Everyone, please look. Suppose my right hand is holding the crank of the machine gun, and my left hand is holding the center bullet. As he said, Liang Zhao slowly poured the wheat in his left hand into the hole of the stone mill, and turned the crank at the same time to grind the wheat into powder. Liang Zhao's vivid metaphor made these gun designers react quickly. Winchester held his forehead with his hand as if he had suddenly realized something. I understand. Rifles are like the grinding rods made of stone and wood to grind flour before the invention of the stone mill. Machine guns use stone mills to grind flour. What a genius idea. In this way, just like the stone mill can grind out more flour continuously, machine guns can shoot out more bullets continuously. I have improved the water turbine. This is essentially the same as the working principle of the water turbine, a gunsmith said excitedly. If a machine gun can be developed, one machine gun is equivalent to a platoon. Even a company. Sartre's eyes lit up. My God, if this invention comes out, how many soldiers will be unemployed? Liang Zhao sneered at Sartre's statement. History has proved that the invention of machine guns did not make many soldiers unemployed. Human beings have just changed to a more efficient mode of war, continuing to slaughter each other, making war more cruel and human life more fragile and cheap. It's good that you understand. Seeing that the gunsmiths had understood the basic principles of machine guns, Liang Zhao felt relieved, and then he put forward the parameter requirements for the new rifles and machine guns. The parameter requirements for the new rifles using center fire bullets are as follows. Ammunition, center fire bullets must be used. Caliber, less than 0.50 inches. Barrel length, no more than 850 millimeters. Total length of the whole gun, no more than 1,400 millimeters. Weight, no more than 4 kilograms. Magazine capacity, single shot loading and above. Effective range, must exceed 400 meters. Barrel, must contain 4, right-handed, deep groove rifling. Shooting method, must use a reliable manual firing pin ignition system. Sights, must include a fixed front sight and an adjustable rear sight to facilitate the shooter to shoot accurately. Cost, in principle, the unit price shall not exceed $20. The parameter requirements for machine guns are as follows. Caliber, less than 0.50 inches. Barrel length, less than 900 millimeters. Total weight including the gun frame, less than 30 kilograms. Gun length, less than 1,200 millimeters. Bullet type, center fire bullets must be used. Loading method, manual, loading by turning the barrel with a crank, or more convenient loading methods. Rate of fire, up to 300 rounds per minute. Range, effective range of more than 500 meters, and the maximum range must be more than 2,000 meters. Cost, unit price shall not exceed $1,000. After the meeting, both the representatives of the Sacramento Arsenal and the representatives of the Volcano Repeating Weapons Company had a worried look on their faces. The requirements for the new rifles and machine guns proposed by Liang Zhao were very demanding, and neither company was completely sure that they could come up with products that met Liang Zhao's requirements. Such demanding parameter requirements made Sartre once doubt whether his worries about the elimination of the Walter rifle production line were redundant. However, compared with the Sacramento Arsenal, the Volcano Repeating Weapons Company had a bigger headache. The Sacramento Arsenal was wealthy and powerful, and when manufacturing the Walter rifle, The Sacramento arsenal had already accumulated rich experience in rifle development and digested the technology of the Dreiser needle-fired rifle. The new rifle required a reliable manual firing pin ignition system in terms of shooting. This was almost tailor-made for the Sacramento arsenal. The Volcano Repeating Arms Company did not have the technology in this area. Chairman Connie, our Volcano Repeating Arms Company is not as wealthy as the Sacramento arsenal. If we do both projects, I'm afraid it will be difficult to win the bid in the end. Winchester looked at the sketch he had just copied at the meeting. My idea coincides with yours, Connie nodded, and he deeply agreed with Winchester's point of view. We don't have any advantages in the new rifle project, and the possibility of winning the bid is very small. I also advocate giving up the bid for the rifle project directly. Invest limited funds in manpower and material resources in the development of machine guns. Machine guns are a brand new weapon, and the Sacramento arsenal has never manufactured similar weapons before. On this project, we are on the same starting line as the Sacramento arsenal. Connie advocated giving up the bid for the new rifle directly and focusing on the machine gun project. Only in this way can the Volcano Rapid Fire Weapons Company win the bid. Great minds think alike, Winchester smiled. This project was proposed by General Liang himself. As long as we can develop a machine gun that meets the requirements, there will be no shortage of subsequent orders. Chapter 503 Vanderbilt's huge investment. 1856, San Francisco had entered the end of autumn, and the bleak scene gradually emerged. The leaves began to turn yellow and brown, and the fallen leaves fluttered in the wind, falling silently to the ground, dotted the streets, parks and squares of the entire city. The blue sky of the past has become rare now. The sky of San Francisco seems like a gloomy face, not giving people a good face, always gray. My purpose of coming to California this time is the same as 6 years ago, to come to consider investment and look for business opportunities. When he saw Liang Zhao, Vanderbilt did not beat around the bush and directly explained his purpose. It's different. This time you come to California, it's better to say that you are here to avoid risks than to invest. Liang Zhao personally poured Vanderbilt a cup of his favorite black tea. Vanderbilt has sold more than $20 million worth of railway company shares and bonds in the past 2 months. Such a big move can be detected by even the most sensitive retail investors on Wall Street, and naturally it cannot be hidden from Liang Zhao. 2 months ago, Jones, the president of the New York branch of Bank of America, reported this situation to Liang Zhao. Unlike Liang Zhao's American group is a comprehensive large group with many businesses. Although the management difficulty and cost are relatively high, the ability to hedge risks is still stronger than that of Vanderbilt, a railroad tycoon who has only run railroads in recent years. In just 2 months, he sold out the railroad company shares and bonds worth more than $20 million, leaving only the Central Railroad Company. It takes a lot of determination to make such a decision. Liang Zhao still admires the determination and courage of this father-in-law. You know, the railroad industry in the United States is still in its rising period. Vanderbilt was stunned for a moment after his thoughts were exposed by Liang Zhao, and then asked with a straight face, "Do you also think that the economic crisis is about to come?" When you asked this question, I think you already had the answer in your heart. There is an answer that you are not very willing to accept, Liang Zhao said very calmly. It is impossible to say that the economic crisis in the American market has no negative impact on the West Coast. After all, the West Coast market is also part of the American market. Being far away from the core market in the eastern United States is a huge disadvantage for the West Coast, but at certain times, such as when the economic crisis comes, this disadvantage is actually an advantage. The West Coast market is relatively closed, and its foundation has been relatively solid in the past 5 years, without much bubble. Liang Zhao believes that the economic crisis in the East will not have much impact on the economy of the West Coast. Of course, the economic crisis has not only negative effects on the West Coast, especially California, but also positive effects. After all, during the economic crisis in 1848, many residents in the eastern coastal areas chose to go west to make a living, and there were also many wealthy people among this group of immigrants. The rapid rise of California at that time was due to the gold rush in California, the Great Depression caused by the economic crisis in the East, and the cholera epidemic, which completed the first round of siphoning of local immigrants. If California can withstand the impact of the economic crisis, it can attract more high-quality immigrants to settle in California, and more capital to California for risk aversion. Therefore, The national economic crisis in the United States is not all bad for California. I wonder what you think of the economic situation in France in the next few years, Vanderbilt asked tentatively. Before I came to California, I received an invitation from the French government. In order to attract American businessmen to invest in France, the French government offered relatively favorable conditions. You have always had a good relationship with the French side. I have received an invitation, so I believe you must have received an invitation from the French side as well. Perhaps the conditions offered by the French side are even more favorable. When Napoleon III participated in the election, he promised to restore the former glory of the French Empire and maintain the stability of French society to the old French aristocracy. He promised to protect private property and strictly abide by the Constitution to the new bourgeoisie. He promised to solve employment and increase wages and remuneration to the proletariat. He promised to reduce land taxes and agricultural taxes to the farmers. Now Napoleon III is working on fulfilling his promises. In the next 10 years in France, until the outbreak of the Franco-Prussian War, the political situation was quite stable compared to the first half of the 19th century. Moreover, France's industrial base was originally relatively strong. To be fair, France during the reign of Napoleon III was indeed a treasure land for investment. I did receive an invitation from the French king. From a business perspective, France is worth investing in. Liang Zhao thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps I will make some symbolic investments in France for personal friendship and other considerations to maintain the friendship between California and France. But my focus is still on California and the West Coast. After all, this is my home." 3 years ago, the French side asked whether the production line of the Walter rifle export model could be transferred, but Liang Zhao refused at that time. Now Liang Zhao plans to sell the production line of the Walter rifle export model. If possible, Liang Zhao also hopes to transfer the production line of the Walter rifle export model to France through this opportunity of attracting investment from France. Vanderbilt stared at Liang Zhao, and after a moment asked, "I heard that the local petrochemical industry in California is only open to local consortiums in California. You are my father-in-law, not an outsider. If you are interested in investing in the petrochemical industry in California, I welcome you on behalf of California," Liang Zhao replied. "Can you afford a $16 million investment?" Vanderbilt pondered for a moment and continued to ask, "The most important thing is, what is the return on investment?" The figure of $16 million made Liang Zhao's eyes light up. Liang Zhao has added $7 million to expand the production capacity of Los Angeles Petrochemical. If Vanderbilt is willing to invest $16 million, he can not only continue to expand the production capacity of Los Angeles Petrochemical, but also directly lay out the petrochemical industry in the East, such as oil in Texas and Pennsylvania. Fat water should not flow to outsiders, and Vanderbilt must fight for this idle capital. The annual profit rate of Los Angeles Petrochemical has never been lower than 50% since its establishment. In 1855, the annual profit rate of Los Angeles Petrochemical was 85%. In addition, Standard Oil's exploration team is exploring oil in Texas and Pennsylvania. Once oil fields are discovered in these places, there will be Texas Petrochemical and Pennsylvania Petrochemical in the future. Liang Zhao painted a big picture for Vanderbilt. The reason why Standard Oil was able to achieve such a high profit margin was because Standard Oil adopted a strategy of monopoly and vertical integration. It is relatively easy to monopolize scarce natural resources. The monopoly strategy is that Standard Oil controls the only known crude oil production and refining method in the world, occupies an absolute dominant position in the market, and has absolute control over the market price of petrochemical products. At the same time, Standard Oil adopted a vertical integration strategy, that is, to bring multiple links of the production chain under the control of the company. Controlling the links of oil production, refining, product processing, transportation and sales, the company can control costs and prices at all links, and ensure Standard Oil's absolute voice in the entire oil industry. Los Angeles Petrochemical is responsible for oil production, refining, and processing, and Standard Oil is responsible for finding new oil fields, transportation and sales. Vanderbilt was shocked and surprised by the high profit margin of the petrochemical industry. He had heard about the huge profits of California's petrochemical industry, but he didn't expect it to be so profitable. Liang Zhao is now frantically expanding the factory and purchasing machines. The labor cost in California is also very high. Under such circumstances, it can still maintain such a high annual profit, which shows that the madness of the petrochemical industry is even worse than that of the gold rush. Tisk, tisk, no wonder you keep outsiders out, Vanderbilt exclaimed. Too high to be true. Can I look through the financial statements of Los Angeles Petrochemical and Standard Oil Company? $16 million is almost one-third of the Vanderbilt family's wealth. Vanderbilt had to be cautious with such a large investment. Of course, Liang Zhao readily agreed. But I have to make one point in advance. My money is just temporarily hiding from your attention. I don't want to get involved in a field I am not familiar with for a long time, Vanderbilt emphasized. If there is no economic crisis, it would be great. I will take the money back and continue to build my railway. If there is, after the crisis, I will still take the money back and buy the bankrupt railway company at the bottom. To put it bluntly, you still want to do railways, Liang Zhao smiled. Thanks to the Pioneer Series locomotives launched by the California Railway Company, and the courage of Liang Zhao and Vanderbilt at the time, they directly dug the rails of their own railway company that did not meet the requirements of the Pioneer Series locomotives, and set the track standards for the American railway. Therefore, although the railway bubble is huge, the assets of railway companies are not completely junk assets, and there is still value in bargain hunting. During this period in history, the width of American railroad tracks was varied. It was no longer a matter of one standard for each state, but one standard for each company. After 7 years of railway boom, what was left was a pile of industrial waste, which caused a huge waste of resources. The standardization of American railways in later generations was already a matter of 1886. Because different railway companies used different gauges, it brought many inconveniences to domestic and international trade. In order to solve this problem, the American Railway Company began to explore the possibility of standardized gauges, and in 1886 passed the National Railway Standardization Act to unify the railway gauge to 4 feet 8.5 inches, about 1,435 millimeters, which is what is called standard gauge in modern times. Life is short, and it is enough to do one or two things well in a lifetime, Vanderbilt said very seriously. I can only feel at ease in the field I am familiar with. The conversation between Liang Zhao and Vanderbilt had just ended. When he was about to send Vanderbilt to rest, he ran into Sven, who was in a hurry. General, there's an urgent matter. Sven hurriedly handed 2 letters to Liang Zhao. Liang Zhao opened one of the letters, and when he saw the contents of the letter clearly, his expression froze instantly. The profit margin of the oil industry is based on the book The Rise of Standard Oil, which contains financial reports and data after the establishment of Rockefeller's Standard Oil Company. In the 1870s, Standard Oil's annual profit margin was basically maintained between 50% and 100%. I've been working overtime a lot these days. I get off work at around 2 a.m., and I have to punch in at 8:30 a.m. to go to work. I can't stand it. I'll try to update these days. I can resume updating twice a day after the 15th. Chapter 504, Pass the Flour. Without any extra words, Liang Zhao took a deep breath and prepared himself to open the second envelope. This is not an urgent letter. This is a telegram that Zeiss asked me to deliver to you when I passed by the telegraph room. Although Sven had not read the urgent letter he sent, from Liang Zhao's expression, he had guessed the content of the urgent letter. Since June, the British East India Company has repeatedly provoked Umbrella's merchant ships in Southeast Asia and the South China Sea. This is no longer a new thing. Where is Zeiss? Why didn't he deliver it in person? Liang Zhao nodded lightly. I asked that too. He said that the call was urgent, the message was long, and many of the contents were too obscure. You may not be satisfied with the content translated by the telegraph operators, Sven replied. The content of the second letter surprised Liang Zhao. On November 11, 1856, the day before yesterday, the news that the president of the Michigan Central Railroad, Leakey Field, resigned spread like wildfire. When the market opened yesterday, the stock price of Michigan Central Railroad plummeted. Today, Michigan Central Railroad quickly declared bankruptcy and requested government takeover. This is the first large railroad company in the United States to declare bankruptcy since the enactment of the Land Grant Act in 1850. Litchfield's resignation and the bankruptcy of Michigan Central Railroad became the straw that broke the camel's back for the market's expectations of the prosperity of the railroad industry. In the past 2 days, Wall Street has been in mourning. The stock prices of all railroad companies have fallen sharply. Even the Atlantic Railroad, New York Central Railroad, and Illinois Railroad, which are in good operating conditions, have not been spared. However, the decline of these three railroad companies is much smaller than that of other railroad companies. The game of passing the parcel is finally unplayable. After reading it, Liang Zhao handed the telegram to Vanderbilt and turned to Sven. "Sven, please go to the living room and sit down. We will talk about our business later." "Yes," Sven agreed and left. Fortunately, this bunch of flowers didn't reach us. We are not the unlucky ones. "I think I will receive a similar telegram soon," Vanderbilt said with jealousy. "Your people are much more efficient than mine." Even though Vanderbilt had been in the business world for decades and had experienced many ups and downs, he was still frightened after seeing the content of this telegram. Vanderbilt was very glad that he made a decisive judgment and had sold the funds invested in the railway industry in advance and pulled out $16 million. Otherwise, it is not certain whether $6 million can be left from the $16 million. Thinking of this, Vanderbilt felt like he had survived a disaster. Liang Zhao fell into deep thought. He was mentally prepared for the arrival of this railway crisis and the economic crisis that followed. It's just that the time of this crisis is not a little bit ahead of schedule. Historically, this incident should have happened in late August 1857, and now the crisis broke out a full 9 months ahead of schedule. The sudden outbreak of the crisis still disturbed Liang Zhao's mind, making him feel flustered. Could it be that the flapping wings of his butterfly had caused a tornado in the American financial market in advance? "What are you thinking about?" Seeing Liang Zhao in a daze, Vanderbilt couldn't help but speak. "Isn't this within your expectations? I should really thank you, otherwise all the hard work in the past few years will be cheapened by the damn Europeans." "It was expected, but not completely expected," Liang Zhao said with his hands folded. The outbreak of the economic crisis was within his expectations, but the timing of the outbreak was not within Liang Zhao's expectations. "I have lived for most of my life, and I have experienced economic crises more than once or twice. Economic crises are like God's curse on America, which is lingering," Vanderbilt sighed. This time, the European hot money withdrew from the American market faster than the female ticket customers who had finished the business. "This is the first time in history. I always feel that, as a capitalist with a keen sense of smell, he certainly knows better than anyone what an economic crisis means. It's not that European hot money is withdrawing quickly, but that America has absorbed too much European hot money in the past few years," Liang Zhao said very calmly. "In the past few years, the situation in Europe was turbulent, the British economy was sluggish, the French political situation was unstable, the strike movement in Germany was in full swing, and there was also the powder keg of Crimea. Therefore, although America's credit is very bad in Europe, there are still many European capitalists willing to invest in America. Capital always pursues profit." Vanderbilt thought for a moment and nodded in approval. After the end of the Crimean War, the situation in major European countries tended to stabilize. In contrast, America is now more like a powder keg, and the return of capital to Europe is the general trend. If he were a European capitalist, he would also choose to withdraw his investment in America. "I just don't know how many years it will take for this crisis to pass. 3 years? Or 5 years?" Vanderbilt thought seriously and asked. "In this election, California voted for the Democratic Party. You want to ask me whether the new President Buchanan can turn the economic situation around within one term?" Liang Zhao saw what Vanderbilt was thinking. "Smart man, tell me what you think," Vanderbilt laughed. "Who can predict the future?" Liang Zhao shook his head. "But I think Mr. Buchanan's chances of re-election are slim, eh?" Vanderbilt sighed. "This economic crisis is a crisis for the East, but it is an opportunity for California and even the West Coast. Do you want to hear a story?" Liang Zhao asked. "Yes, but the story should be simpler. I can't stand you Chinese people who always speak in a roundabout way and want to appear to be very cultured," Vanderbilt said after taking a sip of wine. Vanderbilt is a New York tycoon. He has often dealt with Chinese businessmen in recent years. The Chinese allusions he has heard from them can be published in a book. "Can you see that there are still intact eggs under an overturned nest? There will be no intact eggs under an overturned bird's nest. The economic crisis in the East is good for California in the short term, but if it continues for a long time, it will be difficult for California to remain unscathed," Liang Zhao said. "Perhaps you think that when the economic crisis breaks out, A lot of capital from the East will flow into the West Coast for risk aversion. In fact, it is not entirely true. The prosperous and developed European continent is more attractive to them. What's more, the French Emperor has spent a lot of money to attract investment this time. In recent years, California's industrialization has indeed made considerable achievements, but with California's current strength, it still cannot survive independently from the United States. Liang Zhao is still aware of this. To be fair, he hopes that Buchanan can ease the domestic situation, which can also buy him more time. The early outbreak of the economic crisis also sounded a wake-up call for him. Since the economic crisis can break out in advance, it means that his appearance has more or less had some impact on the course of history. If the economic crisis can break out in advance, it is hard to guarantee that other things will also break out in advance. He has little time left, so he must be prepared. I noticed that you looked unhappy when you read the first letter just now. Did you run into any trouble? Vanderbilt thought of Liang Zhao's frozen expression when he saw the urgent letter handed over by Sven. He rarely saw this kind of expression on Liang Zhao's face. He thought Liang Zhao had encountered something difficult. It's about Umbrella Corporation. It's indeed a bit difficult, but that's all, Liang Zhao said. Indeed, Umbrella Corporation is just the tip of the iceberg of your industry, Vanderbilt said. Chapter 505 Economic Crisis. General, the British are really bullying. They do not do business honestly. We can tolerate their malicious price hikes to squeeze us out of Asia. Now they rely on their large number of ships to repeatedly provoke our company's merchant ships. With so many routes, our fleet of more than 20 ships simply cannot cope with them. Sven took the opportunity to complain to Liang Zhao. To be honest, the Umbrella Company's fleet is not weak. At least it can walk sideways in the territory of Asia and America. However, compared with the maritime strength of the British Empire, the Umbrella Company's maritime power is too small. Although with the new ships being put into use one after another, the Umbrella Company's fleet has gained some advantages in quality. However, due to the huge gap in the number of both sides, Umbrella Company is still at a clear disadvantage in the competition with the British East India Company on commercial routes. The strength accumulated by the British East India Company for more than 200 years cannot be shaken in just a few years. Sven wants to take this opportunity to purchase more warships, although these warships are relatively expensive. I just told Mr. Vanderbilt a little story, now I will tell you one too, Liang Zhao said. General, please tell it. Sven was looking forward to Liang Zhao's little story. Two knights are dueling. One knight is strong and powerful. He has fought hundreds of duels without a single defeat. He is the most powerful knight in this country. The other knight is an unknown knight, a new knight who has just started his career and has never participated in any duels before, Liang Zhao asked slowly. In short, the strength of the two of them is not at the same level at all. If you were the new knight, what would you do? What else can I do after entering the duel arena? Draw your sword and fuck him, Sven said without hesitation. Even if I can't win, I can't let the other party look down on me and let the audience laugh at me. Otherwise, I'm not worthy of being a knight. That's right, Sven, I believe you know what to do, Liang Zhao agreed. He didn't expect to reverse the perception of the British East India Company in a short time, but at least he couldn't let the other party get too far and take advantage too easily. His bottom line is to keep the 4 sea trade routes from the west coast to Hawaii, Hawaii to the ports of East China, Borneo Island, and Australia open. But General, please give this new knight a better armor and a sharper sword, Sven said with a shameless face. The despair was like a storm that suddenly swept across Wall Street, New York, and even the whole of America. Wall Street used to be the temple of money, but now it has become a place of endless despair. People's eyes are full of confusion, helplessness, and despair. It's like a sailboat that has lost its sails and helmsman, drifting aimlessly on the sea, waiting to be swallowed up by the sea in the end. At this moment, Wall Street seems to no longer be a symbol of glory and status, but a desperate and broken dream. Some people sat on the ground dejectedly, holding their heads and crying to the sky, and some people pounded the table angrily, as if roaring to the whole world. The hoarse shouts, cries for help, and crying are intertwined, converging into a symphony of despair. Their dreams were shattered, their hopes were taken away, and they seemed to have fallen into a bottomless abyss, with no way out. Wall Street was not in ruins, but the hearts of the people on Wall Street were in ruins. Get out, dirty country bumpkin, a farmer wearing a coarse cotton shirt, A torn woolen vest, and a pair of muddy leather boots was yelled at and pushed out of the bank by a bank clerk. The noise alarmed the former Minister of Finance and Cabinet member Corwin, who was passing by. Corwin pulled open the silk curtain in the carriage and looked up and down at the country bumpkin who was driven out of the bank through the glass window. Judging from his dress, he seemed to be a farmer from the suburbs. Liar. Liar. You are all fucking liars. You used sweet words to cheat me of my land. I will send you to hell now. The farmer threw away the paper in his hand that he once thought was priceless and filled his life with hope and motivation. A calloused hand reached into the dirty woolen vest. Soon, he took out a dagger and roared at the bank clerk who pushed him. You are smarter than me, richer than me, and have noble status, but you and I have only one life. Stop. Corwin saw the bank agent raising his revolver at the farmer. But it was too late. After 2 gunshots, there was a brief silence around Corwin. The corners of Corwin's mouth twitched. Finally, he ordered the coachman to stop. After the carriage stopped steadily, Corwin slowly walked out of the carriage with his cane in his hand. Sir, I apologize for disturbing you. The 2 agents who fired the gun saw that Corwin was dressed neatly and decently, and his gestures revealed the aristocratic style of New York. They knew that this was a big shot they couldn't afford to offend, so they hurriedly stepped forward to apologize to Corwin. Corwin just waved his hand expressionlessly. He bent his noble waist, picked up the grease-stained and blood-stained paper ball from the stone floor, opened it and smoothed it out. After the paper was smoothed out, Corwin finally saw the content on the paper clearly. This is the hottest RMFB in the U.S. financial market in recent months, that is, the Railroad Farm Mortgage Bond. Corwin turned around and was about to return to the carriage when he suddenly heard the dull sound of flesh and blood hitting the ground. Corwin subconsciously glanced at the source of the sound. It turned out that someone had jumped off the building, but the person who jumped off the building was dressed more decently than the farmer just now. What he held in his hand was not a railroad farm mortgage bond, but the stock of an unknown railway company. Sir, it was better when President Fillmore and you were in office, and your Secretary of the Treasury was good. Everyone had a job and could make a fortune. It's not like now, everything is a mess. Corwin's groom couldn't help but sigh. The groom's knowledge was limited. He only knew that everyone lived well when Fillmore and his cabinet were in office, but everything became terrible after the new President Buchanan took office. Go to the Doyle Cafe on Broadway, Corwin said to the groom. He was in a terrible mood. He didn't want to stay in Wall Street, a suffocating place, for a moment. Since the New York City Municipal Building is located at the north end of Broadway, this busy street is crowded with protesters and people who are taking advantage of the chaos to shop. The road is almost blocked by the flow of people. Fortunately, Corwin's coachman is very smart. He called out Corwin's name and his former position. People are full of love for the former Secretary of the Treasury. They consciously make way for Corwin, and even many people ask Corwin to return to the position of Secretary of the Treasury. Hearing these words, Corwin in the carriage just shook his head and smiled bitterly. Mr. Corwin, a rare guest, seeing that it was Corwin who came, the owner of the cafe, Doyle, hurried forward to entertain him in person. It is rare for people in the American officialdom to leave and then be forgotten. These former federal government officials still control abundant social resources after leaving office, and are local sages with high reputation and influence. Doyle naturally dared not neglect such a big man. Everyone misses you and President Fillmore. Doyle led Corwin to find a good seat to sit down. Mr. Corwin, long time no see. As soon as Corwin sat down, someone came up to him and greeted him. Oh, it turns out to be Mr. Van Dazer. I was just thinking of visiting your Crystal Palace Mall, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Corwin warmly invited Van Dazer to sit down. Corwin and Van Dazer had met several times before, and he was no stranger to this American retail giant, but he didn't know the thin-faced man standing next to Van Dazer. Fortunately you didn't go, Van Dazer shrugged. Why do you say that? Corwin was a little surprised. There are people who are looking for death everywhere. Those crazy people regard my mall as their grave. The people who jumped from the building broke several pieces of glass. There are also those bandits who took advantage of the chaos to rob. At night, it is simply lawless, Van Dazer complained. The Crystal Palace Mall has been suspended since yesterday. The Crystal Palace Mall is the largest and most profitable mall in the United States. If the mall is closed for one day, Van Dazer's losses are calculated in 5 figures. This made Vanders feel like someone was cutting his flesh. The wealth of countless people evaporated overnight, and it is inevitable that riots will occur. We can only pray that God will save us from this desperate situation." Corwin smiled bitterly. "Look at my memory." Vanders patted his sparse forehead, as if he remembered something important. He immediately pulled Garrett to his side and introduced him to Corwin. "This is Garrett, the president of the Atlantic Railroad." Garrett also shook hands with a former Secretary of the Treasury who had already left office. "It's nice to meet you. I wonder if you are the former president of the Atlantic Railroad or the current president." Corwin was a little curious about Garrett's position. Although the Atlantic Railroad was not as good as the two leading American railroads, the New York Central Railroad and the Erie Railroad, it was also one of the few large railroads in the eastern region. When he was still the Secretary of the Treasury, Corwin had heard of the Atlantic Railroad. It was said that the controlling shareholder of the Atlantic Railroad was his old acquaintance Liang Zhao. It was rumored that another railroad company controlled by Liang Zhao, the California Railroad, would be renamed the Pacific Railroad. Of course, these are just unconfirmed rumors. However, rumors may not be false. In August, Calvin had heard that Vanderbilt and Liang Zhao, father and son-in-law, had withdrawn their investment from the railway industry. Now it seems that these are not rumors. Otherwise Garrett would not be drinking coffee with his old friend Vanderbilt in a New York cafe. "Thanks to Mr. Liang's trust, I am the only president of Atlantic Railway since its establishment," Garrett laughed. This crisis also affected Atlantic Railway. In just 2 days, the stock price of Atlantic Railway plummeted by 16%, and $270,000 evaporated out of thin air. Fortunately, after the first day of the plunge, the decline in the stock price of Atlantic Railway on the second day tended to ease. After all, Atlantic Railway is operating well and there is not much bubble. It actually holds the railway franchise in Maryland, as well as the 2 lines from Baltimore to Philadelphia and Philadelphia to New York, which are as profitable as coin-making machines. Although it is painful to lose $270,000, Garrett believes that this is only temporary. There are not many railway company presidents who can sit here and drink coffee calmly like you today. Corwin picked up a sugar cube and threw it into the steaming coffee. He asked while stirring the coffee, "I heard that Mr. Liang and Mr. Vanderbilt withdrew their investment from the railway industry. Is this true? You are working for Mr. Liang, and I think you know something about the truth, Mr. Corwin has a keen eye. Mr. Liang is really a prophet who can predict the future. By now, this matter is no longer a business secret," Garrett said bluntly. "Mr. Liang talked to me about this specifically when he was still in New York. But I think there is no shortage of smart and astute investors in the United States. The railway industry is about to enter a cold winter, and there must be more investors who can predict this, but I am afraid that only Mr. Liang and Mr. Vanderbilt have the courage to withdraw their investment in a short period of time." Corwin sighed. Fortunately, Mr. Liang and Mr. Vanderbilt entered the railway industry to disrupt the situation. Otherwise, most of the railways that have been built will become scrap iron, which is a waste of resources. Garrett is an insider. He knows that Corwin is talking about Liang Zhao's launch of the Pioneer locomotive, which led to the unification of the American track gauge. Mr. Corwin, I'm going to ask you a question. I heard that the Michigan state government and the federal government are considering taking over the Michigan Central Railway Company. Is this true? Garrett asked. Garrett has the idea of buying at the bottom, but if the government takes over these railway companies, it will be much more troublesome. I have resigned and rarely ask about government affairs, Corwin sighed. I think Mr. Buchanan is in a dilemma now. If he doesn't save the railway industry, it is too important to the American economy. Millions of people make a living from it. If he saves it, the federal government's finances are not abundant. You are an insider. What do you think about this matter? In the 1850s, before the railway bubble was punctured, the railway industry contributed as much as 26% to the gross national product of the United States, which was already too big to fail. In the past 2 days, Corwin has imagined countless times in his mind how he would deal with this matter if he was still the Secretary of the Treasury. Unfortunately, this is an unsolvable problem. Not to mention Corwin. Even if Alexander Hamilton, the first Secretary of the Treasury of the United States and the founder of the American monetary and financial system, was resurrected, I am afraid he would be unable to save the situation. I don't know. I am just the president of a railway company. This problem is beyond my ability. But I know one thing, that is, everything must respect objective laws. Garrett paused and continued. Sir, when you were in office, Did you ever consider the overheating of the railway industry? Garrett didn't believe that Corwin, a top executive who could serve as the Minister of Finance, would be unaware of the overheating of the railway industry. Even if I did, what could I do? Corwin took out a crumpled railway farm mortgage bond from his pocket, and the scene just now came to his mind. A farmer who knows nothing about finance dares to exchange all his land for this piece of paper. How can I save these greedy and crazy people? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506, Both. After the economic crisis broke out, riots broke out in almost all the major cities in the East. Liang Zhao, who was far away in San Francisco, could only learn about the situation in the East from telegrams and newspapers. But from these boring texts, Liang Zhao could still feel the strong smell of gunpowder and the helplessness of the Buchanan government. Fortunately, the impact of this economic crisis on the West Coast was relatively limited. The West Coast did not have riots like the East, and it still maintained normal order. Also, the mainstream population of the West Coast is Chinese, who are relatively honest and easier to manage than the Yankees and Dixies in the East. Although the economic crisis has not had a fatal impact on the economy of California, the situation of the California railway industry is not optimistic. There are 16 railway companies whose shares are traded on the San Francisco Stock Exchange. Except for the California Railway Company, whose stock price is strong and has fallen slightly, the remaining 15 railway companies have also fallen sharply. The Railway Association submitted a petition to me, hoping that California can follow the example of Michigan, lend a hand and take over the railway companies. After all, the railway industry involves more than 50,000 jobs in the state. At the high-level meeting of the California government, Minister of Industry Phil spoke first. The railway crisis that broke out a month ago has now spread to the banking, agriculture, steel, machinery manufacturing, foreign trade and other industries. It has been officially defined by the federal government as an economic crisis, not just a railway industry crisis. The state's response to the crisis is also very different. Some have left it alone, some have taken over, and some have even continued to invest in the railway industry, hoping to raise the stock price of the railway companies again and stabilize the economy. The way the elites of this era deal with the economic crisis is so simple and unpretentious. The San Francisco Stock Exchange, which the Chinese prefer to call the Jinshan Stock Exchange, was a spontaneously formed exchange in San Francisco in 1853. Due to the distance between the West Coast and the East and the inconvenient transportation, local banks could not meet the financing needs of investors. So California investors spontaneously established the San Francisco Stock Exchange in San Francisco to meet their investment needs. If Wall Street is the barometer of the American economy, then the San Francisco Stock Exchange is the barometer of the California economy. Governor Fremont took the petition from the Railway Association from FAIR. The threatening wording of the petition made him dissatisfied. He snorted, "Is the Railway Association threatening the government? According to state law, the government has no obligation to do so. I don't think they have the guts yet, but the continuous decline in stock prices has caused them to speak without thinking." Secretary of State Wen also frowned and said unhappily, "But this is really a bit unreasonable. When the railway company's stock price soared, none of these investors thought of the state government. Now they expect the government to come out and clean up their messes." I agree with the views of the governor and the Secretary of State. Mr. Speaker, what do you think? Minister of Education Pierman looked at Liang Zhao, who had not yet spoken. There are many bigwigs here, and Pierman is just a soy sauce roll. His influence is small to begin with. What's more, what is being discussed now is economic issues, not education issues. California's major resolutions will ultimately depend on the attitudes of three people, that is, the West Coast Chinese Consortium represented by Liang Zhao, followed by the Northern State Consortium represented by the Boston Group, whose spokesperson is the former Governor Robinson, chairman of the Boston Group, and the Southern State Consortium represented by Fremont, whose spokesperson is the current Governor Fremont. As long as these three people can reach a consensus, the resolution can be passed. Of course, the Chinese Consortium represented by Liang Zhao has the greatest say. Without Liang Zhao's nod, Even if the representatives of the southern and northern consortiums reach a consensus, it will be difficult to pass. After all, the number of Chinese state legislators in the state assembly has already exceeded half. Thomas, Brother Wu, Strauss, how is the situation in Oregon? And Liang Zhao? Liang Zhao looked at the three and asked about the situation in Oregon and Liang Zhao. Although this was a meeting of California's top leaders, California still invited Oregon Governor Wu Yuanhua, Vice Governor Thomas, and Liang Zhao Governor Strauss to attend. After all, the entire West Coast economy is closely connected. With a deepening of development, the population of the two states is also increasing. Liang Zhao can not only focus on California, the locomotive, and ignore the existence of the two carriages of Oregon and Liang Zhao, and ignore their voices. Moreover, except for Thomas, who was born in Oregon, Wu Yuanhua and Strauss all came from California, and they are also core members of the California Consortium. The situation is similar to that in California. Except for the railway industry, the impact of this economic crisis on other industries is limited, Wu Yuanhua said. There are not many railroad companies in Oregon, only 3, and these 3 companies also raised funds at the San Francisco Stock Exchange. After California implemented the approval system for railroad construction routes, Oregon followed suit. Liang Zhao is a new state, and there is no decent railroad company in the state for the time being. Liang Zhao's rail lines are currently managed by California Railroad and Ohio Railroad. As long as the problems in Canada and Ohio are solved, Liang Zhao's railroad problems will naturally be solved, Strauss said. Liang Zhao nodded after understanding the situation in Oregon and Liang Zhao and said, "My opinion is that I don't agree with the government taking over bankrupt and poorly managed railroad companies like Michigan." "Do you mean to let them fend for themselves?" Fair asked. "We can't let them fend for themselves. After all, this is related to more than 50,000 jobs. Moreover, we also need to stabilize the stock price of the railroad company so that the people and outside investors can maintain confidence in California's economy." Liang Zhao shook his head. "I'm thinking of a solution that can stabilize the railway company's stock price without letting the state government suffer losses." In the morning, he met with representatives from Barings Bank and Bank of France. The representatives of the two banks were also probing him and asking him about the economic prospects of the West Coast region, led by California. At the same time, they also made it clear that in view of the poor economic performance of the United States, Barings Bank and Bank of France have reduced their investment in the eastern United States. As for the West Coast region, the two banks are still observing and waiting, and have not yet made a final decision. Barings Bank and Bank of France are both wealthy banks, and the amount of investment withdrawn from the East must be very considerable. If nothing unexpected happens, this money will flow back to the European continent. After all, the current investment environment and business environment in Europe are much better than that in the United States. Liang Zhao does not expect to be able to eat up all the investment funds withdrawn from the East by European investors. California and the West Coast region do not have such a good appetite and digestion ability, but Liang Zhao still has the idea of eating up some of it. The economic development of the entire West Coast region requires a continuous flow of money into the fuel tank as fuel to continue to maintain high economic growth. Furthermore, domestic investors in the United States and other European investors are more cunning than each other. If they hear that the Bank of Bahrain and the Bank of France not only did not withdraw their investments in the West Coast, but increased their investments in the West Coast, they will also consider shifting their original investments in the East to the West. If these investments can be absorbed, it will be a great boon to the California economy. At that time, there will be the economic depression in the East on one side and the stable and improving economy in the West Coast on the other. The West Coast will not worry about not being able to attract outstanding talents from the East to contribute to the construction of the West Coast. A solution that can stabilize the stock price of the railway company? And not let the state government suffer losses. Jerwin pulled his thick beard on his chin a little frantically. Where in the world can such a good thing happen? Chapter 507 Killing Two Birds with One Stone. If you were in Buchanan's position, Liang Zhao would naturally not be able to clean up the mess of the American railway industry and the economic crisis. However, the problems of the railway industry in the West Coast are not as serious as those in the East, and they are not hopeless. California's financial situation is also healthier than that of the federal government and the eastern states. The scale of the railway industry in the West Coast is not as large as that in the East. I think California can still solve this problem with its financial resources. Liang Zhao paused and said. The decline in the stock price of the San Francisco Exchange Railway Company is more affected by the economic crisis in the East, rather than any problems in our railway industry itself. I agree with Speaker Liang's point of view. Fremont agreed with Liang Zhao's point of view. He said, "We are the only state that has introduced the Railway Route Planning and Construction Approval Act. Almost all routes are strictly planned and approved. There is no problem of building railways indiscriminately to obtain land and wasting resources like in the East. I don't think the railway companies in this state and the West Coast are junk assets. California and the entire West Coast region are not short of land. The cost and threshold for investors to obtain land are lower than in the East. There is no need to rely on such despicable means as building railways to obtain land." Fremont also believes that the railway industry in the West Coast is not as hopeless as in the East. He even thinks that the development level of the West Coast is very low and the railway companies in the West Coast still have a lot of room for development. "Your Excellency, the governor's words touched my heart." Liang Zhao expressed his thoughts. "I just asked Finance Minister Deng Wenai that the state's finances still have a lot of surplus. My idea is that the Ministry of Finance should organize a commissioner to evaluate the railway companies that the government intends to take over. A meeting will be held based on the results of the evaluation, and the state government can invest in some railway companies as appropriate. In this way, it can not only boost investors' confidence in the state's railway companies, but also the state government can get dividends when the railway industry recovers." "Great, this is a good way to kill two birds with one stone," Pierman agreed. "But all this is based on the premise that the railway industry can recover. If the railway industry continues to be sluggish and has difficulty getting out of the cold winter, the state government will suffer huge losses." Jerwin was a little worried. Recently, Jerwin has received many telegrams from his mentor Cowan. In the telegrams, Cowan often complained to Jerwin, regretting that he allowed the railway companies to grow wildly when he was the Minister of Finance, which led to today's disaster. Jerwin does not want to see California follow the old path of the federal government. "So I suggest that the State Ministry of Finance organize a commissioner to conduct an assessment and evaluation before holding a meeting to decide," Liang Zhao said. "There is no investment with a 100% success rate. Since it is an investment, if you want a rich return, you will inevitably have to take corresponding risks." Mr. Secretary of State, "I think the proposal of Mr. Speaker of the State Assembly is feasible." The Secretary of Finance Deng Wenai, who had been silent, stood up and spoke. "Except for the California Railway Company, the stock prices of the remaining railway companies have fallen by at least 40%. If the state government invests in these railway companies now, the cost is not very high. If it is really unfortunate that this investment fails, I think the state government can afford the loss." Deng Wenai had inspected some railway companies in advance. The railway companies in California are far from being insolvent, and the population of California is still growing rapidly. If it can attract high-quality immigrants and investment from the East in the future, the population growth and economic growth will only go to a higher level. In other words, California's demand for rail transportation will only continue to increase. "I also agree with the proposal of Mr. Speaker." Fremont also expressed his opinion. "This is the first time that our state and city have directly intervened in an industry with funds. I think the effect must be immediate." The high-level meeting ended with support for Liang Zhao's proposal, and the result was quite satisfactory. "Okay, you are getting more and more steady." Liang Zhao patted Deng Wenai on the shoulder. He was very satisfied with Deng Wenai's performance at the meeting today. "I heard that you were admitted to California State University and planned to study law? The old Deng family is also going to have a college student." "Third brother, don't make fun of me. Thanks to the new California State University, the admission requirements are low and the exams are not strict, so I was able to pass. If I were to apply for a university in the East, I would not be sure at all." Deng Wenai was a little embarrassed. "In this era, there is no national unified college entrance examination in America. The way of college admissions is that you want to go to which university, you take the entrance exam of which university, and the university will select the best candidates according to the actual situation and the candidate scores. Of course, if the family is financially strong enough or has the recommendation of the elites of the State Education Committee, even the exam can be skipped directly." "You are studying law. Are you planning to go into politics?" Liang Zhao asked with his hands behind his back. "I have this plan." Deng Wenai nodded and did not deny it. "It is very good to read more books, but don't miss the main business. Understand, Liang Zhao said to Deng Wenyu earnestly. Remember the speaker's teachings, Deng Wenyu said with a smile. Okay, stop joking. It's your hard work as the Minister of Finance. Go with Zeiss to notify the representatives of the Chinese Chambers of Commerce to come to Tingtao Garden. I have something very important to do. Liang Zhao rode on the Puma bicycle pushed by Zeiss, ready to ride to the train station and then take a bus back to Tingtao Garden. Liang Zhao's new house in Sacramento is still under construction. Except for his mother and Zoe who like to live with their children in the old house in Sacramento with a better environment, he still lives in Tingtao Garden in San Francisco for convenience. Strauss had to take a train to Oklahoma City, Oregon, and then return to Liang Zhao. He was on the same route as Liang Zhao, so the two rode to the Sacramento train station together. Liang Zhao rode his bicycle on the clean and wide cement road in Sacramento. Since the Puma bicycle was launched, it immediately became popular all over the country and sold well overseas. Cycling has become a new trend in major cities in the United States, especially the urban middle class, who are proud of riding bicycles. At present, the production capacity of bicycles is limited and the supply is insufficient to meet the demand. Therefore, owning a bicycle is very cool and something to be proud of. Since bicycles do not produce feces like horses, major cities in the United States encourage citizens to buy bicycles and ride them. Eastern states have also frequently extended warm invitations to Liang Zhao's General Machinery Company. Very generous conditions were offered to attract General Machinery Company to set up factories in their states. Since Liang Zhao must first meet the needs and employment in California, there are currently only 2 bicycle factories in New York and Texas that produce bicycles, and there is no plan to set up factories in other states. Liang Zhao rode this customized Puma bicycle on the road and attracted the attention of many pedestrians, and he became the most handsome guy on the street. My mother said that the wedding gift can be waived, but if you don't have a bicycle, a sewing machine and a house, don't even think about marrying me. On the street, a girl looked at Liang Zhao with envy, pointing at Liang Zhao's bicycle and said to her crush, "I want a bicycle like his bicycle is beautiful." Hearing this, Liang Zhao just smiled bitterly and shook his head, and continued to ride forward. "Sir, you did a good job." Strauss pedaled hard to get the fastest speed, then let go of his hands and rode, enjoying the breeze on his face, with a cheerful smile. A man's happiness is sometimes so simple. "What good thing did I do again?" Liang Zhao speeded up to catch up with Strauss, and asked in confusion. Chapter 508, These unruly people in America are really fierce. "You don't know about 2 transfers and 1 house?" Strauss was a little surprised. "I don't know." Liang Zhao shook his head while pedaling his bicycle. "Recently, there are so many government affairs and so many mundane affairs that I pay less attention to folk affairs. Ever since you rode a bicycle in New York with a team of cyclists to marry Miss Elizabeth, bicycles and sewing machines have become the standard dowry for people on the West Coast, plus a wedding house for marriage, commonly known as 2 transfers and 1 house," Strauss teased. "You personally advertised it, and the effect is amazing. I heard that this trend has now spread to cities in the East. These 2 transfers and 1 house are not cheap." Liang Zhao suddenly realized that it was these 2 transfers and 1 house. He did this to advertise his products. Although the current sewing machines and bicycles have dropped compared to when they were first put on the market, they are not cheap. An ordinary bicycle may not be bought for $130, and an ordinary pedal sewing machine is $82, not counting the house. "You have raised the cost of marriage for Americans by yourself," Strauss laughed. "In this era when the average monthly salary of Americans is only $7 or $8, more than $200 is an astronomical figure for ordinary people. You might as well just say that I have become the public enemy of all unmarried men in the United States." Liang Zhao rolled his eyes at Strauss. "At the same time, you are also the Prince Charming in the minds of all unmarried women in the United States," Strauss continued to tease. "You are handsome and rich. You are already a celebrity in the military and political circles in your 20s. You also have the title of Viscount of France. There is no second person like you in the whole United States. Your little mouth is like honey." Liang Zhao smiled. "It seems that you are in a good mood now. I have something to ask you." Strauss's ulterior motives were exposed. "Just say it directly. There is no need for us to beat around the bush. What I can do, I will definitely do for you," Liang Zhao said. "You can definitely do it. This is something that only you can do," Strauss said. The construction of Liang Zhao has been on the right track. These days I have been in charge of attracting investment and recruiting immigrants in California. Although my work has achieved some results, I still hope that Liang Zhao can have some high-end manufacturing in the initial stage. So, what do you like? Tell me. Liang Zhao slowed down his writing pace. Although Liang Zhao's construction focuses on California, he will help the two brothers in Oregon and Liang Zhao if they have any difficulties. Bicycle. Strauss pointed to his bicycle. Bicycle? It takes skilled senior technicians to produce bicycles. Besides, California also produces bicycles. Liang Zhao is a new state. The market size of the new state is limited, and the economic level is far inferior to California and Oregon. Liang Zhao frowned. It's not that he doesn't want to set up a factory in Liang Zhao, but if he sets up a factory in Liang Zhao, the bicycles produced by Liang Zhao factory cannot compete with those produced in California. I have thought about these questions. Liang Zhao does have a big gap in skilled workers, but we can provide training, although it will cost more money in the early stage. I have also thought about the sales problem. The bicycles produced in Liang Zhao cannot compete with those in California, so they will not be sold in California and Ohio. My family and many friends make a living by doing small businesses in Germany. I want to produce bicycles in Liang Zhao, and then ship them to Germany to give to my family and friends, and use their sales channels to sell them. I think bicycles will have a big market in Germany. Strauss looked at Liang Zhao eagerly. There is a reason why some people can make a name for themselves in history. This Strauss does have a business mind. Setting up a factory in Liang Zhao to produce bicycles will benefit him both publicly and privately. Okay, Liang Zhao nodded in agreement. He still knew what Strauss was thinking. That's great. Thank you on behalf of the people of Liang Zhao. Strauss was very happy. But I'll be frank with you. The bottleneck of General Machinery's bicycle production is not labor or technology, but raw materials. You have to find a way to get the raw materials yourself. I won't help you solve it, Liang Zhao said. You mean rubber? Strauss guessed. Yes, the rubber production is limited. The main rubber producing country is only Brazil, and the production is not much, Liang Zhao said. In the 1850s, Southeast Asia, the most important rubber producing area in later generations, had not yet begun to plant rubber. At this time, only South America, mainly Brazil, the original factory of rubber, had rubber. Moreover, rubber had not begun to be planted on a large scale at this time, and the production was very limited, so Liang Zhao could not buy much rubber. As for his transplanting rubber to Borneo and opening up a large number of rubber plantations, it would take at least 6 or 7 years for these rubber trees to produce rubber, and this was under the condition that the transplantation went smoothly. I understand, and I should find a way to solve it myself, Strauss nodded. These unruly people in America are so fierce. They are simply lawless. They even dare to smash the city hall. If it were the Qing dynasty, making a scene in the county government office would be punishable by death. If you smash the county government office, wouldn't you be charged with provoking trouble and committing treason and be executed along with your entire family? That's right. I think these people are just tired of living. They are not starving to death, Brother Lin. I heard that one of your shops in New York was looted by unruly people. Is this true? Don't mention it. It's so damn annoying to mention it. I just received a telegram today that another shop was looted by these damn rioters. These rioters are pretending to march and petition to put pressure on the government. They are really using the march and petition to do illegal things. New York is the most chaotic. I heard that the unruly people who were making trouble and petitioning almost looted the entire Broadway street. The shops that suffered even had their shelves removed. Brother Chen, that's wrong. Chicago is not much better, and Philadelphia. I get angry when I mention this. These people take advantage of our small number and specifically rob our Chinese shops. What will happen if they continue like this? Business in the East is getting harder and harder. After returning to Tingtao Garden, Liang Zhao heard the Chinese businessmen who arrived earlier complaining one after another. How are you all? Entering the reception room. Liang Zhao greeted the guests in the reception room with a fist. Mr. Speaker, you are here. As Liang Zhao appeared, the reception room suddenly became quiet. Pan Zhengwei of Tongfu Group stepped forward and asked, I wonder if the president has something important to say to us this time. Liang Zhao summoned these Chinese businessmen in the name of the president of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce of America. So Pan Zhengwei addressed them as the president. Please take a seat and have some tea. Liang Zhao pressed his hand, motioned everyone to sit down, took a sip of tea from the maid, and continued. I have heard about the bad things you have encountered recently. Chapter 509, Fighting Violence with Violence. To be honest, Liang Zhao was very disappointed with the Buchanan government, which had just come to power. He did not expect a mediocre person like Buchanan to lead America out of the quagmire of the economic crisis. His greatest expectation for the Buchanan government was to maintain the basic social order in America and to ensure his normal economic activities in the East. Obviously, he overestimated the ability of Buchanan and his cabinet, and the Buchanan government could not even do this. The riots in the East were not only not curbed, but also tended to intensify. Thinking of this, Liang Zhao inexplicably missed the time when Fillmore was in power. Although Fillmore was not a genius, he was at least a qualified president to maintain the status quo. The President of the United States is really worse than the previous one, Liang Zhao sighed in his heart. Those who are in power in Washington now are not even politicians at all, they are simply a group of political clowns. President, among us, you have the most face and your words carry the most weight. You have to make the decision for us. A Cantonese businessman ran to Liang Zhao and spoke in Cantonese. He hoped to use his hometown accent to narrow the distance between the two of them, hoping that Liang Zhao would help him out of friendship. Heaven helps those who help themselves, and heaven abandons those who abandon themselves. Only you can make your own decisions. Liang Zhao took another sip of tea to moisten his throat. Let me ask you a question. Can you tell the difference between Yankees and Dixies? Dixies prefer riding, shooting and hunting. In addition, the sun in the south is fierce, so the neck and face of Dixies look redder, as if they are burned by the sun. But not every Dixie is like this. If you ask me to tell whether a person is a Dixie or Yankee, I am not sure. Pan Zhangwei, who arrived at Tingtao Garden almost at the same time as Liang Zhao, said after thinking carefully. The Tongfu group of the Pan family has done a lot of business in the United States in recent years. The Tongfu group was listed on the Wall Street Stock Exchange last year. Therefore, the Pan family has to frequently deal with the barbarians that he once thought of as foreign countries. The Pan family has business dealings with the Yankees in the north and the Dixies in the south. On this issue, Pan Zhangwei still has a say. Then can you tell the difference between Chinese and Yankees and Dixies? Liang Zhao continued to ask the next question. The president is joking. Even if we cut our braids, take off our long gowns and jackets, and put on hanfu or even western suits. But yellow skin, black and straight hair, these things are left to us by our ancestors and cannot be changed, Pan Zhangwei said. What the president means is that there are thugs targeting us Chinese. Wu Yuanhou suddenly reacted. Yes, there are many free people among blacks, but in the 70 years since the founding of the United States, these black free people are nominally free, but in fact they have not received real citizen treatment, Liang Zhao sneered. Since they discriminate against blacks and do not regard them as human beings, they will naturally discriminate against us Chinese and do not regard us Chinese as human beings, thinking that we are weak and can be bullied. How unreasonable. I will call Washington to protest. Wu Yuanhou was filled with righteous indignation and ran to the telegraph room to send a telegram. Wait. These white politicians in America are all cheap bones. They only respond to hard things and do not respond to soft things. It is useless to play words with them. They must be taught a profound lesson so that they will remember it. Liang Zhao stopped Wu Yuanhou. Liang Zhao knew the nature of politicians in Washington better than the Chinese businessmen present. They would definitely not take a verbal protest seriously. In this matter, they must not retreat and give in, otherwise, those jumping clowns in Washington will only become more unscrupulous. It is not even ruled out that these clowns will take risks and turn their spearheads against the West in order to divert the contradiction between the North and the South, turning it into a contradiction between the East and the West. This result is what Liang Zhao least wants to see. In this way, the official blatant racial discrimination against the Chinese, the anti-Chinese movement is not far away. Liang Zhao must prepare for the worst. President, what should we do? We all listen to you. Yes, we all listen to you. Whatever you say, we will do. The Chinese businessmen all realized the seriousness of the problem, and they only followed Liang Zhao's lead. Okay. Since you all respect me, I will do this for you, Liang Zhao said very happily. With your words, we are relieved. Just tell me, what should we do? The Chinese businessmen all gathered around Liang Zhao and listened carefully to Liang Zhao's words, fearing that they would miss a word. First, we must fight tooth for tooth and fight violence with violence. Call all the chambers of commerce and hometown associations in the East and let them inform all the Chinese who make a living in the East to temporarily gather together and prepare guns. If you encounter any lawbreakers who want to do something lawless, don't ask too much, regardless of right or wrong, just shoot and kill, Liang Zhao said, the first one. The Chinese in the East already live together, and the chambers of commerce are equipped with weapons and ammunition. This is not difficult to do. I will do it, Wu Yuanhe nodded. We should teach those foreigners a lesson, otherwise they will think that we Chinese are easy to bully. Everyone had no objection to this and expressed their support. Second, from today on, Chinese merchants will suspend all business activities in the eastern region and strike to protest. Those who violate this article and trade without authorization will be expelled from the Chamber of Commerce immediately and will never be allowed to enter the Chamber of Commerce again, Liang Zhao said. The strike caused controversy. Once the strike occurs, the first thing to do is to face direct business losses. This is still secondary. Once the cooperation with the original business partners and customers is temporarily cancelled, it is inevitable that you will lose your credibility. What you will lose are the business partners and customers that you have won with great difficulty. President, I think this is not appropriate. If we strike rashly, if our customers find a replacement during our strike, I am afraid, Zheng Jinsong hesitated. Liang Zhao was very angry at this sentence, and Liang Zhao was about to scold Zheng Jinsong. Deng Wenyu, who was standing by, had already pointed at Zheng Jinsong's nose and started to curse. Stupid. You are short-sighted. Just now you said that you would listen to your third brother. Why, you are reluctant to spend even a little money when it comes to this strike. Did my third brother make enough money with you on weekdays? If we give in today, even if we can make money in the future, we will make money on our knees and have to act according to other people's wishes. If we are tough today, once the matter is accomplished, we will all make money standing up in the future, and no one will dare to mess with us. Jinsong, are you blinded by money? Can't you tell right from wrong? Wu Yuanhe was also very dissatisfied with Zheng Jinsong's words, and he didn't care about the seniority and etiquette, and called him by his name. Liang Zhao stood up and said to Zeiss, Zeiss, immediately notify the New York branch of the American Group. From now on, the American Group will suspend all its business in the East. Yes, Your Excellency. Zeiss nodded, trotted out of the reception room, and went to the telegraph room to send a message. Liang Zhao swept his cold eyes over everyone. Liang has never forced anyone to do anything. If you don't want to participate in the strike, you can just ask now and leave the Chamber of Commerce on your own. From now on, we will go our separate ways. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, don't look for the Chamber of Commerce again, and don't mention that you are a member of the Huaxia Chamber of Commerce and you are Chinese. Chapter 510. No one can be left behind. With Liang Zhao as an example, other Chinese businessmen soon stood up and announced their participation in the strike. Jardine Mason Group will also suspend all business in the eastern states from now on. The same goes for Tongfu Group. If anyone is timid and does not participate in the strike today, don't blame Pan for turning his face against you. Counter Dongxing Bank in. Damn it, these foreigners, if they don't learn their lesson, they think we are easy to bully. How can we miss our Xianbao Bank in this strike? Count Yan Xingtai Bank in the count. Damn it, we who do business in the Qing dynasty have suffered from the bullying of the court, and we have to suffer from these foreigners in America. Did I come to America in vain? Zhonghe Bank will participate in the strike. Shuntai Bank will participate in the strike. Ren Bank will participate in the strike. Tongshan Bank will participate in the strike. The first to announce their participation in the strike were several large Chinese businessmen. After the large Chinese businessmen expressed their opinions, the remaining small and medium-sized Chinese businessmen also rushed to express their opinions. Even though there were a few people who were reluctant to give up the little profit in the East, Liang Zhao, Wu Yuanhe, Pan Zhengwei and others were all very tough, so they could only join the strike. These people knew very well that without the Huaxia Chamber of Commerce and Liang Zhao, the big tree that supported them, their future situation would only become more difficult. They supported the strike to put pressure on Washington, but they hoped that others would strike and they would not strike. When Washington gave in, they could also enjoy the results of the strike. Liang Zhao knew what these people were thinking, but he just didn't say it clearly. Of course, Liang Zhao would never allow these people to reap the benefits of being a fisherman and enjoy their rights without fulfilling their obligations. If all the Chinese merchants in the Huaxia Chamber of Commerce did this, the entire Chamber of Commerce would be in name only and would no longer have any cohesion. Good. If you have the courage, you won't have to worry about not accomplishing great things. Liang Zhao was very happy and ordered the maid to pour wine for everyone. That's more like it. Seeing that no one withdrew from the strike, Pan Zhengwei nodded with relief. America is a country of immigrants, and it is normal for merchants of different ethnicities to stick together for warmth. If the Chinese merchants cannot share the same honor and disgrace in advance and retreat together on the strike today, in the days to come, not to mention that the British, German, French, and Jewish merchants will despise the Chinese merchants, even the Irish merchants will look down on you. Liang Zhao raised his glass. Liang toasts to everyone. If the federal government does not issue a statement to apologize and compensate the losses suffered by the Chinese in the riots during this strike, my Huaxia Chamber of Commerce will never reopen. Liang can say the ugly words in advance. No matter who it is, whoever is indecisive, withdraws from the strike halfway, or privately trades with the Yankees and Dixies in the East, the end will be like this. After speaking, Liang Zhao slammed the tall glass in his hand heavily on the stone floor, breaking it into a pile of glass shards. Everyone followed suit and smashed their glasses. Liang Zhao made a look at Deng Wenyu, and Deng Wenyu understood, took out the strike statement that had been prepared long ago, and invited everyone present to sign the statement. After everyone signed the strike statement, Liang Zhao handed it to Pan Zhengwei and said to him earnestly, "Mr. Pan, you are one of the senators of this state. Please take the trouble to go to Washington, D.C., and hand this strike statement to His Excellency the President and give several copies to senators from other states to show our attitude." Liang Zhao wanted to go there in person, but the Pacific Railway that spans the East and West is about to be completed, and now is a critical juncture for California's economic development. It is reasonable that he must attend the opening ceremony in person. We are all doing things for ourselves, so what's the hard work? Pan Zhengwei solemnly took the strike statement from Liang Zhao. "Brother Liang, if there is anything else we need to do, just speak up. We can't let these foreigners look down on us," Wu Yuanho said. "Of course, I wonder if anyone here has a newspaper in the East," Liang Zhao asked. Mr. Wu bought 2 small newspapers in Boston and Philadelphia the year before last, but the influence of Mr. Wu's newspapers is far less than that of big newspapers such as the New York Evening Post, the Washington Post, and the Citizen, formerly the Washington Republic, renamed the Citizen after Liang Zhao bought it, Wu Yuanho said. "President, I also have a newspaper in Illinois, and I also opened a small newspaper in Ohio." Liang Zhao did not expect that the enthusiasm of these Chinese businessmen to run newspapers was much higher than he expected. There were as many as 11 small and large newspapers in the East controlled by Chinese. "Very good, I will personally write a few articles in the California Daily in the next few days. You can write a few articles based on my articles and send them to your newspapers by telegram. They will be published for free, and the publishing fee will be paid by the Chamber of Commerce," Liang Zhao said. Everyone knows that the president has the most business in the East, including kerosene, bicycles, sewing machines, and the retail of Crystal Palace, etc. Any of these businesses can make a fortune every day. The president has set an example by going on strike, and the daily losses are probably no less than tens of thousands of dollars. How can we be greedy for small profits? These Chinese businessmen who own newspapers refused one after another, saying that they were willing to publish newspapers at their own expense. "One thing is one thing, and this money should be borne by everyone," Liang Zhao said in a tone that could not be refused. "Sir, the telegram has been sent." After sending the telegram, Zeiss returned to the reception room. Liang Zhao nodded to indicate that he understood, and then asked, "Which Eastern dignitaries do we plan to invite to the opening ceremony of the Pacific Railway?" "President Buchanan, Secretary of State, and governors of various states," Zeiss reported. "The list has been redrafted," Liang Zhao interrupted Zeiss's report. "Which distinguished guests do you plan to invite to the opening ceremony?" Zeiss asked. "Former President Fillmore, former Federal Treasury Secretary Corwin, former Secretary of War Conrad, and Republican political newcomers headed by Lincoln." Liang Zhao thought for a moment and said, "What about Mr. Vanderbilt?" Chase asked cautiously. The Pacific Railway was not built by the California Railway Company alone. The eastern section was built by Vanderbilt's New York Central Railway Company. "Don't worry about Vanderbilt. I will convince my father-in-law," Liang Zhao said lightly. "If Buchanan is not allowed to attend the opening ceremony of the Pacific Railway Company, this kid will be very angry." Pan Zhengwei laughed. since Buchanan took office, saying that his performance has been mediocre is a compliment to him. He is eager to participate in the ceremony of large-scale projects to improve his image. If he is not invited to the opening ceremony of the Pacific Railway, this guy will be very angry. The Pacific Railway was built during Fillmore's tenure. Mr. Fillmore has made great efforts for this matter. Mr. Fillmore should be invited to participate in this opening ceremony. I also want to invite Mr. Fillmore and Mr. Fan to cut the ribbon together, Liang Zhao said with a smile. Inviting the former president will also show that we are loyal and not snobs who curry favor with others. Chapter 511, Uneasy New York. New York is the city with the largest number of Chinese among all the major cities in the East. As of Christmas 1856, more than 4,000 Chinese chose to settle in New York. Most of these Chinese were employees of some California companies. 2 months ago, before the outbreak of the economic crisis, there were at least more than 6,000 Chinese settled in New York. After the outbreak of the economic crisis, the security environment in New York deteriorated sharply, and vicious cases such as robbery, murder, and rape filled this largest and most prosperous city in the United States. During this period, about 1/3 of the Chinese chose to temporarily leave the city. New York is also the first city in the East to have a Chinatown. Most of the Chinese who settled in New York chose to buy or rent a house in the south of Broadway. Of course, most Chinese chose to buy a house and settle. The Chinese who settled in New York are either businessmen or employees of Chinese business companies stationed in New York branches. These people enjoy a salary level that is not much different from that in California, and the average monthly salary is 2 to 3 times that of ordinary workers in New York. They are a relatively wealthy group in New York City. Similarly, they are also the group that suffered the most vicious robberies after the outbreak of the economic crisis. Chinatown is located in the lower Manhattan area south of Broadway. The area has convenient transportation, good public security, before the economic crisis, and moderate housing prices. It is less than 4 kilometers from the New York Central Station in the northwest and less than 2 kilometers from the New York Stock Exchange in the financial district in the south. The entrance to Chinatown is filled with sandbags and defensive positions made up of people's spontaneous contributions. People who don't know the inside story may mistakenly think that New York is in a brutal and bloody street battle when they see this scene. Previously, Liang Zhao replaced the active personnel of the Western Brigade in order to alleviate the problem of excessive salaries for officers and soldiers of the Western Brigade. In addition to directly joining the mercenary organization of Umbrella Company, many retired officers and soldiers of the Western Brigade were hired as security personnel by Chinese businessmen. These military personnel with rich practical experience organized and commanded the young and strong Chinese to resist the mobs in New York and protect their homes and property. Lin Zian is one of them. Before retiring, he was a captain in the California Infantry Regiment. Because he was injured during the Second Mexican-American War, his left hand was disabled, so he had to retire early and ended his military career. Brother Lin. The foreigners are coming. Ocean youth in charge of security, carrying a Springfield rifle on his back, ran to Lin Zian nervously and reported to him. I know. Look at your appearance. They are just a bunch of hooligans. They scared you like this. Lin Zian glanced at the thugs rushing towards the roadblock with disdain, sneered and shouted. Everyone listen to my command. Get ready. Fire. At Lin Zian's command, hundreds of young Chinese on the roof of the roadblock fired at the thugs rushing in. These thugs were not trained military personnel, but a group of rabble who roamed the streets for many years. After the gunshot, they left behind more than a dozen bodies of their companions and fled in a panic. A group of rabble. Lin Zian put the revolver in his hand into the holster on his waist, took out the cigarette box from his pocket, put it close to his mouth and took a cigarette. The young and strong man at the side hurriedly took out a match to light a fire for Lin Zian, and flattered him, Brother Lin, just as you expected, these people are vulnerable. Tell me the story of how you killed the enemy in the Bear Flag Regiment, California Regiment, so that the brothers can open their eyes. Brother Lin, we killed someone. Do you think the government will hold us accountable? A timid young man also came forward with a worried look on his face. You look like a coward. Lin Zian slapped the timid young man on the forehead. From your accent, you are also from Fuzhou Prefecture. You are a coward. You really bring shame to us Fuzhou people. We are protecting our legal property. What crime have we committed? Punish us? I also want to investigate the New York State city government for the crime of dereliction of duty. Brother Lin, we are not afraid of these ruffians. We are worried about the soldiers from New York State. Since we formed a formation to protect ourselves, the foreigners have transferred troops to the city. I heard that there are militias and state soldiers. I always feel uneasy, be at ease. Lin Zian threw the half-smoked cigarette on the ground. No matter how big the problem is, we have General Liang to support us. We have at least 3,000 young and strong people in Chinatown. Are we afraid of 1 or 2 regiments of him, Brother Lin? Foreign soldiers. A sharp-eyed young man pointed at the infantry approaching Chinatown and said to Lin Zian nervously, "Guard the intersection, I'll deal with these foreign soldiers," Lin Zian said to the young men. The troops who came to Chinatown were the 12th New York Infantry Regiment and its commander, Colonel Daniel Edgar Scriven. The 12th New York Infantry Regiment is one of the 20 regular regiments in the United States and is the elite regular military force of the northern states. Sir, you came at the right time. You didn't come earlier or later, but at this time. Lin Zian glanced at the military rank on Daniel's brief, saluted Daniel habitually, and did not forget to mock him. "Are you a soldier?" Daniel frowned, looked Lin Zian up and down, and his eyes stayed on Lin Zian's empty left sleeve for a moment. "I was once a glorious infantry company commander of the California Infantry Regiment, sir," Lin Zian replied neither servilely nor arrogantly. "I am now employed by the security team of the Jardine Group, responsible for protecting the company's property and personnel safety, so it's General Liang's unit." Colonel Daniel took off his gloves and returned a military salute to Lin Zian. The 3 infantry regiments of the Western Brigade, especially the California Infantry Regiment, are the most outstanding troops in recent years. Daniel has heard of this unit for a long time. Remove all the checkpoints you set up privately. It's not decent to set up checkpoints in the city, Daniel advised. "I'm afraid this matter requires you to negotiate with my employer. I'm just an employee and have no right to order the removal of the checkpoints." Lin Zian kicked the ball. "It's not easy for a disabled person like me to make a living. I finally got a job that can make a living. I hope that the Colonel and I will not make things difficult for me." Daniel just glanced at the checkpoint at the entrance of Chinatown, and then squinted at Lin Zian's firm eyes. He knew that these people would not retreat easily. He didn't want to make things worse, so he didn't make things difficult for Lin Zian. "Take me to see your employer. These yellow monkeys set up checkpoints in Chinatown, and there are armed guards. Now wanting to enter Chinatown is to seek death? Last night we robbed their 3 shops on Broadway. These damn yellow monkeys took away all the valuables in advance. I worked in vain in the middle of the night, and my brothers and I were so angry that we burned down their shops." Gerald is a notorious ruffian in New York City. He is idle on weekdays and makes a living by collecting debts from several casinos in New York. When the railway industry was hot, he also borrowed money to follow the trend and invest in railway company bonds. The sudden emergence of the railway crisis shattered Gerard's dream of becoming rich overnight. Not only did his wealth vanish overnight, but he also owed a lot of debts. After the crisis broke out, Gerard chose to take risks and found a new way to get rich under the guidance of Elgin and Mr. Bruce. That is to directly rob shops, especially the wealthy Chinese shops. Most Chinese shops sell in-demand goods shipped from the West Coast and the Qing dynasty. These goods are very popular and can be sold on Blackstone. These days, Gerard has not only paid off his debts by robbing, but also left a lot of money to squander. Now he really hopes that this economic crisis will continue. Until today, he was defeated in Chinatown. "Damn it, I didn't expect these yellow monkeys to really dare to shoot. A total of 18 brothers were killed by them. The bullet just grazed my ear. Mr. Gould, Mr. Bruce, what should we do next? Please give us some advice." Gerald looked at Mr. Elgin, who had thick hair, and Mr. Bruce, who wrapped his face tightly in summer and winter. Gerald, who had been hanging out on the streets of New York since he was 12 years old and became the second in command of a well-known street gang at the age of 18, knew that these 2 big guys would definitely hide their identities when doing such a shameful thing. As for the true identities of these 2 people, Gerald never dared to ask. The person who could provide him with such detailed store information must have a complicated identity. Gerald only wanted to make money. As long as he could get money, he didn't care about other things. Gerald was in awe of these 2 people. If they hadn't provided him and his accomplices with accurate information, Gerald's robbery business would not have been so smooth. Since the outbreak of the economic crisis, many gangs have taken advantage of the chaos in New York to rob, but few have become rich overnight. After all, Robbery also requires certain intelligence support and technology, and not everyone can do this. Robbery of scattered shops is a small matter after all. I have a way to make a fortune, but I don't know if Mr. Gerald has the courage to do it. Bruce pulled the scarf around his neck and said mysteriously, "There is no place in New York that I, Gerald, dare not rob." Gerald made a bold statement, and he did not forget to add one sentence. Of course, except for Chinatown now, it's not Chinatown. Chinatown is now on guard and it's difficult to startle it. Bruce took out a map from his pocket and spread it flat on the table. The room was a little dim, and Gerald took a kerosene lamp from the wall and brought it over. He saw that the map was densely marked with detailed annotations. After seeing the map clearly, Gerald couldn't help but take a step back in shock. "Is this the map of the Crystal Palace Mall?" Seeing Gerard's fearful expression, Bruce laughed and said, "Why, Mr. Gerard is scared? Mr. Gerard just boasted that there is no place in New York that you dare not rob." The three major shareholders of the Crystal Palace Mall are the Liang Zhao family of California, the Vanderbilt and Vanderbilt families of New York. These three are not easy to mess with. As far as I know, the Crystal Palace Mall has strengthened its security since the riots broke out. Gerard retreated a little. Bruce turned around and opened a box. In the box was a pile of Colt's revolvers. Gerard stared at the revolvers in the box and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. These are good things. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. Robbing scattered shops will never make a big difference. Do you want to be a worthless robber for the rest of your life? Have you ever thought that as long as you rob the Crystal Palace Mall once, you can retire and become a legal businessman who abides by the law in America like us from now on? Bruce patted the box and induced Gerard. "You have to pursue something, Mr. Gerard." Gerard has some brains, but not much. He believed that Gerard could not resist such temptation. Gerard was tempted, but he was still hesitant and could not make up his mind when he thought that robbing the Crystal Palace Mall would offend Liang Zhao, Vanderbilt, and Van Dazer, who he could not afford to offend. After robbing the Crystal Palace Mall, would these people let it go? Not to mention Liang Zhao, who was far away in California. Let's just talk about Vanderbilt and Van Dazer. These two Dutch guys have great influence in New York. In New York, offending the Dutch gang will not end well. Seeing Gerard's hesitation, Elgin took out a thick stack of US dollars and shook it in front of Gerard. "Gerard, this is a Citibank note worth $500. If you can smash or burn the Crystal Palace to ashes, I will give you a reward of $2,500 after the success." Gerard didn't understand why Elgin gritted his teeth when he mentioned the word Crystal Palace and offered such a generous reward. At this time, Gerard's eyes only had $3,000, which was $3,000. Even if he couldn't rob anything valuable from the Crystal Palace, the $3,000 alone would be enough for him to achieve financial freedom. Setting a fire can get $3,000. There is no easier job in the world, Gerard thought. Gerard looked at the $500 in Elgin's hand, and then looked at the map and weapons provided by Bruce. Driven by the huge benefits, he decided to take the risk. "Damn, after finishing this deal, I will open a casino too. Ha ha ha, gentlemen, such a simple job, why should I refuse? I'll take it." Gerald laughed and took the heavy $500 from Elgin. After Gerald left, Elgin took off his wig, revealing his shiny bald head. "Mr. Stewart, you are really anxious." Bruce also pulled down the scarf that half covered his face. "You still decided to attack your competitors in the simplest, crudest and unpretentious way. Elgin is not Elgin, but a retail business tycoon in New York State." In 1848, Stewart opened the first super-large comprehensive shopping mall in the United States in New York. This new retail model quickly made him rich and became one of the richest people in New York State, ranking among the top rich. However, after the Crystal Palace Mall was put into operation and became the new favorite of New York consumers, Stewart's retail empire ushered in the biggest challenge since its establishment. Under the impact of the Crystal Palace Mall, Stewart's business empire went from bad to worse and began to go downhill. "Mr. Brennan, I just want money, but you want your life," Stewart sneered. "I advise you to be more restrained. If you keep fighting and killing, I'm afraid it will end badly in the future." Stewart felt that Brennan was a dangerous guy. He only wanted to defeat his most advantageous business competitor and had not thought about killing anyone. Brennan actually provided arms to a desperate criminal like Gerald. Chapter 512. My uncle is the deputy minister. 1857. After Christmas, the next most important festival in the West Coast is the Spring Festival. Since the population structure of the entire West Coast is mainly Chinese, the Spring Festival atmosphere in the West Coast is stronger than Christmas, unlike other parts of the United States. In California, the Spring Festival has even been legislated as a holiday. The newly established Oregon and Liang Zhao have also put the bill to make the Spring Festival a legal holiday on the agenda. If nothing unexpected happens, the people of Oregon and Liang Zhao will also enjoy a half-month holiday for the Spring Festival next year. Unlike in the past, Liang Zhao will not spend his Spring Festival in San Francisco this year, but choose to spend it in his new home in Sacramento. Although Sacramento is not as prosperous as San Francisco and Los Angeles, as the third largest city in California and the administrative center where California politicians gather, Sacramento is still quite lively. The streets are full of residents buying New Year's goods. Liang Zhao wanted to take advantage of the free time these days to go shopping with his mother and 2 wives for the new year, but he didn't expect his uncle Liang Zhao to send a telegram saying that he had already bought New Year's goods for Liang Zhao and was on his way to Sacramento. "Mom, I can't go shopping with you. My uncle is coming to Sacramento. I have to go to the train station to pick him up," Liang Zhao said to his mother, who was about to go out. Liang Zhao couldn't go shopping for New Year's goods together, and Elizabeth and Zoe were a little disappointed to follow Denglan. Denglan was also a little unhappy. "My uncle is coming. You can ask your father to pick him up. Anyway, he is free." "You old woman, you always talk nonsense. Why are you scolding me? Who is free? I am now a tycoon who manages millions of dollars in assets." Hearing his wife scolding him, Liang Zhao, who was sitting cross-legged and drinking tea, immediately stood up and refuted. "Who are you talking about, old woman?" Liang Zhao hadn't even straightened his back for 3 seconds when Denglan picked up a feather duster and hied him. Liang Zhao begged for mercy. Elizabeth and Zoe couldn't help but laugh. Liang Zhao's 5-year-old daughter Liang Qianqian, who was usually taken care of by Denglan and had a closer relationship with Denglan, followed Denglan's example and picked up a feather duster to chase Liang Zhao. "Haha, little bastard. If your grandpa can't cure your grandma, can't he cure you?" Liang Zhao suddenly hugged Liang Qianqian and lifted her up to ride on his neck. "Ha ha ha, Grandpa is riding me like a horse." Go Liang Qianqian was very excited. She used the feather duster as a whip and directed Liang Zhao forward as if she was riding her own pony. "Put the child down. Don't let the child fall." Denglan was afraid that Liang Zhao would not be able to hold Liang Qianqian steady and her precious baby would fall, so she threw the feather duster and asked Liang Zhao to put the child down. "Mom, Uncle San is now an important official in the court. He must have important things to discuss with me when he came to California. It would be more appropriate for me to receive him in person," Liang Zhao said to Denglan. After the Guangdong Yang participated in the military operations to suppress the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, they won victory after victory. The strength of the Guangdong Yang also increased day by day, which aroused the fear of the Qing court. In addition, the 2 chief officers of the Guangdong Yang, Liang Zhao and Pan Shichen of Tongfuxing, were not from the official classes of Jinshi. It was inevitable that there were scholars who were dissatisfied with the situation in the court and fanned the flames around Emperor Xianfan. Liang Zhao saw that the situation was not good, so he retreated. On the grounds that his father was old and needed to be served, he took the initiative to request to resign and return home. Emperor Xianfan granted Liang Zhao's request and issued an edict to commend and reward Liang Weiming and Liang Zhao with some imperial supplies as consolation. But the good times did not last long. After Liang Zhao was unemployed and the Guangdong Yang were passive and lazy, the war situation quickly took a sharp turn for the worse. The wastes of the 2 major camps in Jiangnan and Jiangbei were naturally not to be counted on. Without the Guangdong Yang, the only thing the court could count on was Zheng Yufan's Hunan army. But the Hunan army was not up to the task and was beaten back to Hunan from Anhui by the foreign rifle team of Wing King Shi Deke, and lost 3 important towns in succession, Anqing, Jiujiang and Wuchang. Even Changsha, the capital of Hunan, the old nest of the Hunan army, was once an urgent need. In desperation, the Hunan army was desperate and hired foreigners headed by American Wall to form a foreign rifle team. However, these foreigners did not achieve much results except burning, killing and looting everywhere, stirring up public resentment. In order to reverse the situation, the Qing court had to consider asking Liang Zhao to come out and eliminate the Taiping. Liang Zhao declined the invitation from the court on the grounds of being filial. It was not until Prince Guangyi came forward and won a title of Right Vice Minister of the Ministry of War for Liang Zhao and promised not to interfere with the specific decision-making of the Yueyang. Liang Zhao was grateful and said that since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety cannot be achieved at the same time. He was willing to come out of retirement to share the worries of the emperor and be loyal to the Qing dynasty. Liang Zhao asked the servants to prepare the carriage and go to the train station, and ran into Vanderbilt, who was in a hurry. "I was looking for you." Vanderbilt grabbed Liang Zhao's shoulder and said. "Something happened to the Crystal Palace." "Which Crystal Palace? The one in New York? Philadelphia? Or Boston?" Liang Zhao asked with a frown. After the business model of the Crystal Palace Mall in New York was a big success, Liang Zhao followed suit and opened Crystal Palace malls in the two major cities of Philadelphia and Boston. However, the Crystal Palaces in New York and Philadelphia were held by him, Vanderbilt, and Vanders. The Crystal Palace Mall in Boston was held by him, Vanderbilt, and Robinson of the Boston Group. "New York, Vanderbilt just sent me a telegram. The Crystal Palace malls in Philadelphia and Boston have stepped up their security," Vanderbilt said angrily. "Damn it, I'll kill him when I get back to New York to find out who did it. He dared to burn my mall." "Burned?" Liang Zhao asked. "It burned a little, but fortunately we were prepared and discovered it in time, and the fire was put out in time," Vanderbilt said. "Did Vanderbilt say how much the loss was?" Liang Zhao asked. "The lost property and goods, plus the cost of repairing the Crystal Palace. The direct loss is at least $150,000 or $160,000, Vanderbilt said with some heartache. "If you only want money, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find out which bastard did it. I think it's most likely that the arsonist who set fire to the mall was a competitor in the same industry. There are only a few big retail businesses in New York, so it's not difficult to find out," Liang Zhao said. "We don't need to investigate this kind of thing ourselves. Over the years, our Crystal Palace Mall has paid taxes to New York without any evasion. Let the New York police investigate. We can't just swallow the loss of $150,000 or $160,000. Find a good lawyer and sue the New York City government and ask the New York City government to compensate for the losses. Given the nature of the New York City government and the police department, they really need to make them pay the money first before they will actively investigate the case," Vanderbilt nodded. "I have many old friends in New York. Let me handle this matter. But I heard that your Huaxia Chamber of Commerce has been on strike for a few days, and the attitude of the federal government seems to be unclear." "It's expected," Liang Zhao said lightly. "Before this, all major merchants have more or less stockpiled a Chinese merchants' inventory. When these stocks are consumed, their attitude will be clear. I think they underestimated the determination of the Chinese merchants to strike this time, and thought that Liang, was just pretending." These days, American merchants in the East have been sending telegrams to Liang Zhao more and more frequently, and the tone of the calls urging Liang Zhao to resume supplying them has become more and more urgent. This means that their inventory is running out, and this result is exactly what Liang Zhao wants to see. Want to resume supply? Then put pressure on the federal government authorities and ask the federal government to agree to all the demands made by the Huaxia Chamber of Commerce. Today, California is no longer the California that only has gold. It has made great achievements in manufacturing. Especially in the fields of high-end machinery manufacturing and chemical industry, it is leading the way in the United States and even the world. Machine tools, sewing machines, bicycles, kerosene, Vaseline and other products, American merchants in the East cannot find other suppliers except Liang Zhao for a long time. This is Liang Zhao's confidence. To put it bluntly, the kerosene provided by California will make the nights in eastern cities look dim. "Can you bear it like this?" Vanderbilt asked tentatively. "Why can't I resist?" Liang Zhao said with a smile. "My kerosene, Vaseline, bicycles, sewing machines, the British and French are lining up to get them, and they wish I would go on strike all the time. Yes, these things can only be provided by your American group." Vanderbilt's concerns were dispelled, and he asked another question. "Are you sure you don't want to invite President Buchanan to attend the opening ceremony of the Pacific Railway next month?" "No," Liang Zhao said in a very decisive manner. "Buchanan's presidency will not last long. In this matter, my father-in-law must support me no matter what. I believe in your judgment, Vanderbilt smiled. Where are you going to prepare to go? Judging from Buchanan's performance from the election to taking office, he is indeed not a politician worth investing in. Vanderbilt and Liang Zhao agree on this point. Go to the train station to pick up the Deputy Minister of War of the Qing Dynasty. Are you interested in meeting him? Liang Zhao joked. Yes, of course, Vanderbilt said with narrowed eyes, and he also felt a little strange. The Deputy Minister of War of the Qing Dynasty is visiting. How come I didn't hear anything about such a big thing? It's not an official visit. He just came to spend the New Year with me, Liang Zhao said with a smile. The Deputy Minister of War of the Qing Dynasty came all the way to California just to spend the New Year with you? Vanderbilt asked puzzledly. Liang Zhao said nothing more and invited Vanderbilt, who looked suspicious, to get on the car and go to Sacramento railway station together. Sacramento is not big. Soon, the two arrived at the railway station. Sacramento has changed a lot. After getting off the carriage, looking at the bustling crowd at the railway station, Vanderbilt couldn't help but sigh. Vanderbilt had visited Sacramento several times in the past few years, so he had a deep impression of Sacramento. This is just the beginning, Liang Zhao said without any modesty. The local population of Sacramento is not large, only hundreds of thousands. The reason why there are so many passengers at the railway station is that Sacramento is a transit station from San Francisco to Oregon. These past few days I have been thinking about where to build a city as a supply station after the Pacific Railway is open to traffic, Vanderbilt said ambitiously. As the only major transportation artery between the East and the West in the near future, the commercial value contained in it is immeasurable. Let's talk about this in detail after we go back. Father-in-law, my third uncle is here, Liang Zhao said. Liang Zhao was wearing a long gown and a braid, and the servants who accompanied him also had braids. He was particularly conspicuous among a group of Californians wearing hanfu and Western suits without braids. Liang Zhao had just stepped off the train when Liang Zhao found Liang Zhao in the crowd. Your uncle? Vanderbilt was a little confused. My uncle is the Deputy Minister of the War Department of the Qing Dynasty, Liang Zhao explained. Vanderbilt suddenly realized that it was no wonder that this kid said that the Deputy Minister of the War Department of the Qing Dynasty was coming to celebrate the New Year with him. It turned out that this deputy minister was his uncle. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513 Shenbeozhen. It's so cold, you can just ask the servant to pick me up. Why bother to go there in person? Liang Zhao was very happy to see that it was Liang Zhao who came to pick me up in person. After all, you are now a second-rank official. I dare not neglect to ask the servant to pick me up, Liang Zhao joked. Liang Zhao was happy from the bottom of his heart that someone from the Liang family could climb the mountain and become a second-rank official. His family had someone in the high-level Qing court, which would make it much easier to do things in the Qing dynasty in the future. We are all family, why should we be so polite? Who is this? Liang Zhao was very happy. He pointed to Vanderbilt next to Liang Zhao and asked. Liang Zhao had never seen Vanderbilt, so the two did not know each other. This is my father-in-law, Mr. Vanderbilt, Liang Zhao introduced. So it's the relative from the north. Liang Zhao immediately greeted Vanderbilt in fluent English and ordered the servant beside him to bring a calligraphy. Mr. Fan. This is the script of Fu. It was bestowed upon me by the Emperor of the Qing Dynasty. It was written by the Emperor himself. It is a small gift to show respect. In the Qing Dynasty, there was a script of writing Fu at the end of each year. It started as early as the 6th year of Emperor Kangxi. During the reign of Emperor Yongzheng, the word Fu was often given to governors, and governors who had made contributions at the end of each year. It is also called Imperial Script of Fu. During the reigns of Emperor Kangxi and Emperor Yongzheng, this was used to reward meritorious officials. During the reign of Emperor Qianlong, who was a fanatic of stamping, the imperial script of Fu began to be issued indiscriminately, and the scope was expanded to include princes, dukes, military ministers, and southern study. Whether the recipients had made contributions was no longer important. It may be that Emperor Qianlong simply liked stamping and gave these to his subjects. Liang Zhao glanced at the calligraphy Liang Zhao gave to Vanderbilt. He saw a big word "Fu" written in the middle, with a red seal above it, and a row of small characters on the left. Liang Zhao, the right assistant minister of the second-rank military department, was bestowed. On the right is the date of blessing. It must be said that the emperors of the Qing dynasty were all good at calligraphy, and this piece of calligraphy is still very collectible. Liang Zhao did not care about this imperial calligraphy by giving it to others. If it were an ordinary minister, he would have wanted to frame the imperial calligraphy and hang it in the hall to show off, and it would be impossible to give it to others. "How can I do this?" Vanderbilt said no, but his hands were honest and he snatched the calligraphy. This is a rare thing. His old friends in the East often laughed at him for being rude and uneducated. If he had this thing, he could show it off to them when he returned to the East. "Your Excellency, the minister's English is really good." After receiving the gift, Vanderbilt praised Liang Zhao with a smile on his face. "Some of my men also speak English, so I learned some," Liang Zhao said openly without any hesitation. "There are many foreign gunners hired by the artillery camp of Yueyang. Liang Zhao has some business overseas, so he inevitably has to deal with foreigners. So he knows some English. I heard that my in-laws are wealthy American businessmen. I will do some small business in America in the future, and I am afraid I will have to trouble my in-laws to take care of me. Business matters are easy to talk about. Recently, I have some spare money to invest. If there is a way to invest and make a fortune in the Qing dynasty, the minister must remember me," Vanderbilt said. Of course, Liang Zhao smiled. "Who is this?" Liang Zhao pointed to a man in his 30s next to Liang Zhao, a thin but energetic man, and asked. This man was dignified and walked confidently and calmly, not like Liang Zhao's follower. "Look at my poor memory. I only care about my relatives. I'm sorry, dear brother Yaodan," Liang Zhao hurriedly introduced to Liang Zhao. "This is the prefect of Fuzhou, Lord Shen, who is also one of the few good friends in the court." Prefect of Fuzhou. Liang Zhao felt something was wrong. Isn't the prefect of Fuzhou surnamed Jin? Liang Zhao had set up immigration stations in the 5 ports of Guangzhou, Xiamen, Fuzhou, Ningbo, and Shanghai, responsible for picking up and sending immigrants to the west coast. Therefore, he had some impression of the local chief officials of the 5 ports. As far as Liang Zhao knew, the prefect of Fuzhou was Jin Daxin. It's a long story. Jin Daxin was the former prefect, and my dear brother is the new prefect, Liang Zhao explained. "I'm Shen Baozian, and I'm honored to meet General Liang," Shen Baozian introduced himself. "It's strange to call me General all the time. If you don't mind, you can call me brother," Liang Zhao said. It turned out to be Shen Baozian. Liang Zhao was a little surprised by Shen Baozian's sudden visit to California. Could it be that the Qing court wanted to promote westernization and set up a shipbuilding bureau? Liang Zhao thought secretly. Liang Zhao, who was standing aside, felt that something was wrong after hearing Liang Zhao's words, and he soon reacted. He and Shen Baozian were brothers. If Liang Zhao and Shen Baozian were also brothers, wouldn't he and Liang Zhao be equals? Looking at the hesitant and embarrassed Shen Baozian, Liang Zhao still said, "Yaodan, it's okay. My nephew has never been particular about trivial matters, Mr. Liang can achieve such achievements at such a young age. It is naturally incomparable to ordinary people," Shen Baozian said. "The carriage is ready. Please come to my humble home for a chat." Liang Zhao invited Liang Zhao and Shen Baozian to get in the car. Vanderbilt was also very curious about Shen Baozian's identity, but his Chinese was not very difficult. He did not hear the conversation between Liang Zhao and Shen Baozian clearly, and could not help asking after getting on the car. "What position does this friend hold in the Qing dynasty?" "Similar to the mayor of Sacramento, but the mayor of the Qing dynasty has much more power than the mayor of the United States," Liang Zhao explained to Vanderbilt. In order to seek peace and quiet, Liang Zhao's new home in Sacramento is not very close to the train station. After some time, the group finally arrived at the stone screen wall of the new residence. Unlike the brick screen walls in the Qing dynasty, the screen wall of Liang Zhao's new home is carved from a complete piece of marble. The screen wall is in the shape of a straight line, and there are birds, beasts and some other patterns carved on the top of the screen wall as decoration. There are no traditional Chinese house entrance columns on the left and right of the screen wall. Instead, there are 2 flagpoles. The flagpole on the left hangs the California state flag, the bear flag, and the flagpole on the right hangs the stars and stripes. After entering the door, I saw a group of workers building a fountain. Liang Zhao apologized and said, "My humble house is not yet completed. I am sorry to both of you. Liang Zhao's new manor in Sacramento is quite large. Liang Zhao does not want to be careless in the construction of the new manor, so the construction progress is not fast. So far, only the main building of the new manor has been completed and decorated. This place is very good. It is not far from the downtown, but it is also quiet. Brother Liang will enjoy it." Shen Baozhen looked at the manor that he could not see and said with great envy. Manors of such a large scale were rare in the Qing dynasty. His uncle and father-in-law Lin Zexu was once the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi and the imperial commissioner, but he did not have such a luxurious manor. Liang is a rough man. I have heard that Brother Shen comes from a family of scholars and is a jinshi in the 27th year of Dao Guang, 1847. Today, Brother Shen is honored to visit my humble home. I hope Brother Shen will not hesitate to give me a calligraphy and give my humble home a name," Liang Zhao said. Although Shen Baozhen was poor when he was young, his father was also a private school teacher, and his uncle's Lin family has always been a wealthy family. It is not wrong to say that he was born in a family of scholars. My dear brother, you are too modest. With your qualifications, if it weren't for the sudden change in your family, you would have made great achievements if you had devoted yourself to the imperial examination. Facing the banknotes handed over by Liang Zhao, Shen Baozhen did not refuse. After a little thought, he wrote it down. Good calligraphy. Good calligraphy. Liang Zhao praised Shen Baozhen's calligraphy, which was not yet dry. Wixi Uju, it's an elegant name. Liang Zhao's original owner knew a little calligraphy, but after arriving in America, out of habit in his previous life, Liang Zhao basically used a hard pen to write. The original owner's calligraphy level had long been thrown away by him. This place is lush with vegetation and beautiful scenery. I was inspired to write these 3 words. I hope my dear brother Liang will not laugh at me. Shen Baozhen handed the pen back to the servant. When he came, Liang Shaoqiang told Shen Baozhen that Mr. Liang was still in California and had not returned to Xiangshan. Therefore, when Shen Baozhen arrived at Liang Zhao's residence, he visited Mr. Liang as soon as possible. Liang Shaoqiang entered the officialdom by organizing militia training. In the 3 years since he entered the officialdom, he was not welcomed by the mainstream officialdom. Mr. Liang was also very happy that Liang Shaoqiang could make a friend like Shen Baozhen, and he talked with Shen Baozhen until dinner time. After dinner, Liang Zhao knew that the two of them must have important things to do when they came to California, so he invited them to his study. This is a foreigner's tea, called coffee. I wonder if you are interested in trying it, Liang Zhao asked. I drank this thing with foreigners in Shanghai. It's bitter and harder to drink than medicine. I can't get used to it. You'd better make me a pot of tea, Liang Shaoqiang refused. Shen hasn't tasted it yet, and I'm willing to try it. Shen Baozhen wanted to try it. Brother Shen has come all the way to California, so he must not be here to drink coffee, Liang Zhao said after he sat down. There are only 3 of us in the study now. Brother Shen and third uncle can talk about anything. Brother Liang has a keen eye. Seeing Liang Zhao's direct attitude, Shen Baozhen did not beat around the bush. The imperial court is facing internal and external troubles right now. At home, the Taiping rebels, and abroad, the Western barbarians invade the borders. Since July, the ships of the British and French have repeatedly invaded the sea borders of our great Qing. The British, in particular, are very arrogant. Relying on their strong ships and powerful guns, they bully the fact that our great Qing has no large sea ships, and they even sail directly to Dagakao to spy on our Dagakao artillery fort. Oh, Liang Zhao exclaimed, Dagakao is the gateway to the capital, and the British troops are very sharp. At the beginning of the year, they defeated Russia in the Near East and returned with a great victory. Now the British army is in high spirits. Once the British army lands at Dagakao, the road from Dagakao to the capital will be smooth and there will be no strategic locations to defend. The consequences will be disastrous. It turned out that the British ships had all sailed to Bohai Sea. No wonder the Qing court was anxious. This is exactly what the emperor is most worried about, so Prince Guang sent me to America for inspection. One is to purchase to strengthen the firepower of the Dagakao fort, and the other is to let me see the shipyard in America to prepare for the establishment of the shipbuilding industry in the future, Shen Baozhen said. After Russia, Britain, France, Austria and Prussia signed the Treaty of Paris in Paris, France on March 30, 1856, The Crimean War ended with the victory of Britain and France. Britain and France, freed up their hands, shifted their attention from the Near East to the Far East. In the second half of 1856, Britain and France repeatedly provoked trouble along the coast of the Qing dynasty, and used the discrimination against the consuls and merchants of the two countries in China and the restrictions on the legal missionary activities of the Christian missionaries of the two countries in China as an excuse to threaten the Qing court to apologize and revise the treaty, and open the two inland trade routes of the Yangtze River and the Pearl River, as well as the inland ports along the coast as trading ports, and allow the two countries to demarcate concessions at the trading ports so that the two countries can trade in the inland areas of the Qing dynasty. As a result, the relationship between the Qing dynasty and Britain and France became tense. The citizens of Britain and France enjoyed extraterritoriality with supranational treatment in the Qing dynasty, and the consuls, merchants, and missionaries of the two countries were discriminated against in the Qing dynasty. These reasons were pure nonsense. The real demand was to ask for the revision of the treaty to open inland waterways to facilitate them to extend their tentacles to the inland of the Qing dynasty. Of course, it was not only Britain and France, the two victors of the Crimean War, that were restless. The defeated Tsarist Russia was also eager to try in the Far East at this time, wanting to cut off a few big pieces of meat from the Qing dynasty to make up for the losses suffered by the Tsarist Russia in the Crimean War. Both sides regarded the Qing dynasty as a piece of delicious fat meat, ready to take a bite. However, Britain and France were concerned about their international image and domestic public opinion, and would take the trouble to find some high-sounding excuses to show the necessity and justice of their military deployment. As for the eating appearance of Tsarist Russia, it was even uglier. They were too lazy to even find excuses and just robbed directly. Chapter 514 Shipping Administration. Establish a ship administration, Liang Zhao asked now Ingli. In history, the Qing court established a ship administration 9 years later. At that time, the war between the Qing court and Britain and France had ended. Therefore, in the matter of ship administration, the Qing court mainly cooperated with Britain and France. However, this happened 9 years later. The external and internal environment faced by the Qing court now is completely different from that of 9 years later. The international relations between the Qing court and Britain and France are extremely bad. The two sides may not cooperate in this field. The projects that the ship administration is responsible for include not only ship construction, but also the construction of artillery forts and the purchase of armaments. The Qing court has invested tens of millions of taels of silver in the ship administration. If he can participate in it, the profit must be quite lucrative. Yes. Establish a ship administration. Foreigners can build strong ships and powerful guns, so we can build them too. Learn from foreigners to defeat foreigners. As long as we build our own sea ships and cannons, the British and French will not dare to ignore our Qing navy and rashly enter and exit our Qing seas, Shen Baozhan said passionately. After hearing this, Liang Zhao just shook his head in his heart. After all, Shen Baozhan's vision was still limited, and his goal was only to build a defensive yellow water navy. However, among the corrupt Qing officials, Shen Baozhan was already one of the best. But I don't understand one thing. It's a good thing that the court wants to run a ship administration. Since Brother Shen came to the United States for inspection under the order of Prince Guang, why didn't you inform the American consul in advance? Liang Zhao expressed his doubts. Shen Baozhan came to the United States this time, with few followers, and did not inform the American consul in China in advance. It really didn't look like he was going to run a ship administration. The Qing dynasty is the Celestial Empire, and the United States is one of the Western barbarians. The Emperor and Prince Gong mean that this matter should not be publicized, for fear of losing the dignity of the superior country, Shen Baozhan replied a little embarrassedly. His knowledge of Western countries mainly came from the Heguo Tazi he read in Lin Zexu's study when he was young, and the Wanguo Tongjian written by Liang Zhao. Liang Zhao's Universal Mirror of All Nations is the most detailed, meticulous and objective book about all Western countries among all the books about Western countries. Liang Zhao didn't know that his book had caused quite a stir in the Qing dynasty and almost became a must-read for the officials of the Qing dynasty. Like many officials who read Qing dynasty officials for the first time, they cursed Liang Zhao before they read a few pages, calling Liang Zhao a villain with impure intentions and a flatterer. After learning that Liang Zhao had moved to the United States, he further confirmed his idea that Liang Zhao gave up being a good citizen of the Kingdom of Heaven and became a barbarian. He was a villain who had no king and no father and forgot his ancestors. It was not until the recent border violations by Britain, France and Russia that Shen Baozhen personally saw Liang Zhao's Guangdong braves equipped with foreign guns and cannons and trained in Western methods in the Jiangnan area that his view of Liang Zhao changed. He bought another copy of Liang Zhao's Universal Mirror of All Nations, read it carefully, and approved of the book. Of course, what shocked Shen Baozhen the most was what he saw and heard in California today. Californians live a rich and prosperous life and treat people politely. They are not like barbarians who lack education and do not know etiquette. Trains, a strange thing that can travel thousands of miles a day, opened Shen Baozhen's eyes, as if he had come to another world. This is still the case in the frontier areas of the United States. I wonder what it will be like in the core areas of the United States and the more developed countries of Britain and France described in the book. It is no wonder that the Qing dynasty has been defeated repeatedly in wars with Western countries, and it is difficult to win, even if it is a miserable victory. In the final analysis, they still can't let go of their arrogance. Liang Zhao was not surprised by this. If the group of old stubborn people in the Qing dynasty could learn deeply from the West and implement industrialization like Japan during the Meiji Restoration, it would be a ghost. Those people will not dig up the foundation of the Qing dynasty's rule. In your opinion, if we want to develop a shipbuilding system and a navy, which country among the Western countries is the best to learn from? Shen Baozhen asked tentatively. Of course, it is best to learn from Britain, Liang Zhao said without hesitation. The British Empire is the only superpower in the world, and the navy of all countries in the world is unmatched. In a complete history of all nations, the country Liang Zhao introduced at the beginning was Britain, and the British chapter also occupied the largest space. In this book, Liang Zhao defined the British Empire as the only superpower in the world. This is also a point that many Qing dynasty readers find difficult to accept. The opening is poisonous, and it is very poisonous. Therefore, many readers of A Complete History of All Nations abandoned the book after reading it for the first time, and only read it seriously for the second or even third time. Shen Baozhen was like this. When he read A Complete History of All Nations for the first time, he was so angry that he burned his hand directly because the book valued barbarians and despised Chinese. What's the second one? Shen Baozhen continued to ask. France, Liang Zhao replied. France is a traditional European power. Although it has experienced ups and downs, its foundation as a powerful country is still there. In addition, the new French Emperor Napoleon III is proficient in domestic affairs. After Napoleon III came to power, France's national strength is booming. France is also the only country that can compete with the British Empire today. Brother Liang is really a down-to-earth person, Shen Baozhen praised. Liang Zhao did not mention the United States at all. Shen Baozhen deepened his liking for Liang Zhao and thought that although Liang Zhao was young, he was a down-to-earth person. Liang is just stating the facts, Liang Zhao said. How about America? This time, Shen Baozhen finally asked about America. It's just a second-rate power, and it's hard to compare with the traditional European powers. Liang Zhao said realistically. I don't think so. Liang Zhao on the side couldn't help but interrupt. My father once wrote to me and told me what he had seen and heard during his travels in America over the past 6 months. America has a vast territory, fertile fields, abundant products, and a vibrant and energetic people. Its future is limitless. Liang Zhao was surprised that Liang Zhao had such a vision. It seemed that he underestimated Liang Zhao. So, if you want to run a ship administration, Shen has come to the wrong place, Shen Baozhen asked with a smile. No, I have come to the right place, Liang Zhao said. I would like to hear the details, Shen Baozhen asked. Britain, France and the Qing dynasty have a direct conflict of interest, and the relationship between the two sides is tense at the moment. If we run a ship administration with Britain and France as our teachers, Britain and France may not agree to the Qing dynasty's request. Moreover, even if Britain and France covet the benefits of the ship administration and send people to China to help the Qing dynasty set up a ship administration, they will not teach everything they know. Instead, they will restrict it everywhere, and even plant spies to collect intelligence, Liang Zhao analyzed. The United States is different. There is no direct conflict of interest between the United States and the Qing dynasty. Moreover, the European countries have always looked down on the United States. The United States is also eager to expand its international influence and very much hopes to cooperate with friendly powers outside the region. In the mid-19th century, although the United States had reached the level of a second-rate power, its comprehensive national strength was after Prussia and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and before Spain and the Netherlands. However, the United States did not gain an international status that matched its strength. In the eyes of the European countries, the international status of the United States is even lower than that of the two impoverished countries of Spain and the Netherlands. Not only do Europeans think so, but most Americans also agree with this view. This can be seen from the Valparaiso incident in 1873. In 1873, an American merchant ship named Valparaiso was seized by the Spanish-Cuban colonial authorities for suspected smuggling and participating in the Cuban independence movement. The American government put pressure on the Spanish colonial authorities to release the seized ships and the crew on board, and threatened to take military action against Spain if Spain did not release them. However, the Spanish colonial authorities not only did not take the words of the American authorities seriously, but also immediately tried and executed several American crew members. This move made the American authorities lose face, and in the end, the United States did not launch a special military operation against Spain. The two sides still resolved the issue through diplomatic channels. It is true that the United States suffered a great loss of national strength after the Civil War, but it is undeniable that in the 19th century, the core position of the European continent in the world had not been shaken by other countries outside the European continent. That's right, Shen Baozun nodded to indicate that what Liang Zhao said made sense. Prince Gong also considered the diplomatic relations between the Qing dynasty and Britain and France. So he asked Shen Baozun to go to the United States for an inspection before making a conclusion. To be honest with you, Brother Shen, I have a high status in the shipbuilding industry in the United States and have made some achievements in the shipbuilding industry. If you are willing to cooperate with the United States to establish a shipbuilding administration, I am willing to contribute. After all, I am also Chinese, Liang Zhao said. Because of Liang Zhao's existence, Shen Baozun has a better impression of the American industry and is more inclined to cooperate with the United States to build ships. But he is only a fourth-rank Han official. The decision on whether to run a shipbuilding administration and which country to cooperate with is not in his hands, but in the hands of the Manchu high-ranking officials such as Prince Guangyi and Emperor Xianfeng. What he can do now is to conduct a careful and detailed investigation in the United States, study the feasibility of co-founding a shipbuilding administration with the United States, and then report to Prince Guang and Emperor Xianfeng, and try his best to facilitate this matter. I have ridden on warships built by my brother's shipyard. They are really good ships, especially the bold-class warships, which can ignore the wind direction and travel very fast. The cannons on the ship are also very sharp. If we jointly run the ship administration, can you help the Qing dynasty produce this ship in the Qing dynasty? Shen Baozun looked at Liang Zhao with a fiery look. Liang Shaoqiang had purchased a bold-class warship and several loach boats from Liang Zhao before and after. Shen Baozun and Liang Shaoqiang were good friends, so it was not surprising that he had ridden on ships built by Liang Zhao's shipyard. If my San Francisco shipyard can participate in the Qing dynasty ship administration, the relevant shipbuilding technology can be transferred in principle. If the Qing dynasty urgently needs warships to protect the sea borders, I can also sell a few bold-class ships to the Qing dynasty for emergency use. Liang Zhao expressed his attitude. The Bold class was launched in December 1853. After 3 years of production capacity is no longer a problem. During this period, many modifications were also produced based on user feedback. However, no matter how much the Bold class is modified, it is still a repair on a 1,000-ton platform, and its potential is limited. The focus of the San Francisco shipyard has long been on the design and production of 3,000-ton ships. The Qing dynasty did not carry out industrialization, nor did it have a complete shipbuilding industry chain. It was not interested in going to the ocean, and would not pose a threat to Liang Zhao's shipbuilding industry. Therefore, Liang Zhao was willing to transfer the relevant shipbuilding technology, gain profits from it, and share a share of the Qing dynasty's shipbuilding movement. Anyway, if he didn't make this money, Britain, France, and Germany would make it in the future. That's great. I will convey your words to Prince Guang and His Majesty. If this can be accomplished, it will be of great benefit to my Qing dynasty, Shen Baozun said. I wonder if you can take me to the Arsenal and shipyard for a visit someday. Brother Shen has been traveling all the way. Let's take a rest in my humble home today. Tomorrow I will take Brother Shen to visit the Sacramento Arsenal and the San Francisco shipyard. Liang Zhao agreed. Anyway, he is now watching the development of the situation in the East, and he has time, so why not take Shen Baozian to visit California first? If this thing can be done, it will be a project worth at least millions of taels of silver. That's great, Shen Baozian said happily. Seeing that the discussion was almost over, Liang Zhao asked the maid to send Shen Baozian to the guest room to rest. Uncle, I heard that there are already 50,000 Guangdong warriors now, and you are now an important minister of the Qing dynasty with 50,000 troops. After Shen Baozian left, Liang Zhao said to Liang Xiaoqiang, there are some things that the uncle and nephew are not convenient to say in front of Shen Baozian. Although Shen Baozian is open-minded, he is still a loyal minister of the Qing dynasty. Although there are 50,000 people, most of them are civilians, and only 20,000 can fight. There are even fewer troops that can fight hard battles. There are only a few more than 5,000 people in the Xiong camp, Shan camp, Chang camp, Sheng camp, artillery camp and cavalry camp. Liang Xiaoqiang shook his head and said, besides, how can we support an army of 50,000 people with a little military pay from the court that cannot be paid on time? The Yueyang, with Liang Yao's Western Brigade as its division, is a quasi-modernized force that uses muskets and artillery as its main weapons. Therefore, the Yueyang also relies heavily on logistics in combat. Each battalion of the Hunan army has 1 battalion officer, 4 sentry officers, 500 brave men, and 180 longfu, totaling 685 people in each battalion. The proportion of logistics personnel accounts for more than a quarter. The proportion of logistics personnel in the Yueyang is even greater than that of the Hunan army, directly exceeding 3/5. The number of people in each regular battalion of the Yueyang is more than 800, which is also higher than that of the Hunan army. The Xiong camp, Shan camp, Chang camp, Sheng camp, artillery camp and cavalry camp are the ace troops among the Yueyang, also known as the Old Yu camp by the people. These 6 camps are the core combat units of the Yueyang. In addition to the conventional army, the Guangdong Yuan, like the Hunan army, was also equipped with a navy to facilitate the deployment of troops and provide support for the land division. However, the size of the Guangdong Yuan's navy was not as large as that of the Hunan navy, which was established earlier. When Peng Yulin's Hunan navy was first established, there were 10 battalions of 5,000 people, and now it has developed to 18 battalions of nearly 10,000 people. The Guangdong Yuan's navy only had 3 battalions of more than 2,000 people. However, the degree of professionalism and specialization of the Guangdong Yuan's navy was much higher than that of the Hunan navy. They were equipped with steamships produced by the San Francisco shipyard and had certain ocean-going capabilities. The ships used by the Hunan navy were basically requisitioned inland civilian ships, and there were few serious warships. The combat effectiveness was not at the same level as the Guangdong Yuan's navy. The Guangdong Yuan's navy was directly commanded and dispatched by Liang Xiaoqiang. In fact, this navy attached to the land force was actually the most powerful surface force in the Qing dynasty. Liang Xiaoqiang and Pan Shichen's Guangdong Yang and Liang Yao's Western Brigade were all elite troops. Although they were not numerous, their fighting power was definitely unique among the Qing army. The imperial court did not pay salaries on time, and the expenses of the Guangdong army were huge. Where did the military expenses come from? Did they set up a customs checkpoint to collect legion like the Hunan army? Or did they plunder after attacking the city? Liang Zhao asked about the source of the military expenses of the Guangdong army. I'm not as shameless as skinning people. I have my own way of making money, Liang Xiaoqiang laughed. The military discipline of our Guangdong braves is not as corrupt as that of the Hunan army. They have never massacred cities and plundered civilians. However, we do collect liqin, dish, Pan Shichen, and I have set up liqin checkpoints on the main transportation routes in Huaiyan, Yangzhou, Tungsao, Haiman Hall, Songjiang, Jiaxing and other places to collect liqin from merchants for military expenses. We collect 1 in 10, and we are fair to everyone. Donations from Guangdong merchants, Fujian merchants, Zhejiang merchants and merchants in the Jiangnan region are also a major source of military expenses for the Guangdong braves. I will send troops to the place where the merchants and gentry pay more to protect them from the invasion of the Taiping rebels. The merchants and gentry are happy to spend money to buy peace, and the local officials are happy to spend money to protect their own hats, and everyone is happy. However, the military pay of the Shanxi camp, The artillery camp, the cavalry camp and the navy is mostly supported by the profits earned by our Liang family from the coal mines in Guangzhou and the gold mines in Australia. I see. Liang Zhao roughly understood the situation of the Guangdong Braves. His third uncle was quite smart and had the potential to be a warlord. My dear nephew, do you know anything about the Rakshasa kingdom, that is, Russia? Liang Zhao asked about Russia. I know a little bit. Due to the unsuccessful war in the Near East, the Emperor Nicholas I of Russia died suddenly, and his son Alexander II succeeded him. Russia just signed the Treaty of Paris with Britain and France in March this year, and the domestic political situation in Russia is relatively turbulent, Liang Zhao said. A few years ago, I met Muravyov, the governor of Siberia in Russia. This guy was very rude and treated me as a sucker. He wanted to trick me into buying Russian war bonds, so I didn't pay much attention to him later. After the Crimean War, Russia was burdened with huge war debts and its finances were struggling. Liang Zhao was thinking of spending money to buy Alaska from the Russians. Of course, if conditions permit, he doesn't mind sending troops to occupy it directly. After all, Alaska has a harsh natural environment and is far away from the core territory of the European part of Russia. The population of Alaska is only more than 2,000 people, and there are only a few hundred Russians who have settled there. The Russians who settled in Alaska were mainly whalers. Damn it, this Russian country is not good at fighting but so warlike. With such a bad character in the country, it dares to frequently provoke the Qing dynasty. Liang Zhao knew the bottom of his heart. The Russians are the most unfaithful. In the 28th year of Emperor Kangxi's reign, 1689, the Qing dynasty signed the Treaty of Nurkinsk with Russia. Not long after, the Russians occupied the disputed land. And the court turned a blind eye. Now Russia is getting more and more excessive, ignoring the border stipulated in the treaty, constantly crossing the border to harass the border residents, accepting fugitives, and even firing cannons on the Heilongjiang River. At this time, the Heilongjiang River was not the boundary river between China and Russia, but an inland river of the Qing dynasty. Firing cannons on the Heilongjiang River was indeed excessive. This is the national policy of Russia to make up for the lack in the West and the East. Russia lost troops and territory in the Near East, and also lost control of the Black Sea. They want to get compensation in the Far East. This country is greedy for territory and is hopeless, Liang Zhao said. Because he had been blackmailed by local police when he traveled to Russia in his previous life, he not only had no good feelings towards this country, but also had some disgust. Back to the point, according to the Treaty of Paris signed in 1856, Tsarist Russia was forced to return the Crimea region to the Ottoman Empire, cede the Busarao and New Hassan regions to Moldova, and return the Dobruja region to the Ottoman Empire. In addition, the Black Sea was neutralized. According to the Treaty of Paris, countries were not allowed to establish military ports and military facilities in the Black Sea, which restricted the naval activities of Tsarist Russia. Tsarist Russia's plan to find an outlet to the sea to the south was declared bankrupt. After the war, the international influence of Tsarist Russia weakened. This war had an important impact on Russia's geopolitical and future strategic decisions. Although compared with the huge territory of Tsarist Russia, the territory occupied in the war that was forced to be returned was pitifully small. For the Russians who were only allowed to eat and not spit out territorial issues, it was more uncomfortable than asking for their lives. In order to make up for the losses of Tsarist Russia in modern regions, as soon as the war ended, Tsarist Russia turned its attention to the Far East and was ready to move. No matter how powerful Britain and France are, they are not bordering the Qing dynasty after all. Russia is directly bordering the Qing dynasty, and the borderline is thousands of miles long. It is not a blessing to have such a bad neighbor, Liang Zhao said worriedly. Britain and France are just a small problem, and Russia is a big problem. If there is a war between Russia and Qing, I will definitely support the Qing dynasty, Liang Zhao smiled. To be honest, I have an important trading base on Izo Island, called Songkian Port. The Russians often make trouble here and try to establish a colonial base in Izo. Fortunately, my uncle drove them off the island. However, the Russians are not dead yet. They keep coming back and coming back. My uncle is overwhelmed by them. I also want to deal with these old Russians. After the signing of the Treaty of Amity between the United States and Japan, Izo Island, which is the Hokkaido Island in later generations, has become Liang Zhao's sphere of influence. Liang Zhao gradually encroached on Izo Island to the north by occupying and operating Songkian Port, Hakodate in later generations. Liang Zhao asked Deng Yan, who was stationed in Nagasaki, to be responsible for transporting immigrants to Izo Island and establishing a large colonial base in the Moya area, Sapro in later generations, to consolidate control over Izo Island. The Japanese general who did not conquer the barbarians, Liang, conquered them for him. The Japanese were defeated by Liang Zhao in the Japan-US War and did not dare to have any opinions on this matter. Even if there are opinions, they dare not speak out and can only hold them in their hearts. It was the Russians who repeatedly came to Izo Island to cause trouble and disgust people. Liang Zhao had long wanted to deal with Russia so that they would behave themselves. Anyway, the Russian Navy was weak, and its main force would not travel halfway around the world to California to beat him. Moreover, even if the Russian Navy came to California, he would not be afraid. The Russian Navy was not the Navy of the British Empire. The Navy had always been the weakest link among all the branches of the Russian Empire. Chapter 515 President, what's wrong with you today? This was the first time that the Americans in the East felt that the West Coast region, which was originally 2,000 or 3,000 miles away, would have such a great impact on their daily lives. The strikes organized by the Huaxia Chamber of Commerce caused waves of Chinese merchants to go on strike. The media in various places exaggerated this matter and exaggerated the atrocities against the Chinese in various places. Cities with a large number of Chinese people, such as New York, Philadelphia, Boston, and Baltimore, armed blockades were set off in order to ensure their own safety. The streets near the armed blockades were filled with a strong and pungent smell of gunpowder and the stench of corpses. In order to prevent the situation from escalating, New York, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, and Maryland have sent local fire brigades and National Guards to the city to maintain order. The Atlantic Railway Company has announced the suspension of operations. The suspension of this large railway company with Baltimore to Philadelphia and Philadelphia to New York has caused great inconvenience to the residents of these three large cities. Before the railway crisis broke out, any company that dared to go on strike and stop operations would have a new railway company build a new line next to the suspended line within a quarter to replace it. Unfortunately, during the economic crisis, major railway companies have a hard time protecting themselves, not to mention laying new lines. The railway tycoons who were once ambitious and claimed to build railways to every corner of America are now either declaring bankruptcy or on the way to bankruptcy. More than a month after the Huaxia Chamber of Commerce announced the strike, many non-Chinese-owned small and medium-sized railway companies also announced the suspension of operations and published statements in newspapers. They are using practical actions to support the strike of the Huaxia Chamber of Commerce and support the Chinese in safeguarding their legal rights. They even sent a telegram to California to inform them of the matter, fearing that California would not know about their suspension of operations. Liang Zhao soon learned about this. He knew that this was not because these small and medium-sized railway companies were so kind, but because these railway companies used locomotives, carriages and accompanying maintenance services provided by California Railway Company. In the short term, it will be difficult for these railway companies to find alternative locomotive suppliers. Even if they find one, the other party may not be willing to supply. California Railway has authorized the New York Central Railway Company and the Illinois Railway Company to produce Pioneer and some improved models of locomotives. However, Liang Zhao had already sent a letter to the president of the Illinois Railroad Company in advance. If the Illinois Railroad Company violated the contract and privately sold the Pioneer and its modified locomotives to a third party without the permission of the California Railroad Company and provided maintenance services, the California Railroad Company would terminate all cooperation projects with the Illinois Railroad Company. Some smarter railroad companies thought of buying locomotives and related services from the British as an emergency. When the American Railway Association unified the railway gauge, it used the same railway gauge as the United Kingdom. But they soon returned disappointed, because the American rails, in addition to the gauge in the British Railway, the track form and track structure are different. In other words, even if they bought a locomotive from the British, they could not put it into use directly. What's more, British businessmen prefer to add icing on the cake rather than provide timely assistance. The British are well aware of the current economic situation in the United States, especially the poor economic situation of the American Railroad Company. They are not willing to take the risk of providing locomotives for the American Railroad Company. The craze for building railways has made most cities in America connected to railways in the past few years. People have developed the habit of traveling by rail, especially cheap rail travel. The suspension of more and more railway companies has brought many inconveniences to the lives of residents along the line. They now urgently hope that the government can reach a settlement with Chinese businessmen and the West and restore normal economic order as soon as possible. In addition to travel, the goods that have the greatest impact on the lives of Americans in the East due to the strike of the Huaxia Chamber of Commerce are cheap and good quality Vaseline and kerosene. Because Vaseline does not have the odor of animal fats, it has a comfortable and greasy feeling when in contact with the skin, coupled with a price that is hard to refuse. Vaseline has long replaced traditional animal oils and some expensive vegetable oil cosmetics and skin care products. It quickly became the new favorite of American women. Now, these ladies who are used to applying Vaseline petrolatum are now using animal fats with odors and are not cheap, which is absolutely unacceptable to them. In addition to these ladies, workers in the East also feel tormented when they can't buy Vaseline. Workers in the East also had the habit of buying cheap Vaseline antifreeze cream to apply on their hands and faces to prevent frostbite. They praised this cheap and practical antifreeze cream. However, this antifreeze cream is no longer available on store shelves. Some people are reselling California antifreeze cream on the black market, but the price is comparable to high-end cosmetics, which is not affordable for ordinary workers like them. The situation of kerosene, a necessity of life, is even more serious. Street lights in major cities, including New York, the largest city in the United States, are no longer on at night, and the night of the city has become dim again. When kerosene was in sufficient supply, New York was a veritable city that never sleeps. The economic crisis and the suspension of kerosene supply brought the prosperous New York back to its original state overnight. Not everyone suffered losses in the crisis and conflict, and a few people benefited from it. The vendors who sold animal fats such as whale oil made a lot of money from the strike of Chinese merchants. But the production of animal fats is still very limited after all, and it is completely unable to fill the gap of kerosene. Its high price also means that animal fats cannot replace kerosene. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Kerosene has become a necessity for Americans, and Americans have developed the habit of using kerosene for lighting. The first thing many children do after school is to carry bottles and cans to the kerosene store to line up for kerosene. After getting the kerosene, they secretly pour a little into a small bottle, and then exchange some snacks with second-hand dealers who specialize in purchasing kerosene. The 18-year-old Rockefeller is one of them. Over the years, Rockefeller has not only paid off the high tuition fees by reselling oil, but also saved a considerable fortune. At the beginning of the economic crisis, Rockefeller noticed that there were unfriendly behaviors towards Chinese people on the streets of Cleveland, although there were not many Chinese people in Cleveland. When he learned that this had become a common phenomenon in the eastern United States, Rockefeller realized that his opportunity had come. Liang Zhao, who started from scratch, was Rockefeller's idol. Although Rockefeller had no chance to meet Liang Zhao, he carefully studied and analyzed how Liang Zhao succeeded and read all of Liang Zhao's published articles. With his understanding of this idol, Rockefeller believed that Liang Zhao, as a leader of the West and the Chinese, would not give up. Rockefeller believed that his opportunity had come. He resolutely resigned from his accounting job at the Witt-Tart Company. Although this decent and stable job that could earn 70 cents a day was envied by many people, Rockefeller only regarded this job as a part-time job. I really don't know what's in your head. If you don't do accounting, do you want to sell snake oil with me? Upon learning that Rockefeller had resigned from his accounting job, Rockefeller's father, Dr. Rockefeller Sr., was not surprised at all, but was a little happy. He knew his son's character and he would not be satisfied with being an accountant. Dr. Rockefeller Sr. was just a nickname given to him by his neighbors. Dr. Rockefeller Sr. was not a professional doctor. Dr. Rockefeller Sr. relied on his eloquent tongue to sell a prescription that claimed to be able to cure all diseases, but was actually useless, snake oil, and lived a more comfortable life than all the doctors in Cleveland. Although doctors in Cleveland despised Dr. Rockefeller Sr.'s way of making a living. But who can blame the fact that there are always more foolish people than smart people in this world? Old Rockefeller had no worries about not being able to sell his snake oil with his eloquence. Father, this is my first job and it will be my last job. From now on, I will not work for others, Rockefeller said with a very firm attitude. If other children said this to their father, they would inevitably be taught a lesson of love, but old Rockefeller was not an ordinary father. He patted Rockefeller on the shoulder with relief and said, "This is like my Rockefeller's child. Tell me, what do you want to do?" "I want to stock up a batch of kerosene." "Father, are you interested in doing this business together?" Rockefeller expressed his thoughts. "But I only have $1,565 on me now. If I had more startup capital, I could earn more." "Father, I want to borrow some money from you, and I can pay the interest." Rockefeller has earned a lot of money as a kerosene second-hand dealer over the years, a full $1,200. Historically, Rockefeller had accumulated $800 in savings when he was 19 years old. Including the $365 borrowed from colleagues and friends, Rockefeller collected $1,565. But he was not satisfied with this. He wanted to collect more startup funds. He knew that his father had a considerable amount of savings. "As far as I know, the current kerosene price is stable and declining. Although your behavior is very risky, my son, I support you." Old Rockefeller was also very happy. He asked Rockefeller to write an IOU for a loan of $1,500 with an interest rate of 15%, and then happily handed over the $1,500 to Rockefeller. Rockefeller used $3,000 to hoard kerosene, and the remaining $65 was used to maintain daily life and buy newspaper information. He paid special attention to the recent whereabouts of California politicians. Soon, as Rockefeller expected, his adventure was successful. Large and small Chinese chambers of commerce in eastern states responded to the call of the Huaxia Chamber of Commerce and announced a strike in protest. The price of kerosene gradually rose. By January 1857, Rockefeller was one of the few people in Cleveland and even in Ohio who still had a lot of kerosene. Merchants came to buy kerosene from him one after another, and some merchants were even willing to pay $6,500 for the kerosene Rockefeller had originally bought for $3,000. Rockefeller remained indifferent and just read the newspaper quietly. In mid-January, news reached Ohio that California Senator Zhang Weipan was about to arrive in Washington. This time, even old Rockefeller couldn't sit still and thought the time was ripe for selling. Once Zhang Weipan reached an agreement on behalf of California and Washington, and California resumed the supply of kerosene to the eastern region, the price of kerosene in Rockefeller's hands would quickly fall back to normal levels. Rockefeller just replied lightly, "Senator Pan is not important enough, and the best time to sell has not yet arrived." There is still no plan to sell kerosene at this time in the White House in Washington. Buchanan, who entered the second year of his presidency, was in a state of confusion. The conflict between the North and the South has not ended, and the dispute between the East and the West has started again. Racial issues, economic crisis, fiscal issues, capital outflow from the country, tariff issues, and many other issues. If the presidents in the past had encountered even one of these issues, it would have been enough to make them suffer. But all these problems happened to the lucky Buchanan at almost the same time. Sometimes, Buchanan even felt that he was not sitting on a presidential throne, but on a powder keg with fuses. Buchanan hated the former president's inaction and dumped all the messes on him, the unlucky guy. Thinking of Fillmore, Buchanan thought of the opening ceremony of the Pacific Railway. Liang Zhao and Vanderbilt did not invite him to attend, but chose to invite the former president and cabinet members. The more Buchanan thought about it, the angrier he got. Fillmore was the good guy, and Buchanan had to clean up the mess. Damn, these people are really hateful. Buchanan originally wanted to show his face at the opening ceremony of the Pacific Railway to improve his image. At the same time, he hoped that the super project of the Pacific Railway would stimulate the railway industry in the United States and boost people's confidence in the railway industry. To this end, Buchanan even prepared an impassioned speech, but he didn't expect Liang Zhao and Vanderbilt to do this in the end. It seems that this idea has failed. At least the idea of improving his image through the opening ceremony of the Pacific Railway has failed. Buchanan is not a president without cultivation and low quality. He grew up in a small noble family in Pennsylvania and received a good education. It's just that anyone who encounters these bad things will inevitably feel unbalanced. Mr. President, New York State Senator Edward wants to discuss the issue of tariff rates with you in person. Get lost. Mr. President, Governor Robinson of Kansas wants to report to you in person the conflict between slaveholders and anti-slavery people in Topeka on January 21st. Get lost. Mr. President, the president of the Tacmac Railroad has been waiting outside the White House for 2 days. Get lost. Mr. President, The British envoy wants to see you. The British envoy expressed concern about the recent congressional discussion on tariff rates and hopes to talk to you. Get lost for a moment. The British envoy cannot be asked to get lost. Tell him that I have been feeling unwell these days and it is inconvenient for me to receive the envoy. Yes, Mr. President, what is wrong with you today? Think about it yourself. Buchanan became increasingly irritable. Not long after, his assistant turned back. Mr. President, California Senator Pan Zhengwei wants to see you. Get lost for a moment? California Senator, yes, sir, bring him to see me quietly. Chapter 516. Bottom line. Politicians are born gamblers. The typical representative is British Prime Minister Churchill. Before the war, Chamberlain's government advocated appeasement, so he sang a high-pitched anti-appeasement tone. After the war, Labour Prime Minister Clement was pro-Soviet, so he sang a high-pitched anti-Soviet tone. Fortunately, Churchill won the bet twice and successfully ascended to the throne of Prime Minister. Buchanan was not as lucky as Churchill. He ran for president 4 times. Buchanan sang against the first 3 times. It was not until the 4th time that he ran for the Democratic Party that the 65-year-old Buchanan entered the White House as he wished. Being 65 years old is not really young to be president. Before Buchanan, only the 9th President William Henry Harrison became president at the age of 68, which was older than Buchanan. The rest of the presidents were younger than Buchanan. Buchanan's predecessor, President Fillmore, was only 50 years old when he became president. Buchanan's rich resume, to put it in a good way, means that he has a rich political resume, but to put it in a bad way, means that his career is not smooth. It is common for Western politicians to go against the previous government. Buchanan also inherited this characteristic of Western politicians, or to be more precise, part of it. Former President Fillmore pursued a policy of getting close to the Chinese, but Buchanan did the opposite and pursued a policy of alienating the Chinese. As for the most critical North-South issue, Buchanan and his cabinet continued the policy of compromise and chose to escape. At first, Buchanan believed that the Chinese, as a minority group that had just emerged in recent years, had limited influence and equated them with Irish immigrants. Buchanan ignored the fact that the strength of the Chinese consortium was far stronger than that of the Irish immigrants. Politically, the Chinese consortium directly controlled the votes in 3 states. The economic influence and political voice of the two are completely incomparable. When the anti-Chinese riots just broke out, Buchanan did not stop them at the first time, but chose to watch coldly. The economic crisis made the people irritable, and these irritable people needed an object to vent. As a wealthy minority, the Chinese are obviously a very suitable object to vent. Buchanan hoped to divert the conflict and buy enough time to deal with this sudden and fierce economic crisis. But he miscalculated. The Chinese are not Irish. During this period, the wealthy Irish Americans generally did not take the initiative to admit that they were Irish, and were more willing to rely on their identities as English and Scottish. The Chinese are different. If they do not admit that they are Chinese, can they admit that they are Japanese? Moreover, compared with the Irish, the Chinese have ethnic leaders with extremely strong strength and attitude, which is something that the Irish do not have at present. Mr. President, the voters of the West Coast states are very disappointed with your and your cabinet's inaction. Pan Zhengwei did not give Buchanan a good look. He directly threw the strike statement and the West Coast 3 states high federal government letter on the president's desk. Don't forget that the West Coast states also contributed votes to your ability to sit in this position. Pan Zhengwei's Chinglish. Buchanan took a long time to understand what Pan Zhengwei said. Pan, please take a seat. Buchanan pointed to the chair opposite him and asked Pan Zhengwei to sit down and talk. It's a pity that things have developed to this point today. I don't want to see this situation. You know, I have a lot of important things to deal with every day, and it's inevitable that there will be omissions. Although Pan Zhengwei's spoken English is not good and he has a strong accent, his English listening is still very good. Before Buchanan finished speaking, he interrupted Buchanan and said, Your Excellency, the President means that the personal safety and property safety of American citizens are not important in your opinion. Congressman Pan misunderstood what I meant. The personal safety and property safety of citizens are of course very important. Pan Zhengwei's tough and rude attitude made Buchanan unhappy, but Buchanan still controlled his emotions and did not get angry. The economic situation in the eastern states was not optimistic, And the strike of Chinese merchants made the economy and people's livelihood in the eastern states even worse. Before the strike of Chinese merchants, people in the eastern region could not only enjoy industrial products and petrochemical products from the West Coast, mainly from California. You can also enjoy Chinese specialties that are cheaper than the European market. After the Chinese merchants went on strike, these products disappeared from the shelves almost overnight. Residents of the eastern states have long complained about this. Buchanan now has many problems to solve, and because there are many problems, they need to be solved one by one. Buchanan hopes that the Chinese merchants can end the strike as soon as possible to ease the current bad economic situation and improve people's livelihood. Of course, the most important thing is to raise the government's pitifully low approval rating. With the current approval rating, Buchanan will be thankful to be able to serve a full term as president. It is wishful thinking to want to be re-elected. Therefore, Buchanan did not vent his anger on the representative from the 3 states on the West Coast because of Pan Zhangwei's tough attitude. Since it is important, why did you turn a deaf ear to the riots against Chinese merchants and Chinese in the eastern region and do nothing? We have sent telegrams to Washington several times to inquire about this matter, and you have not given us a satisfactory answer once. Pan Zhangwei still had an attitude of asking for accusations. 68 Chinese citizens died in the riots, and countless others were injured. According to rough statistics, our direct economic losses in just 1 month have exceeded $1.5 million. I express my deep sympathy and apology for this. This is my dereliction of duty. Buchanan bowed slightly to Pan Zhangwei to apologize, and then said, "The losses of your Chamber of Commerce every day of the strike are more than tens of thousands of dollars. In order to reduce economic losses, your Chamber of Commerce should cancel the strike and restore normal market order. The loss of normal market order in the eastern market is not caused by us. We are also citizens of the United States. We also hope that the United States will have a good economic environment." Pan Zhangwei's attitude was very firm. "I am a businessman. I love money very much, but some things are more important than money. For these things, we would rather bear the loss of money." "What is it?" After the assistant served tea, Buchanan made a gesture of inviting Pan Zhang to drink tea. "Fairness and dignity." Pan Zhangwei straightened his somewhat hunched back. "No matter how much wealth the merchants in the 13 Hongs in Guangzhou have, they are all the emperor's southern treasury and the fat pigs of the Qin dynasty. As long as the one in the capital city says a word, no matter how much wealth you have accumulated, it will vanish in an instant. This is the direct reason why Pan Zhangwei, who is over 60 years old, still chose to travel across the ocean and buy a house in the United States. On the one hand, he wanted to prepare a way out for the Pan family, and on the other hand, he also wanted to make money while standing. How to deal with the aftermath so that your Chamber of Commerce can cancel the strike. At this time, Buchanan already knew that it was impossible to get the Chinese merchants to cancel the strike unconditionally. The conditions for canceling the strike are already written on it. Pan Zhangwei pointed to the 2 documents that had just fallen on the president's desk. Buchanan nodded, took the glasses and documents handed over by the assistant and read them carefully. The other party's requirements can be summarized into the following points. First, severely punish the criminals involved. There is nothing wrong with this. The public security in the eastern region should indeed be improved. Otherwise, it will be a long way to go to restore normal social order. Second, the federal government issued a public statement to apologize for the recent series of atrocities and racial discrimination against the Chinese. This point can be barely accepted. After all, the prestige of the Buchanan government has fallen to the bottom. As long as the economy can improve, it is not difficult to accept that he and the cabinet members apologize. Perhaps this move can also improve his image. Third, provide pensions for the victims and injured in this incident, and compensate the losses of Chinese merchants. When Buchanan saw this, he hesitated. The federal government's finances are very tight at present, otherwise Buchanan would not touch the tariff rate, which has always been a very sensitive issue. The pensions for the victims and the injured may be able to be paid, but as for compensating the losses of all merchants, it may be difficult to do. The criminals involved should be punished as they should be. The federal government also bears a certain responsibility for this incident. The president, should apologize. Buchanan took off his glasses, rubbed his sore eyes and said, "As for compensation, the federal government is really powerless. I hope you can understand my difficulties. Then who can understand the difficulties of those poor victims? If there is no financial compensation, How will the families of the victims and the injured make a living in the future? Pan Zhengwei said seriously. Sir, this is not a business, there is no room for bargaining. I also sympathize with the victims and the injured, but the federal government really has no money. This is definitely not me deceiving you or bargaining with you. If you don't believe me, I can call the Secretary of the Treasury, Buchanan said very embarrassedly. I also understand the difficulties of the federal government. I didn't say that the federal government must pay for this money. The federal government bears some responsibility for this matter, but not all the responsibility, Pan Zhengwei reminded. I have learned some of the politics of the Qing dynasty. Sir, the president is not the emperor. The states of the United States are independent political entities. I have no right to issue orders to the states, Buchanan shook his head and said. Not to mention that the president cannot issue orders to the states, let alone this involves the issue of money. It is harder than climbing to the sky to get the states to pay money. Buchanan was a member of the Pennsylvania Congress when he was young. He knows very well what the state government and parliament are like. I didn't say that, Pan Zhengwei said cunningly. Although the president is not an emperor, you are the president. You will always have a way, cunning old fox, Buchanan cursed in his heart. Did you say it? It's just short of telling me to put pressure on the states. Sir, I have conveyed to you the attitude of Chinese businessmen in California and the West Coast. The above requirements are bottom line. Pan Zhengwei glanced at Buchanan and prepared to get up and say goodbye. In addition, Speaker Liang asked me to tell you that the Qing dynasty intends to set up a ship administration and wants to find a reliable partner among Western countries. At present, Speaker Liang has used his personal connections to negotiate with the Qing dynasty's commissioner and the deputy minister of war. Speaker Liang is worried that if this matter is not properly resolved, it will damage the international image of the United States and it will be difficult to explain to the Qing dynasty. Please stay, sir. Buchanan hurriedly stood up and grabbed Pan Zhengwei. What did you say just now? The Qing dynasty wants to set up a ship administration? What's going on, specifically? In order to strengthen its coastal defense, the Qing dynasty wants to form a modern navy, build a modern shipyard, and build a modern artillery position, but they don't have the relevant experience and technology, Pan Zhengwei sighed loudly. Hey, the commissioner and minister of the Qing dynasty came to California. After learning about this, they were very angry and denounced America as a barbaric country and that it was not possible to cooperate with it. If it weren't for Speaker Liang's desperate persuasion, the commissioner and minister of the Qing dynasty would probably have turned to France by now. Establishing a navy, building a shipyard, and repairing artillery batteries are defense projects that are more expensive than one another. The federal government is currently in financial difficulties, and Buchanan is also worried about not being able to expand fiscal revenue channels. Moreover, what Buchanan needs most now, besides money, is political achievements. If this can be accomplished, Buchanan can not only gain much-needed political achievements, but also alleviate some financial problems, and can also increase America's influence in the Far East, which can be said to kill three birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Buchanan felt a little light-hearted. Buchanan shook Pan Zhengwei's hand warmly and said excitedly, Please, Speaker Liang, be sure to retain the commissioners and ministers of the Qing dynasty. Bring them to Washington to see me. I will handle this matter quickly. As he said that, Buchanan called his assistant and asked the assistant to notify the Secretary of State to prepare to convene Congress. Chapter 517, Great American Shock. New York, New York. In the City Hall in New York City, New York Governor Myron H. Clark and New York Mayor Fernando Wood summoned New York retail tycoon Stewart to the mayor's office. Mr. Mayor, oh, Mr. Governor, you are here too. Seeing the governor in the office, Stewart also greeted the governor. Stewart, you have gone too far in this matter, Fernando said to Stewart with a gloomy face. To be honest, he did not want to intervene in this matter. He's from New York City, and Stewart is also from New York City. The two are friends who have a pretty good relationship. They usually see each other every day. It's just that the pressure from the Democratic Party is too great, so he has to wade into this muddy water and offend this rich friend. After all, when political career and rich friends cannot be achieved at the same time, political career is more important. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Stewart's heart trembled, and he vaguely understood Fernando's intention to invite him to meet, but he still chose to play dumb. If you don't want to talk here and want to continue to play dumb, I can invite you to the New York City Police Department to talk with Gerald. Myron slammed the table and shouted. Do you want me to tell you about the little shit you did? Myron is also a Democrat, and he was forced to personally come forward to solve the matter due to pressure from the Democratic Party. However, Myron and Stewart are not friends. The two are just nodding acquaintances and barely know each other, so he doesn't have as many concerns as Fernando. Moreover, it is to defend Stewart alone or to defend Vanderbilt, Vandazer and Liang Zhao at the same time. Anyone with a normal mind should know how to choose. Myron also hopes to do a favor for Vanderbilt and others through this matter. The familiar name of Gerald made Stewart completely give up resistance. He took out the handkerchief from his chest and wiped the greasy sweat on his forehead. In his heart, he had already greeted Gerald's family. Gerald is such a scoundrel, selling me out so early. Stewart had heard about the New York police arresting thugs and recovering stolen money these days. He was confident that he had done a clean job, but he didn't expect the New York police to find him so quickly. Damn, the New York police have never been so efficient in handling cases in the past. Mr. Stewart, if you want to go home on time for dinner today, then you should honestly confess your other accomplice and compensate the Crystal Palace Mall for the loss of $250,000, considering their past friendship. Fernando kept winking at Stewart while talking, implying that this matter was too big to avoid. Stewart, I came here to talk to you in person because I think you are a respectable gentleman. Otherwise, it would be Chief Matzel who would talk to you. Do you understand, Bruce? We met when we were trading stocks at the exchange, Stewart said tremblingly. February 17, 1857, is a day worth remembering in the history of railways in the United States and even in the world. A railway that crosses the North American continent passes through mountains, rivers, deserts, and grasslands along the way, overcomes various geographical obstacles, and finally successfully converges in Provo, Utah, marking the first railway connection between the east and west coasts. This 1,712-mile, 2,754-kilometer, super railway is mainly divided into two sections. The eastern section, also known as the Union Pacific Railway section, is named after the section was jointly built by the New York Central Railway Company and the Atlantic Railway Company. However, most of the construction of this section was undertaken by Vanderbilt's New York Central Railway Company, and the Atlantic Railway Company only played an auxiliary role in it. This section of the railway starts in Omaha, Nebraska, and crosses the plains and Rocky Mountains along the way to the west, and finally arrives in Provo, Utah. The length of this section of the railway is about 1,022 miles, about 1,644 kilometers, and the laborers who built this section of the railway were mainly European laborers, mainly Irish. The western section, also known as the California section, was independently built by the California Railway Company. This section of the railway starts from Sacramento in the west and reaches Provo in the east. Although the total length of this section of the railway is only 690 miles, about 1,110 kilometers, it is not as long as the eastern section. However, the western section of the railway spans the entire Sierra Nevada, and there are almost all mountains along the way, with not much flat land. Therefore, although this section of the railway is shorter, the engineering difficulty and construction cost are higher than the eastern section of the railway. The laborers who built this section of the railway were mainly Chinese and Japanese laborers. However, in the middle of the project, that is, after the end of the Dutch-American War, the California Railway Company used a large number of Southeast Asian laborers who did not need to be paid but only needed to be fed in order to save costs. However, when the project was about to be completed, the California Railway Company had secretly sent these Southeast Asian laborers back to the rubber plantation in Borneo in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. There is nothing better than building roads through mountains and bridges across rivers. After getting off Liang Zhao's special train, Shen Baozhen pointed to the railroad tracks and asked, "How much iron is needed to build this railway?" The section I'm responsible for took 390,000 tons of pig iron and 20,000 tons of steel. Today is the grand day of the opening of the railway. Liang Zhao is in a good mood and said with a smile. As for Mr. Fan's section, at least 800,000 to 900,000 tons of pig iron were used. The railway has a huge demand for steel. If the California Coal and Steel Alliance had not been established in advance, integrating the coal and iron mines in California and the Pacific coast of Mexico, California's steel production would have increased in a short period of time. He really couldn't afford to build this railway. A total of 870,000 tons of pig iron were used. I'm not as wasteful as you. I can't bear to use steel to lay tracks. What is the price of pig iron? What is the price of steel? Vanderbilt did not hide it and generously told Shen Baozian how much steel was used in the eastern section of the railway. Shen Baozian counted on his fingers and calculated a number that he had never heard of and felt suffocated. That is to say, you used 1.23 million tons of pig iron and 20,000 tons of steel for this road. How many farm tools and weapons can be made with so much steel? In the past, Shen Baozian would definitely not believe this astronomical figure and would think that Liang Zhao and Vanderbilt were bragging. However, after visiting the Sacramento Arsenal, the shipyard and steel mill in Jinshan, Shen Baozian has broadened his horizons. What's more, the east where Vanderbilt is located is the core of the United States. I think the steel production will be even more amazing than that in California. So much steel is used to lay railroad tracks. Shen Baozian thinks this is really a damn luxury. That's right, Vanderbilt was also in a good mood. The pig iron from the eastern states has increased in price for me. It is not an exaggeration to say that the pig iron from the eastern states has increased in price for Vanderbilt. In order to build this railway, Vanderbilt has consumed more than 1/5 of the pig iron in the United States in recent years. Liang Zhao's situation is similar. Most of the steel produced in California was used by him to build the railway. You know what? If the steel production can be increased and the price can be reduced to less than $70 per ton, and the production is sufficient, I will really consider using more steel rails. Steel rails are stronger and more durable, can withstand greater weight and pressure, have better corrosion resistance, and have a longer life. Unlike rails, they are not only poor in corrosion resistance, but also easy to deform and break. Workers need to be sent frequently for inspection and maintenance, Liang Zhao said. In the 1850s, the second industrial revolution had not yet been fully launched, and the price of steel was still high. The price of American steel ranged from $100 to $200. Whether it was $100 or $200 depended on the quality of the steel and whether it was produced. After all, the transportation cost of steel is very high. When California was first established in 1850, the industrialization of California had just started, and the steel production was extremely limited. The price of steel was as high as $500 per ton. The price of steel in California has now dropped to $110 per ton. The only place in the United States where the steel price is cheaper than California is the eastern steel capital, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Of course, pig iron is not cheap at this time, and the market price of pig iron is between $20 and $40 per ton. Due to the limited steel production, Liang Zhao could only compromise with reality and only lay a small amount of experimental rails on the critical sections of the road. According to this amendment, the steel of the entire United States is not enough for you to build this railway. Vanderbilt shook his head and laughed. Listening to the conversation between the two railway tycoons, Shen Baozian felt a great shock of America. He sighed inwardly. America, as a second-rate power in the West, still has such a strong national strength. Would Britain and France, especially Britain, have stronger national strength? Fortunately, I came to America in person. Otherwise I would be a frog in a well for the rest of my life. Brother Liang, how much steel is produced in England? Shen Baozian couldn't help asking. I'm not British, how do I know? But it must be much more than America. America's steel production is just a fraction of Britain's. When you meet a British reporter later, ask a British reporter, maybe they will know, Liang Zhao said. It's not that Liang Zhao is unwilling to answer Shen Baozian's question, but he really doesn't know how much steel is produced in Britain. He has some idea of how much steel is produced in the United States. Last year, the steel production in the eastern United States was about 450,000 tons, and the steel production in the West Coast was about 150,000 tons, mainly concentrated in California. Britain's steel production is estimated to be at least 3 or 4 times that of the United States. In 1856, Britain's domestic steel production was about 1.5 million tons. Speaking of British journalists, Liang Zhao suddenly remembered something. He called Carnegie and asked, Carnegie, are all the European journalists I asked you to invite here? Your Excellency, Carnegie ran back to report to Liang Zhao. Reporters from the Times, Le Figaro, Parisian, Neue Zeitung, Frankfurter Zeitung, Berliner Tageblatt, Wiener Zeitung, and Gazzetta di Torino are all here, just waiting for the opening ceremony to begin. Why are there so many German media? I remember I didn't invite so many German media. Liang Zhao was a little confused. General, I invited them. Please forgive me for taking the initiative, Colonel Kruger, who was following Liang Zhao, said. The opening ceremony is a grand event. I welcome more media friends to be witnesses. I won't blame you for acting on your own in this matter. I just hope you won't act on your own in other matters. Liang Zhao glanced at Kruger expressionlessly. This glance made Kruger feel cold all over. He nodded repeatedly and agreed, yes, General. Chapter 518 Utah Mormons. The warm winter sun shines on the broad grasslands by the Utah Lake. Provo, the junction of the Pacific Railway, is located on this scenic grassland in the United States. Thanks to the construction of the Pacific Railway, many merchants and immigrants with a keen sense of smell, as well as some railway workers, have chosen to settle in Provo City in advance. In early 1856, there were only about 1,200 settled residents in Provo City. Just 1 year later, the settled population of Provo City exceeded 3,500, making it the largest city in Utah. Previously, the title of the largest city in Utah belonged to Brigham City, which has a settled population of more than 2,000. This is due to the fact that Brigham City is one of the holy places for Mormons. Brigham Young, one of the pioneers of Mormonism and the second bishop, settled here for a long time to preach, and the city was named after him. Brigham Young also has a more familiar translation name for Chinese people, that is Brigham Young. He is the current bishop of Mormonism. Mormonism has a great influence in Utah and has become a label for Utah. Mormonism, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, is an alternative Christian sect, founded in the United States in the 1820s. The process of its founding is also very outrageous. Joseph Smith claimed that he had a vision in his dream and received revelation from God. God gave him a golden leaf scripture with the Book of Mormon engraved on it. Joseph told everyone that this was a record of the history and doctrines of ancient Americans and a lost part of the Bible. He used this to deceive a group of believers. It stands to reason that this is not a big deal. After all, the 19th century was an era of civilization and ignorance, technology and superstition. But Mormonism is not an ordinary way, and Mormonism is very different from mainstream Christianity. The most important point that the Mormon Church is not tolerated by mainstream society and all over the world is that Mormonism is significantly different from other Christian sects in terms of organization and social structure. Mormonism has a clear concept of leader, and this leader is a specific and living person. Leaders are believed to be guided by God and are messengers sent by God to preach and guide the lost. This is quite similar to the God-worshipping society on the other side of the strait. As a result, Mormonism was excluded by the mainstream secular society in the East and was persecuted and expelled by the authorities. Mormon leaders from all over the country then led believers to launch the Mormon March movement to the settlements established in the western inland areas, and the Utah area was the core area of their activities. In 1857, the total population of Utah exceeded 60,000, which was already a very populous area in the western frontier of the United States. Not only did it barely reach the threshold of statehood, but there were also 7 large settlements with a population of more than 1,000, Provo, Salt Lake City, Brigham, Ogden, Logan, St. George, and Titicaca. Among these 60,000 Utah people, more than half were Mormons. This is why the population of Utah has reached the threshold of statehood, but the federal government has not yet planned to establish a state in Utah. It can be seen that the federal government authorities are still wary of Mormonism. However, in order to maintain control over the Utah region, the federal government appointed Brigham Young, the second leader of the Mormon Church, as the governor of the Utah region, and granted him the rank of colonel, responsible for the political and military affairs of the Utah region. Brigham Young has become the local emperor of the Utah region, enjoying the tributes of the believers, and has more than 30 wives. His life is much more comfortable than that of the president. I guess you are the most distinguished guest in Provo today, Mr. Liang Zhao. Brigham Young, the governor of the Utah Territory, welcomes you on behalf of the Mormons, a man with weak steps, thin face, sunken eye sockets, and pretending to be mysterious came to Liang Zhao, followed by dozens of young men with guns and fiery eyes. This is not to welcome Liang Zhao, but to show off his power and declare the sovereignty of the Utah region to Liang Zhao. Are you Brigham Young? Liang Zhao glanced at Brigham Young with disdain. That's right, Brigham Young replied with full energy. Kruger. Military discipline is waiting, Liang Zhao said to Kruger. Brigham Young's behavior also made Kruger feel very uncomfortable. Kruger went up and gave Brigham Young 2 loud slaps in the face without saying anything. Seeing Brigham Young being beaten, dozens of armed believers behind Brigham Young wanted to take off their long guns from their shoulders. Pinkerton, who was responsible for security, was well prepared. It was just a color. The agents of the California Bureau of Investigation had already taken out the Colt revolvers from their waists and pointed them at the foreheads of these armed believers. "Why did you hit me, sir?" Brigham Young covered his stinging cheek. "Hit you? Hitting you is still a light punishment." Brigham Young. "Tell me your identity," Liang Zhao shouted in a deep voice. Governor of Utah Territory, seeing that his believers had been taken away from him, Brigham Young could only suppress his anger and answered aggrievedly. "Kruger." Liang Zhao called Kruger's name. Kruger understood and went up and gave him 2 big slaps in the face again. "Utah Territory." "Colonel." This time Brigham Young finally answered correctly. "What about my identity?" Liang Zhao asked in an intriguing tone. "I am not a brigadier general of the army, but the commander-in-chief of the West." Brigham Young secretly looked at the changes in Liang Zhao's expression and asked anxiously. "Sir, did I answer correctly this time?" "Yes." Liang Zhao nodded and shouted again. "Kruger." As expected, Brigham Young was slapped twice on both sides of his cheeks. "General. Why did you hit me even though I answered correctly?" Brigham Young was hurt and asked with a crying voice. "Since you know that I am a brigadier general and your immediate superior, why don't you salute me when you see me?" Liang Zhao scolded him harshly. "Kruger, no need to bother, I'll do it myself." This time, before Kruger's name was called out, Brigham Young slapped himself twice. He then endured the pain and saluted Liang Zhao with a weak and non-standard military salute. As the opening ceremony was about to begin, Liang Zhao was too lazy to waste time arguing with Brigham Young. There would be plenty of opportunities to train this kid in the future and let him know who is the god of the West. At the venue of the opening ceremony, flags of various colors fluttered in the wind. Provo, a small town with a population of only 3,500, gathered more than 10,000 people on this day. The people who came to participate in the opening ceremony covered all walks of life. In addition to the invited domestic and foreign media, politicians and celebrities from the East and West, railway company executives, engineers, workers and even ordinary local people participated in the celebration. The sound of firecrackers rang out, and people's emotions gradually rose with a crackling sound of firecrackers, and thunderous cheers and applause rang out. Amid the enthusiastic cheers and applause of the people, Liang Zhao, Vanderbilt, Lincoln, and Fillmore walked onto the wooden platform one by one and delivered inspiring speeches amid the harsh applause and dazzling flashes. On a specially made wooden platform, a nail emitting dazzling golden light in the sun was quietly waiting for its historical mission. It would become a witness to the completion of the connection between the East and West sections of the Pacific Railway. According to convention, after the completion of the railway, the last spike needs to be driven in to announce the successful completion of the project. This last nail is usually driven by the president of the oil railway company or the invited VIP. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Liang Zhao took down the last spike, which was called the golden nail, from the wooden platform. It is called a golden nail, but it is actually a steel spike with a layer of gold on the surface. Liang Zhao showed the golden spike to everyone, walked to the railroad with a steady step, and solemnly placed the spike on the railroad. The presidents of the New York Central Railroad Company and the Atlantic Railroad Company came up holding the silver hammers specially prepared for this ceremony. Of course, they were also silver-plated. The 2 presidents handed the silver hammers to their respective chairmen. Mr. Lincoln, please drive the last spike into the railroad. Liang Zhao had been in the limelight enough today. He planned to let Lincoln complete the last ceremony and do Lincoln a favor. The Republican Party has now risen to become the largest opposition party. What Lincoln needs most at this time is exposure in front of the public. This is not good, Lincoln declined. It is better for you to complete this ceremony yourself, or for Mr. Fillmore to complete this ceremony. I have made no contribution to the construction of this railway. Hammering the last spike is the last and most important part of the railway opening ceremony. Lincoln knows that the photo of hammering the last spike may appear on the front page of major newspapers tomorrow. Mr. Lincoln, then you and Mr. Fillmore will smash it together. Vanderbilt quickly handed the silver hammer in his hand to Fillmore and said, I have participated in countless railway opening ceremonies and find this ceremony boring. Seeing this, Lincoln thanked Liang Zhao and swung the hammer in front of hundreds of cameras to hammer the last golden spike into the railroad one by one. The crisp knocking sound echoed in the air. This big man is really strong. If he wasn't wearing a black suit, I would believe you if you told me he was a railroad worker. Look at how beautifully he swings the hammer. Lincoln and Fillmore were both born in the lower class and had done farm work since childhood. Especially Lincoln, when he gave speeches in the countryside, he often helped the villagers chop wood in order to get closer to them. It was naturally no problem for them to swing a hammer to hit the railroad spikes. After successfully hammering the railroad spikes into the railroad tracks, Lincoln excitedly put his left hand on Liang Zhao's shoulder and raised the silver hammer in his right hand for a photo. Chapter 519, The Whigs are dead, the Republic is here. After the nailing ceremony, there were other celebrations in Provo. However, Liang Zhao was not interested in participating in these trivial celebrations. After accepting the media interview, Liang Zhao invited Lincoln and Fillmore, two old friends, to sit on his special train. "General, have you been deeply troubled by something recently?" Liang Zhao struggled to move and prepared to board his special train. A noisy voice came to his ears. Needless to say, the person who spoke was Brigham Young with a red palm print on his cheek. Brigham Young was deliberately mysterious and took out the classic rhetoric of the charlatan. "There is a Mormon church in Provo." Before Brigham Young finished speaking, Liang Zhao interrupted Brigham Young without hesitation. "I am handsome and rich, my family is harmonious, my married life is happy, my work is going well, and recently I have been prosperous in official career and wealth. I have no worries. If you don't want to be slapped, get out of my sight now." Kruger on the side was eager to try, and Brigham Young was scared and ran away. "Is this Brigham Young?" Fillmore glanced at Brigham Young. "This man is really bold. He even spread the word of preaching to you. Do you know him?" Liang Zhao asked. "I know him. Appointing him as the governor of Utah Territory and the colonel of Utah is the stupidest personnel appointment I have made during my tenure," Fillmore sighed. When Fillmore just took office as president, America's control over the western region was not stable. Therefore, in 1851, in order to strengthen control over the Utah region and reduce the living space of the Indians, Fillmore appointed Brigham Young, the leader of the Mormon Church, as the governor and colonel of the Utah Territory to manage the political and military affairs of this area. After getting on the train, Lincoln looked out the glass window of the special train, looking at the Mormons who were distributing leaflets, free food, and performing religious performances to railroad workers and new immigrants, and said with some worry, "This man should not be underestimated. I heard that he has 20,000 to 30,000 loyal believers in Utah, and he used the money donated by believers to buy guns in the name of fighting against Indians. Religion is above secular rule, which is not a good thing. If the government does not come forward to solve the religious problems in Utah as soon as possible, the consequences will be disastrous." Lincoln is a Christian. As the leader of a new political party in the secular world, he naturally has no good feelings towards Mormonism, a blatantly unconstitutional cult. Lincoln's judgment is still very accurate. Historically, just this year, Brigham Young led his Mormons to try to establish a relatively independent political and social system in Utah, which triggered the federal government's monitoring and intervention. The federal government sent officials to Utah to replace Brigham Young's position as a secular leader in Utah. Brigham Young openly refused to hand over secular power, and in order to prevent the federal government from entering Utah, Brigham Young openly led armed believers to blockade Utah. Against this background, the U.S. government sent troops to Utah to stabilize the situation in Utah and ensure the authority of the federal government. It is known as the Utah War. The general sent to Utah during this war was Army Brigadier General Albert Johnston. Albert Johnston replaced Brigham Young's secular position in Utah and became the new military commander of Utah. However, the cleansing of Mormons in this war was not thorough. Even the chief culprit Brigham Young did not receive the proper trial and was still at large, acting as his religious leader. Therefore, although the Utah War ended at a small cost, it did not prevent Mormonism from spreading further in Utah and other nearby territories. As a result, the religion has left its poison in the 21st century. He is just a clown. I will never allow this cult to spread in the West, Liang Zhao said after sitting down. Let's not talk about him. Buchanan is not blind. He should be able to see the problems in Utah. Lincoln turned his eyes back from the window. I don't think so. Fillmore did not agree with Lincoln's point of view. Mr. Buchanan pretends to be ignorant when dealing with racial discrimination and persecution against Chinese people. It is better not to have too high expectations on Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Fillmore, I heard that the Whig Party has been dissolved, Liang Zhao asked Fillmore. The Whig Party has indeed become history. Fillmore regretted the dissolution of the Whig Party. I have joined the Republican Party now, and I hope that the Republican Party can fill the gap after the dissolution of the Whig Party. Fillmore's implication is that he hopes that the Republican Party can replace the former position of the Whig Party and become the ruling party. Liang Zhao was not surprised by the final dissolution of the Whig Party. The Democratic Party is more tightly organized than the Whig Party. Although there are also internal differences in the Democratic Party can continue to survive with its tight organization and deep political background. The Whig Party is not as lucky as the Democratic Party. In addition to its loose organization and lack of clear party platform and constitution, the Whig Party also lacks strong party leaders who can bring party members together. The internal division of the party inevitably led to the dissolution of this loose party. Perhaps Fillmore, who had served as president, could barely be regarded as a Whig Party leader, and his ability was not bad. It was a pity that Fillmore, who came from a poor family, had extremely limited political resources and connections, and could not save the dying Whig Party. Fillmore's joining the Republican Party brought many like-minded former Whig Party members to the Republican Party, greatly strengthening the power of the Republican Party. Forming a political alliance with small parties and absorbing former Whig abolitionist members were the key reasons why the Republican Party was able to rise rapidly in a short period of time. As for why the Civic Party did not accept former Whig Party members, the reason was simple. Any transaction had to pay a price. Absorbing former Whig Party members could certainly quickly enhance the influence of the Civic Party in the Eastern region in the short term. But the Civic Party had to make a clear statement on the abolition of slavery, otherwise it would be like the ruling Democratic Party. Liang Zhao did not want to intervene in the conflict between the North and the South too early. The Republican Party is rising strongly. Although the Democratic Party is still in power, it is still unpopular. I think the Republican Party has a great chance of becoming the ruling party in the next election. Liang Zhao glanced at Lincoln. Lincoln raised his head and said, "The Civic Party is now also a major party, holding the votes of the 3 states on the West Coast. Mr. Robinson, a member of your party, not only served as the governor of Kansas, but also actively developed party members in the Central region. If I remember correctly, Mr. Garrett, the president of the Atlantic Railway Company, is also a member of your party. As far as I know, Mr. Garrett is now also a member of the Maryland House of Representatives. The development speed of the Civic Party is not worth mentioning compared to the Republican Party," Liang Zhao said. This is not that he is modest. The development speed of the Civic Party is indeed far less than that of the Republican Party. Is the Civic Party interested in participating in the next election? Lincoln asked tentatively. No interest, Liang Zhao answered very straightforwardly and decisively. The Civic Party's top priority is to develop the West and the economy of the West. It is not interested in wading into the muddy waters of the East. The Civic Party had no intention of participating in the next general election, which surprised Lincoln and Fillmore. At present, the Civic Party is the second largest opposition party after the Republican Party. The Republican Party and the Civic Party are the opposition parties most likely to fill the vacancy of the ruling party. Liang Zhao has strong financial resources, high prestige among the people, and a certain influence in some elite circles in the East. If Liang Zhao participates in the election as a representative of the Civic Party, the success rate is still relatively high. Liang Zhao does not look like a man without ambition. How could he not be interested in going further? There are fewer and fewer pragmatic politicians like you in America, Lincoln sighed. At least America still has you, Mr. Lincoln, Liang Zhao thanked Lincoln. This time, Chinese and Chinese businessmen suffered unfair treatment in the East. You have made a lot of efforts. Not only did you publish articles in newspapers to support Chinese people in their fight for legitimate rights and interests, but you also led the Republican Party to put pressure on the government. As a Chinese, I thank you on behalf of the Chinese people. No need to thank me, I am just practicing my political ideas with actions, Lincoln said. I am against racial discrimination and oppression of blacks in the South, and naturally I am against discrimination against Chinese in the East. America is a country of immigrants, and racial issues are the biggest internal problem America has to face. As long as racial issues are not resolved, America will not see hope of rising to become a first-class power. America has unique geographical advantages and is the only major country in the world that spans 2 oceans. The only force that can stop America's rise is ourselves. What about the Indians, Mr. Lincoln? Liang Zhao asked Lincoln another more pointed question. Indians. Lincoln paused for a moment and answered quickly. If the Indians can abandon their barbaric and backward lifestyle and embrace civilized society, they deserve equal national treatment. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520, Americans Also Cheat. The starry sky outside Provo at night was exceptionally clear, and the air was exceptionally fresh. After the opening ceremony, Liang Zhao was a little tired physically and mentally. Now the Pacific Railway, a major transportation artery that runs through the east and west, has been repaired. The journey from Provo to Washington has been shortened to about a week, so he decided to stay in Provo for one night and then set off for Washington tomorrow. Liang Zhao rode a horse with his entourage to patrol around Provo. The moon tonight was exceptionally bright. Standing halfway up the mountain, you can have a panoramic view of the city of Provo on the shore of Lake Utah, and even clearly see the most conspicuous building in the city, the Mormon Church, which is a bit weird and out of place. Kruger, if you were asked to build a military fortress along the Pacific Railway, where would you choose? Liang Zhao dismounted and sat on the ground, motioning Kruger, who was following him on both sides, to sit down with him. Building a military fortress along the Pacific Railway? Kruger was surprised by Liang Zhao's question. Liang Zhao and the Indians have always had a good relationship, so the military fortresses built along the Pacific Railway could not be used to guard against the Indians. Moreover, even if the Indians were the imaginary enemies, there was no need to spend such a huge price. The only answer is that Liang Zhao built military fortresses along the Pacific Railway to resist the threat from the east, or more directly, the U.S. military outside the Western Brigade. Is the Civil War going to break out soon? Thinking of these political issues, Kruger felt a headache, but he did not ask Liang Zhao why he had this idea. He is a pure professional soldier. He asks questions that should be asked and does not ask questions that should not be asked. Kruger still has this awareness. Kruger thought for a long time and carefully gave an answer. Sir, it depends on whether you simply want to protect the railway, or to protect California, the western end of the railway, and your imaginary enemy. Suppose a war breaks out between the East and the West. Liang Zhao gave a hypothesis. With a hypothesis given by Liang Zhao, Kruger gave a clearer answer. There are fewer soldiers in the West and more soldiers in the East. If a direct conflict breaks out between the East and the West, the best way is to follow the Pacific Railway, a traffic artery, and use the terrain advantages to defend layer by layer and purchase multiple defense systems. Omaha, the starting point of the Pacific Railway, is located in the plains, which is easy to attack but difficult to defend, and is not suitable as the starting point of the defense line. If it were me, I would choose North Platte City at the entrance of the Rocky Mountains, that is, the intersection of the South Platte River and the North Platte River as the starting point of the defense system. Go on. Liang Zhao nodded. He was quite satisfied with the answer given by Kruger. The South Platte River Valley is the main road into the Nebraska Territory and the Colorado Territory, and the North Platte River Valley is the main road into the Wyoming Territory from the Nebraska Territory. As long as you control the intersection of the two valleys, North Platte City, it is equivalent to holding the throat from the Great Plains to the west into the Rocky Mountains. This idea coincides with Liang Zhao. Further west, the Colorado Territory is sparsely populated, with less than 10,000 people. We only need to control the largest settlements in the territory, Denver and Fort Collins. Although Denver is not on the Pacific Railway, if for military considerations, we can build a branch line to Denver City to effectively control Denver. In this way, Fort Collins in the north and Denver in the south can form our defense system in the Colorado Territory. The two cities can respond to each other from north to south, and the defenders will not be trapped in an isolated city and unable to make a move. In 1857, the Colorado Territory was still very desolate. There were less than 10,000 settled people and nearly 270,000 square kilometers of land, which was a big gap compared to the Utah area. The population of the Colorado Territory was so sparse that there was not even a settlement with a population of more than 1,000 people in the territory. The two largest settlements in the territory, Denver and Fort Collins, had only 500 to 600 people. The section of the Pacific Railway that passed through the Colorado Territory was built by Vanderbilt. Considering economic factors, Vanderbilt chose to pass through Fort Collins instead of Denver. But it's not a big problem. Fort Collins and Denver are only a little over 100 kilometers apart. For the safety of the West Coast, Liang Zhao can afford to build a 100-kilometer railway. Kruger continued, further west of Colorado Territory is Utah Territory, which is also the most important part of the defense line. Utah Territory is more developed than Colorado Territory, and the population and materials in the territory are more. It is also the easiest place for the enemy to obtain supplies on the entire railway. You mean that when necessary, Utah Territory can be cleared of the countryside? Liang Zhao said what Kruger didn't dare to say. Kruger nodded, General, it's just that clearing the countryside is based on the premise of gaining complete control over the area of clearing the countryside. If it can't be cleared of the countryside, then we can only hold on to Provo and Salt Lake City in the north. These two cities are along the railway, and the defenders can also support each other and disperse the enemy's forces. Further west is Nevada Territory and the Nevada District of California. Liang Zhao has been operating in the Nevada region for many years. As long as Liang Zhao does not make mistakes, it is almost impossible for the U.S. troops in the east, whether they are the Northern Army or the Southern Army, to quickly take over Nevada after crossing mountains and trekking all the way. If Nevada cannot be taken in a short period of time, the only outcome for the U.S. troops in the east who are waiting to go deep into Nevada alone is that they will run out of ammunition and food, and the whole army will be annihilated. You don't need to talk about the Nevada region. Liang Zhao stood up and patted the debris on his butt. Sir, I don't quite understand. Since you know that the Pacific Railway will pose a strategic threat to the West Coast after its completion, why do you still spend a lot of money to build this railway? Kruger said puzzledly. The U.S. troops in the east can attack us from the west through the Pacific Railway, so why can't we go east with the help of the Pacific? Liang Zhao said. Every coin has two sides. Considering the economy of the West Coast, I can't give up building this economic artery between the east and the west and the huge market in the east because of potential strategic threats. The construction of the Pacific Railway has advantages and disadvantages, but generally speaking, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Liang Zhao does not regret building this railway and the guard railway being built in the south. You are the one who has considered the strategic issues carefully. That's why you can be a general, while I can only be a colonel. Kruger suddenly realized. Kruger, I have a task for you. Liang Zhao suddenly raised his voice. Yes, Your Excellency. Please give instructions. Kruger heard that Liang Zhao was going to assign him a task, and he hurriedly stood up and saluted Liang Zhao, waiting for Liang Zhao to give him the task. Your Arizona regiment will be stationed in Utah Territory from now on, and the location of the regiment headquarters is up to you to choose. In addition, you will train a militia in Utah. Remember, the officers and soldiers of this militia must be non-Mormons. You can apply to me for the weapons and funds required. Liang Zhao gave Kruger a task. Yes, Your Excellency. Kruger accepted the task. Kruger knew Liang Zhao's character, and he knew that Liang Zhao would not allow religious force, especially an unruly religious force, to control the key points along the Pacific Railway. The Brigadier General is preparing to clean up the Mormon forces in Utah. After a week's journey, Liang Zhao arrived in Washington, the capital of the United States, from Provo, Utah Territory. Including the 2.5 days it took to get from Sacramento to Provo, the entire journey did not exceed 10 days. Previously, the time required to travel from California to Washington was measured in months. Liang Xiaoqiang and Shen Baozhen, who arrived in the United States for the first time, were also able to enjoy the charm of the eastern United States. To their disappointment, the eastern region was not much more developed than the Junction City, Sacramento City, and Los Angeles City they had visited. Moreover, at this time, the people in the eastern states were suffering from the economic crisis, and the pedestrians on the streets were very depressed. Few people had smiling faces. Especially in big cities, unemployed people holding wooden signs with the words "looking for work" could be seen everywhere. There was a long queue in front of the relief office. From time to time, unemployed vagrants could be seen fighting for relief food. Therefore, Liang Xiaoqiang and Shen Baozhen did not think that the eastern region was so good. Instead, they felt that the lives of Californians were happier and the cities were cleaner and more orderly. The Pacific Railway was packed every day as soon as it opened. Eastern newspapers often portrayed the West Coast as a paradise on Earth. After the Pacific Railway opened, It was much more convenient to travel from the east to the west coast than before. Therefore, many Easterners, especially the middle class in the east, decided to try their luck in the west. The New York Central Railway sold a ticket for the New York-Sacramento train at $120 on the first day of the opening. Even though the train ticket was so expensive, it was sold out in just half an hour. The next day, the New York Central Railway raised the ticket price to $150, and it was still sold out in half an hour. The third one, $200, was still sold out. On the black market, the New York-Sacramento train ticket was once sold for more than $300 per ticket, but it was still hard to get a ticket. This made the senior executives of the New York Central Railway, even Vanderbilt, at a loss as to how to set the price. Liang Zhao originally thought that the price of $120 per train ticket was enough for him to screen out middle class and above immigrants to go to the West. Unexpectedly, he still underestimated the severe economic situation in the East. Many people spent all their wealth and sold their houses and land just to get a ticket to the West Coast. What's more, some people called the New York-Sacramento train ticket a pass to heaven. It seems that the West Coast is heaven. Even the Easterners who can't afford or buy tickets have not given up the idea of going to the West Coast. As soon as the train arrived at the train station, the crowd rushed up and climbed directly to the roof of the train just to enjoy the free listing. Liang Zhao saw this kind of grand scene several times along the way, which made him wonder if he had arrived in India and Bangladesh. Unexpectedly, Americans also have a time to cheat when riding trains. In sharp contrast, although the Sacramento-New York tickets are also selling well, they can be sold out every day. But the enthusiasm of people on the West Coast to go to the East is far less than that of people in the East to go to the West Coast. Except for a few people on the West Coast who buy train tickets to do business in the East, most of the emerging middle class buy tickets for the purpose of traveling in the East. Therefore, tickets to the East are dispensable for them. At the Washington train station, after the train stopped, Liang Zhao and the others just got off the train, and a horse carriage specially prepared by Buchanan took them away and sent them to the White House. With the help of Liang Zhao, Shen Baozhan and Buchanan discussed the cooperation of the ship administration. Since Shen Baozhan did not have the decision-making power of the ship administration, he never gave Buchanan a clear answer. The more vague Shen Baozhan's attitude was, the more Buchanan thought that it was the series of anti-Chinese events in the East a while ago that made the special envoy of the Qing dynasty unhappy. Buchanan bowed and apologized to Shen Baozhan and Liang Zhao for this, and promised that such things would never happen again in the future, which made Liang Zhao, who was working part-time as a translator, laugh and cry. "Okay, Mr. President." The special envoy said he was tired and needed to rest. After returning home, the Qing dynasty will notify us whether it decides to jointly run the ship administration with Britain, France or the United States, Liang Zhao said to Buchanan with a smile. It is true that Buchanan's term of office coincided with the worst period in American history, which made it difficult for Buchanan to achieve anything. But this cannot cover up the fact that Buchanan was indecisive and mediocre. God gave Buchanan the opportunity to become the leader of the revival, but Buchanan did not seize it and chose to play badly. Most politicians in this world follow the rules and are content with the status quo. Brave politicians who dare to break the status quo and establish it are ultimately a minority of outliers. Buchanan's greatest achievement during his term of office was to take advantage of the Second Opium War and force the Qing dynasty and the United States to sign the Tianjin Treaty. This treaty was the first unequal treaty between China and the United States. I have made a public apology for the recent anti-Chinese incidents, and the relevant compensation has been paid. Mr. Liang, I think the Huaxia Chamber of Commerce should also cancel this strike, right? After personally seeing off Liang Zhao and Shen Baozhan, Buchanan said to Liang Zhao. He hoped that the Chinese businessmen would cancel the strike as soon as possible. I will inform the Chamber of Commerce of the relevant matters, Liang Zhao nodded and said. In addition, please help us get the opportunity to co-found the shipbuilding department with the Qing dynasty, Buchanan said. The federal government is so poor that it has no money to pay the soldiers. Buchanan is not a newcomer in the political arena, but a veteran in American politics. However, he still can't speak at all. Hearing this in front of a powerful general, Liang Zhao frowned. Chapter 521, Living the Life You Hate the Most. I will do my best to win this, but there is one thing. The shipbuilding business with the Qing dynasty must be led by the San Francisco shipyard. This is Liang Zhao's request. The Qing dynasty has not yet determined the partner of the shipbuilding business. Moreover, Buchanan has no right to bargain with Liang Zhao on this matter. Whether or not he can win this project depends on Liang Zhao, so Buchanan had to nod and agree. The San Francisco shipyard is the leader of the American shipbuilding industry. As long as it can be won, the San Francisco shipyard should be given priority to participate in the shipbuilding business. Mr. Buchanan, do you know about the Utah region? Liang Zhao talked about the Utah region. In theory, the Utah region is far away from the east and closer to the west coast. Liang Zhao wants to move the Utah region, but the federal government is out of reach. What's more, the Mormons in the Utah region have long been rats crossing the street in the eastern states, and everyone is shouting for them to be beaten. Not only will there be no pressure from public opinion to move them, but Christians in the east will also applaud it. However, Liang Zhao still planned to inform the federal government in advance, so that he could have a legitimate reason to take action against the Mormons in Utah in the future. Moreover, Liang Zhao wanted to place one of his own people in Utah as the local governor of the Utah Territory. This matter must be done through the federal government. You mean the local Mormons? When Buchanan mentioned this, his face became very ugly. These heretics are really outrageous, and the crimes committed by their bishops are even more numerous. Only an incompetent president like Fillmore would appoint a scum like Brigham Young as governor and grant him military power. Fillmore, this bastard, did nothing serious during his tenure, and left me such a mess that is difficult to clean up. Buchanan scolded Fillmore in the presidential office and vented his anger. Liang Zhao didn't care. Anyway, he was not scolding him, he just sat quietly in a chair, drinking coffee and listening to Buchanan scolding. When he was done scolding, Buchanan returned to the topic. Around Christmas, I sent someone to communicate with Brigham Young and asked him to resign. I didn't expect this guy to defy the authority of the federal government. Not only did he refuse to hand over power, he also humiliated the cabinet member I sent to deliver the message. I am now considering forcibly removing him from office. For this kind of heretic who defies the authority of the federal government and blasphemes God, not only should he be removed from office, but his dirty body should also be burned to death, so that his soul can be completely purified, Liang Zhao said. Mormonism must also be eliminated, otherwise there will be a second, third, or even more Brigham Youngs. As long as Mormonism exists, people like Brigham Young will have oil to survive. You make a lot of sense. The two of them had surprisingly consistent attitudes towards the issue of Mormonism in Utah Territory, but soon, Buchanan hesitated, and his face showed worry. Mormons are all extreme religious elements who worship Brigham Young as a god. And Brigham Young has a large number of militias and armed believers. It is not easy to remove him from office and make him bow his head and confess his guilt. We need to mobilize the army. Mobilizing the army requires money. It would take more money to send troops to a remote frontier area like Utah. Without money, it would be difficult to move forward. If the federal government had sufficient finances, Buchanan would not have allowed a charlatan like Brigham Young to be so arrogant. He would have sent troops to Utah to capture this charlatan and bring him to Washington to be punished. Buchanan would not have to endure this humiliation. Mr. President, I am willing to do it for you, Liang Zhao volunteered. Buchanan slapped his forehead and suddenly realized, look at my brain, I was almost confused by anger. You are the commander of the Western Brigade, and your station is closest to the Utah Territory. It is perfect for you to complete this task. But, just what? Liang Zhao frowned. It's just that the federal government's finances are very tight. I heard that the salaries of the officers and soldiers of the Western Brigade are higher than those of the soldiers in the East, Buchanan said with difficulty. Liang Zhao didn't know whether Buchanan said this intentionally or accidentally. Regardless of whether he said it intentionally or accidentally, just continue to negotiate the terms. I understand the difficulties of the federal government. Liang Zhao and Buchanan discussed the conditions. Your Excellency, I have a small suggestion. The new governor of Utah Territory must be jointly recommended by the 3 states on the West Coast. The new governor will carry out secular transformation of Utah Territory. At present, the federal government is already struggling to take care of itself in the eastern part, not to mention the Utah Territory, which is more than 2,000 miles away from Washington. Using the post of governor of Utah Territory in exchange for Liang Zhao's dispatch of troops to Utah, and then carrying out secular transformation of Utah afterwards, is better than letting Utah Territory be controlled by a group of charlatans. Buchanan also does not want these Mormons to recreate the original Mayflower event in Utah Territory during his presidency. Buchanan stood up and paced back and forth in the presidential office, weighing the pros and cons. If Mormonism is allowed to continue to develop, it will inevitably spread to other surrounding territories. The U.S. federal government's ability to control the state region has always been very weak. If the cancer of Mormonism spreads to the entire West and becomes the mainstream religion in the West, then it will not be a problem that can be solved by simply sending troops. Liang Zhao is at least a politician in the mainstream secular world of the United States, and to some extent he can also represent the federal government. With the federal government's generals controlling the Utah Territory, the federal government can at least maintain a relatively effective control over the Utah Territory. Of course, the price is that Liang Zhao and the Chinese influence on the West Coast will further expand in the West. But this is a headache for the next president. The successor president will suffer a lot, and Buchanan, will bear the reputation of purging Mormonism and regaining control of the Utah Territory for the federal government. After all, Buchanan has become the person he hates the most. The West Coast is closer to the Utah Territory, and the legislators of the 3 states on the West Coast also have a better understanding of the situation in the Utah Territory. Your suggestion has its merits. I personally agree to adopt your suggestion. I will discuss this issue in the cabinet later. Virginia, a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery, is known as the cradle of American presidents. Among the 15 presidents before the Civil War, 9 were from southern states, and 7 of these 9 southern presidents were from Virginia. Among the first 5 presidents of the United States, 1789 to 1825, except for the second president John Adams from Massachusetts, the other 4 presidents were from Virginia. The best of these Virginia presidents are George Washington, the founding president of the United States, and Thomas Jefferson, the 3rd president. This shows that in the agricultural era of America, Virginia had absolute voice and influence throughout the country. As America gradually stepped from the agricultural era to the industrial era, the influence of Virginia and even the entire South was gradually declining. After 1825, presidential candidates from southern states no longer had an advantage in the presidential election, and the proportion of southern senators, especially representatives, in Congress gradually decreased. The 3 states on the West Coast that were established in recent years all joined the United States as free states, and the original situation of equal numbers of senators from slave states and free states was broken with the establishment of California. Although after the Second Mexican-American War, the southern slave states integrated the northeastern states of Mexico and established New South Mexico, winning 2 precious Senate seats for the South. But this still cannot change the decline of slave states in the Senate and the House of Representatives. Chapter 522 All living things are slaves of capital. The last time Liang Zhao came to the southern states was in June 1851. At that time, Liang Zhao went to Texas, a new southern state that had just been incorporated into the United States. At that time, Texas was not a very typical southern state. This was Liang Zhao's first time to Virginia, the base of the Dixie people, the largest and most developed state in the South. Although Virginia is a populous state in the South, there are no large cities in Virginia with a population of more than 50,000. The largest city in Virginia is the state capital Richmond. Richmond is not only the political center of Virginia, but also the economic and cultural center of Virginia. It is a rare phenomenon in the states of the United States to integrate 3 centers. Richmond is very close to Washington, only more than 150 kilometers away, and it only takes 5 or 6 hours to take a train. By the middle of the 19th century, Richmond was already a large city with a population of nearly 40,000. It's just that the southern slave states during this period did not include black slaves in the statistics as population. Black people in slave states were included in the statistics in the form of property. If black people are included, the population of Richmond may be 60,000 to 70,000. Of course, the big city here is relative, limited to Virginia. Richmond is a big city. Not to mention the whole country, even in the South, Richmond is not an absolute populous city in the South, not even a fraction of the population of New Orleans. New Orleans is strategically located at the mouth of the Mississippi River, which makes it an important intersection for goods and personnel. This has enabled New Orleans to rapidly develop into the largest port city in the South. During this period, the population of New Orleans reached about 170,000, making it the veritable largest city in the South. Including black slaves, the actual population of New Orleans is likely to have exceeded 200,000. At the invitation of Robert Lee, Liang Zhao took his own train to Virginia after leaving Washington, and his destination this time was Richmond, the capital of Virginia. The train drove into the quiet countryside of Virginia with thick smoke and a harsh roar of steam. I prefer the South to the North. The South looks more pastoral. Shen Baozhen admired the endless plantations beside the railway. The pastoral scenery along the way made him happy. Compared with the smoky and dirty rivers in the north, the scenery here is much more pleasing to the eye. The sky is clear, the river is clean, and what comes into view is either fields or forests. It seems that Brother Shen still prefers the pastoral life. Liang Zhao closed the principles of political economy and taxation in his hand. The original classical economics classics are obscure and difficult to understand. It takes many times to read them to understand the general idea. Liang Zhao usually chooses to read these boring and obscure works to pass the time while riding on the train. Of course, more often it has the effect of helping sleep. Who doesn't yearn for such a fury-like life? Shen Baozhen pointed out the window and said. In my opinion, the South is not as bad as you said in the Universal History. Shen Baozhen has read the Universal History several times. Although America is not the first Western country introduced in the book, it is the most detailed one. Shen Baozhen clearly remembers that when Liang Zhao introduced America in the book, he specifically divided it into the North and the South. In the book, Liang Zhao described the South as very bad. It was February, and the tobacco, corn, and cotton plantations in Virginia had not yet entered the planting period. Therefore, the plantations that Shen Baozhen saw were not populated. Along the way, he only saw a few scattered black slaves leveling the land, and a few white people checking the drainage system and irrigation facilities. Looking from the side, you see a mountain range. Looking from the front, you see a peak. The distance and height are different, Liang Zhao said. Li Bai couldn't see the true face of Mount Lushan in Lushan. How can we dare to say that we can see the true face of Florida in a closed train compartment with a layer of glass? As he spoke, the train passed a winter wheat field. Several strong black housekeepers and supervisors waved whips and shouted loudly to drive a group of skinny black slaves in shackles into the wheat field to remove insects and tidy up the wheat field. Liang Zhao vaguely remembered that the last time he went to Texas, he didn't see so many black slaves in shackles. It seems that except for the black housekeepers and supervisors in charge of management, almost all the black slaves in this wheat field, regardless of gender, age or young, are working in shackles. Looking closely, you can see white people patrolling on horses and carrying guns almost every few hundred meters. Two of the white people were punching and kicking a black slave who was trying to escape. It is thought that under the propaganda offensive of the North, the phenomenon of escaped slaves in the South has become more and more serious. Black slaves are also divided into different levels. The first level is the personal servants who directly provide services to the southern plantation owners, such as black housekeepers, cooks and the like. Scarlett's black fat nanny and Gone with the Wind belongs to this kind of high-level black slaves. These black slaves do not have to bear heavy physical labor, and the content of their work is relatively easy. Their daily life is much more comfortable than that of the Irish whites who traveled across the ocean to America, and the white workers in the factory. Some loyal old housekeepers who are capable and trusted by slave owners can even enjoy food that even ordinary white people cannot enjoy. In order to decorate the facade and show their financial resources and kindness, slave owners will also reward these servants with starched shirts, various dresses, as well as ties and belts. After all, some slave owners often take black servants out and even travel to Europe. If the accompanying black servants are malnourished and inappropriately dressed, the slave owners will also lose face. If these black stewards have children, they will also become servants of the young slave owners, and become new stewards when the young masters grow up. In Liang Zhao's impression, when Colonel Mason was captured in the battle for the establishment of California, Mason's black servants were also captured. These black servants served as Mason's orderly and guards. Moreover, black servants are stronger than ordinary white soldiers, which shows that their living standards are not worse than ordinary white soldiers. These black stewards are the blacks who are most likely to obtain free status. The first group of free blacks, and even black slave owners in the United States, are black stewards. The second-class black servants are gardeners, carpenters, blacksmiths and other blacks who have at least one technical job. Such blacks are regarded as valuable property by slave owners, and slave owners generally do not treat them too badly. In addition to the restrictions on personal freedom, their lives are not too different from ordinary white people. The black slaves with the lowest status, the most miserable life, and the largest number of black slaves are those who do heavy physical labor in the plantation. This kind of black slave is the impression of most people in later generations, and is also the main force of escaped slaves. White slave owners would not kill slaves at will as in the movies. After all, slaves were their valuable property bought at great expense. However, if white slave owners or supervisors saw them slacking off, they would be beaten up. Of course, slave owners not killing slaves at will did not mean that they would not kill slaves. If a group of slaves did not obey discipline, in order to tame them, slave owners would kill the troublemakers with tears in their eyes to make an example of them and deter those disobedient slaves. As the special train got closer and closer to Richmond, the houses and people on both sides of the railway became increasingly dense, and of course, more and more slaves could be seen. "Brother Liang, are these the southern slaves you wrote about in your book?" Shen Baozhan asked incredulously, pointing at the slaves outside the window. He was surprised that in an advanced Western country described by Liang Zhao, there were two completely different systems in the north and south. "Brother Shen seems very surprised," Liang Zhao said casually. "I am shocked and am amazed. I hope Brother Liang can help me solve my doubts." Shen Baozhan had countless questions in his mind. He bowed deeply to Liang Zhao, hoping that Liang Zhao could help him solve his doubts. From the perspective of the main participants in economic activities, there are only two ends, the production end of producers and the consumption end of consumers. In classical economics, land, capital, and labor are called the three factors of production. Among them, land and capital are real things with clear market prices and trading mechanisms. As the only living thing among the three factors, people have the greatest uncertainty and risk, Liang Zhao explained. After careful thinking, Shen Baozhan seemed to understand the truth a little bit. Deprive them of their freedom, turn living people into slaves trapped in plantations, turn them into tools that can only work, and trade them at a marked price. In this way, the uncertainties and risks involved can be minimized. Exactly. Although slavery is evil, from the perspective of economics and capitalists, it is a very perfect system on the production side. In capitalist society, the most perfect labor object is a tireless machine that can run all day long, followed by slaves who do not need to be paid, and finally free laborers who need to be paid. Liang Zhao nodded. Shen Baozhan was a smart man after all, and his understanding was very high. He understood it at once. There are many ways to deprive people of their freedom. The black slaves you see are just deprived of their freedom in the simplest and crudest way and become slaves. So people with humanity will feel unhappy when they see it. So there are also complex and gentle ways that people will not feel uncomfortable when they see it. Liang Zhao, who was standing aside, couldn't help but interrupt after listening to the conversation between the two. Of course there are. The workers in the factories in the northern states, the miners in the Cantonese coal mines, and the technicians in the Los Angeles refinery are essentially people who have been deprived of their freedom. Liang Zhao smiled. All living beings are slaves of capital. There is no essential difference between us and these slave owners. It's just that we are more hypocritical and better at disguising ourselves. We have replaced the eye-catching shackles on these black slaves with gold and silver. Those laborers put shackles on themselves and have to thank us. Whether it is slavery, feudalism, or capitalism, there are only two classes, the exploiting class and the exploited class. You have read a lot of foreign books and drank a lot of foreign ink. There are a lot of fallacies and heresies. I can't argue with you. Liang Zhao rolled his eyes and Liang Zhao turned around and leaned on the fur chair to take a nap. Liang Zhao was a little unhappy that Liang Zhao compared him to the slave owners. After all, he was a person who read the books of sages. How could he be the same kind of people as these slave owners? But he couldn't argue with Liang Zhao. Are the coal mines of the Liang family in Guangzhou the same as these plantations? Those workers were hired by themselves with real money. Thinking of the real money he had spent, Liang Zhao couldn't help but feel a little pained, and felt stupid. Why hire people to go to the mines? Go to Jiangnan to capture some long-haired rebels, or go to Nanyang to capture some natives, or at worst spend some money to buy some Japanese from Dengyan? Wouldn't it be more cost-effective? Thinking of this, Liang Zhao couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Shen Baozhan on the side suddenly understood, but he had more questions in his mind. My brother just said that economic activities have two ends. In addition to the production end, there is also a consumption end. Slaves without wages certainly cannot consume the products produced. Without enough people consuming the products, factory owners or capitalists, as my brother said, cannot make profits. Therefore, considering both ends of economic activities, this system is not perfect and it seems difficult to operate for a long time. Indeed, a healthy economy must take into account both the production end and the consumption end, otherwise it will not be able to complete the internal circulation. The problem you are talking about is not a problem that the slave owners in the South should worry about. They are only responsible for producing raw materials. Most of the raw materials produced in the South of America are sold to the European continent, and only a few are sold to the North. Therefore, this system can be maintained to this day, Liang Zhao said. The United States today is not a normal and healthy economy. Looking at the economic phenomena of the United States with ordinary eyes is like looking at a blackboard with myopia, which will only become more and more blurred. The production side and the consumption side are almost separated, and the consumption side is far away in Europe, not in the mainland, Shen Baozan said. In this way, I seem to understand why there is discord between the North and the South of the United States. My dear brother, I want to understand the economy of Western countries. Do you have any works in this area? After this trip, Shen Baozan became more interested in the situation of Western countries. Western countries are not only far superior to the Qing dynasty in warships and guns, but their systems are also very different from those of the Qing dynasty. This aroused Shen Baozan's curiosity and thirst for knowledge. Brother Shen thinks too highly of me. I am just a businessman, not an economics professor. How can I have works in this area? Liang Zhao picked up the principles of political economy and taxation on the table, took out the pen in front of his chest, and wrote a list of books on the title page. If Brother Shen is interested in the economies of Western countries, you can go to my library and take these books according to this list when you return home and study them carefully. Shen Baozan took Liang Zhao's book as if he had found a treasure, looked at the list on the title page, and flipped through it briefly, then smiled and said, "It seems that I should bring an English teacher to teach me English." Chapter 523, Cotton is unsaleable, please help us. General Liang, long time no see. Robert Lee met Liang Zhao at the Richmond train station and rode to lead Liang Zhao and his party to a luxurious manor in the southern suburbs. Although Robert Lee was born into a prominent family, his father was a hero during the American Revolutionary War and served as the governor of Virginia. It can be said that he had a good start. However, the good times did not last long. Robert Lee's father, Henry Lee, failed in lending and investment, causing the family to be heavily in debt and thus fell into decline. After his father's death, Robert Lee's brother Charles Carter Lee also failed in borrowing and investment and ended up in debt again. After Robert Lee's father and brother tossed back and forth, Robert Lee's family completely withdrew from the ranks of Virginia's wealthy families before he graduated from West Point. In 1829, when Robert graduated from West Point with the second best score, his family was already penniless and could not provide material support for his career. He could only start from the grassroots engineers and staff until he emerged during the Mexican-American War and became a rising star in the military, thus becoming famous. However, the economic situation of the Lee family did not improve. Due to the huge debt, Robert could only rely on his salary and his own small estate to make ends meet. The luxurious estate in front of him used to entertain Liang Zhao was obviously not Robert's estate. With Robert's limited financial resources, he could not afford the cost of owning a luxurious estate. This estate belonged to Francis Willis Peake, a wealthy man in the South and the largest slave owner in Richmond. Francis Willis Peake was a politician in South Carolina, but he was not a politician in Virginia. This estate was just one of his private properties in Virginia. He had several estates of this size in Virginia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. This man was currently a federal congressman from South Carolina, and later became the governor of South Carolina in 1860. He was a staunch supporter of slavery in the South. The wealth of southern states was positively correlated with a number of cotton plantations. Virginia is located at the junction of the North and the South. The state has a relatively mild climate, cold winters and relatively short summers. Most places in the state are not very suitable for growing cotton. Therefore, Virginia's agriculture is mainly based on tobacco, wheat and other plantations and family farms with lower profits. Cotton plantations are a minority and are mainly distributed in the southern part of the state. In addition, Virginia has a certain industry, and its economic structure is a transitional form between the North and the South. During the Civil War, Much of the poor industrial output value in the South was contributed by Virginia. Virginia is not a typical Southern state. The most typical and wealthy Southern states are Georgia and South Carolina. The Calhoun family, the Thompson family, the Alexander family, the Hammett family and other wealthy Southern families are all from Georgia and South Carolina. Because most American industrial products are shoddy and the overall level is low, the financial resources of the rich in the North are actually not as good as those in the South. Liang Zhao, Vanderbilt, and the Astor family occupy the top position on the list of the richest people in the United States, followed by these Southern tycoons. While the Northern tycoons have a serious fault in this range. If it is difficult to understand why these slave owners are richer than most factory owners and entrepreneurs in the Northern states, it is easy to understand by finding a similar reference object. The position of these Southern slave owners in the American economic structure is similar to the position of Russian energy oligarchs in the Russian economy. The difference is that the political rights enjoyed by Russian energy oligarchs are relatively limited, and they have no real military power. The slave owners in the southern United States not only enjoy rich political resources, but also have real military power. Mr. Liang, please come in quickly. A fat, greasy white man with a civilized cane came up to greet Liang Zhao, and at the same time, there was an indescribable smell of perfume mixed with foul body odor. This ecstatic smell made Liang Zhao couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his nose. Robert saw Liang Zhao's discomfort, so he stepped between the two and introduced Liang Zhao. General Liang, this is His Excellency Francis from South Carolina. Liang Zhao just nodded lightly. Francis was an assistant to John C. Calhoun, the Speaker of the Senate during President Tyler's administration. John C. Calhoun was from the famous Calhoun family in South Carolina. John C. Calhoun was Francis's guide in his political career and was considered Francis' mentor. Calhoun's death was also closely related to Liang Zhao. In 1850, California was established as a state. Calhoun manipulated the Senate to try to prevent California from joining the Federation as a free state, and even openly proposed a bill to send troops to California. However, with Mason's defeat in California, Calhoun eventually fell from grace and died under the criticism of thousands of people. I wonder if Calhoun will be angry when he sees his former favorite student inviting Liang Zhao to entertain him. Seeing Robert standing between the two of them, Francis was a little unhappy. He frowned and said, "Robert, go to the side. Mr. Liang is my honored guest." Liang Zhao glanced at Robert's embarrassed expression and knew that Robert had some difficulties. Otherwise, given his personality, he would not introduce someone like Francis to him. "I came to Richmond at the invitation of General Lee. If General Lee wants to go to the side, I can only go to the side to cool off," Liang Zhao said. Everything is up to General Liang. Although Francis was unhappy when he heard this, he had to give up. After all, he needed Liang Zhao's help now. "Robert, did you invite me to Richmond for him?" Liang Zhao asked Robert in a low voice. Robert really didn't look like someone who could pee in the same chamber pot with Francis. "To be honest, my family owes a debt to Sir Francis, and Sir Francis has been pressing for repayment recently," Robert said a little embarrassedly. Liang Zhao understood that Francis was his creditor. Entering the living room of the manor house, Francis introduced the Southerners who attended the party to Liang Zhao one by one. In fact, they were some slave owners in the South who had a good relationship with Francis. "General Liang, I heard that you have been purchasing Texas cotton all year round," Francis said after sitting down. As soon as Francis spoke, Liang Zhao knew the intention of these Southern slave owners to invite him to Richmond. It must be that the Southern cotton was unsaleable, and they wanted to find a buyer to take over the cotton in their hands. Otherwise, their cotton would have to rot on the warehouse. The outbreak of the Crimean War prompted a surge in demand for cotton in Europe, and the cotton export of the South entered its last golden period before the war. But after the Crimean War ended at the end of March last year, the demand for cotton in Europe dropped sharply, and the plantation owners in the South had to find new buyers to consume their excess inventory. As for why these plantations were not so anxious when the war ended last year, the reason was very simple. At that time, the cotton was still growing in the fields, and these plantations were confident that they had enough time to find new buyers. Soon, reality dealt a heavy blow to the slave owners in the South. After the war, France, a major European country, reduced the import of agricultural products in order to support domestic agriculture. Britain had to reduce the amount of cotton imported from the American South due to political, moral and public opinion considerations, and under the pressure of the domestic anti-slavery movement. It increased imports of cotton from Egypt and India as a substitute. The reason why Russia reduced its cotton imports was not so complicated and was relatively simple. It was simply that all industries were in decline after the war, and the demand for cotton decreased. Russia's cotton imports from the American South fell from 250,000 bales during the Crimean War to 170,000 bales. Note, bale is the unit of measurement for large-scale cotton transactions in the 19th century. The weight of each bale of cotton is roughly between 500 and 600 pounds. The median value of one bale 550 pounds 250 kilograms. Small-scale private cotton transactions use pounds as the unit of measurement. The only stable cotton market left in Europe for the South was the German customs union, but the cotton import structure in the German region was more diverse, and the demand was not very large. After all, the German region was not the center of the cotton textile industry. The export of cotton from the southern United States only accounted for 60% of the 115 million pounds of cotton consumed by the German customs union, about 130,000 bales. The figures for Britain, France and Russia were 77% for Britain, 90% for France and 92% for Russia. The three major cotton importing countries of Britain, France and Russia all reduced their cotton imports from the southern United States, which instantly caused the cotton exports of the southern United States to enter the severe winter from the midsummer. It is true, but the cotton production in Texas is not large, so California can consume it. Liang Zhao declined. South Carolina and Georgia are both large cotton-producing states. The cotton you have on hand, let alone California, may not be consumed by the entire West Coast. Liang Zhao was also telling the truth. Texas was a young state established in December 1845, and the cotton production in Texas was not large. The West Coast region imported 150,000 bales of cotton from Texas last year at a price of about $52 per bale. Cotton is the only commodity in the West Coast region with an import value of more than $8 million. The number of 150,000 bales is already quite amazing. During the same period, the South sold 2,241,000 bales of cotton to Britain and 1,005,000 bales of cotton to the European continent, respectively. While the cotton sold to the north of the United States was only a pitiful 95,100 bales. The West Coast has become the fourth largest consumer market in the South after Britain, France and Russia. Mr. Liang is too modest. Everyone knows that you are the richest man in the United States. I think you can still afford only 270,000 bales of cotton, Francis praised Liang Zhao. Looking at the whole of America, Francis could not find anyone else who was interested and capable of taking over the South stock of cotton, except Liang Zhao and his Chinese business community. These are all high-quality cotton. In previous years, you might not be able to buy them even if you queued up 270,000 bales of cotton. Liang Zhao almost spit out the tea he had just drunk. Does this guy really think he is a buyer? Francis, this old guy really dares to say it out loud. 270,000 bales of cotton is almost the consumption of 1.5 Russian cotton. Even if Francis sold it to Liang Zhao at a friendly price of $50 per bale, 270,000 bales of cotton would cost $13.5 million. Moreover, even if the cotton combing machines and spinning machines on the entire West Coast were burning and smoking, and the sewing machines in the garment factories were trampled, they might not be able to digest 270,000 bales of cotton. Ahem, Mr. Francis thinks too highly of me, Liang, for just 270,000 bales of cotton, Liang Zhao said with two dry coughs. The international market price of cotton will skyrocket after the outbreak of the war. Liang Zhao does have the idea of increasing the import volume of cotton, but Liang Zhao's increase in cotton import volume is to increase the import volume by 20,000 to 30,000 bales per year and digest it slowly, rather than eating 270,000 bales of cotton in one go. 270,000 bales of cotton, my goodness, this is more than 134 million kilograms. Pan Zhangwei quickly completed the conversion in his mind. He shook his head secretly. Tongfu Group does cotton business in the South. He knows some cotton market trends. The cotton in the South is of good quality and the price is also very cheap. This is the truth, but the quantity is too large. If it was only 10,000 or 20,000 bales, the Pan family might be able to take it. In previous years, the Pan family traded 15,000 to 22,000 bales of cotton with the South, and they were already a big customer of the South. Who could afford 270,000 bales? As for what Francis said about queuing up in previous years, it was also true, but these were all old calendars in 1855. Why don't you ask him how much a bale costs? Liang Zhao was very interested in this matter. He was now thinking about how to make money to support the army. Who is this? Francis had seen Pan Zhangwei, but Liang Zhao was very unfamiliar and had never seen him before. Chinese people in America basically don't have braids, and it's rare to see a Chinese with a long braid like Liang Zhao. This is my uncle, the Deputy Minister of War of the Qing Dynasty, Liang Zhao introduced. So you are the Minister of War of the Qing Dynasty. I'm sorry. Francis was overjoyed when he heard this and hurried over. Seeing him approaching, Liang Zhao stepped back to avoid being choked by the smoke. Seeing that Liang Zhao was a little bit drunk, Liang Zhao hurriedly said to Liang Zhao in Cantonese, "Uncle Sen, are you crazy? This is 270,000 bales of cotton." "I'm not crazy," Liang Zhao replied. 270,000 bales of cotton. You and I may not be able to eat it, but the cotton merchants in Jiangnan, plus us, can barely eat it. Since selling the cotton textile mill in California, Liang Zhao has rarely paid attention to the cotton business, so he doesn't know much about the recent cotton market. Liang Zhao turned to ask Pan Zhangwei, "Mr. Pan, what do you think?" Pan Zhangwei's Tongfu Group is engaged in cotton business and is an expert in the industry. It is worth listening to his opinion on this matter. Pan Zhangwei thought for a long time and asked Liang Zhao, "Minister Liang, do you know any big cotton merchants in Jiangnan?" "I am not bragging, there is no wealthy businessman in Jiangnan that I don't know. Most of the cotton business in Jiangnan is done by Huzhou merchants," Liang Zhao said. Pan Zhangwei nodded with satisfaction, and turned to Shen Baozhan and said, "Mr. Shen, if this can be accomplished, I am afraid that all the Fujian merchants in Fujian will owe you a favor." "What do you mean?" Shen Baozhan asked, puzzled. In the peaceful years of the past, Fujian merchants mostly bought cotton from Jiangnan cotton farmers in Songjiang and other places. Since the Taiping Rebellion, which has ravaged Jiangnan, the cotton supply of Fujian merchants has been cut off, Pan Zhangwei explained. The cotton merchants of the Qing dynasty are nothing more than the Shaanxi merchants, the Huzhou merchants, and the Fujian merchants. If Minister Liang and Shen Fuzian can act as a matchmaker and open up the relationship between the micro merchants and the Fujian merchants, in my opinion, this business can be done. Shen Baozhan understood what Pan Zhangwei meant. If this deal can make money, his prestige as the new prefect in the local area will also increase greatly. However, Shen Baozhan still had concerns. "Mr. Pan, is this deal risky?" "There are always risks in doing business. I have done cotton business in the south. The price of high-quality cotton here is cheaper than the price of low-quality cotton in the Qing dynasty. As long as you can find a buyer, you can make money," Pan Zhangwei said. Cotton cultivation in the southern United States uses slavery, and the production cost is very low. It contributes 75.6% of the world's cotton production. It would be strange if the price is not low. Looking around the world, there is no place where cotton is cheaper than in the southern United States. California's textile industry relied on the cheap cotton provided by the South, mainly Texas, processed into various fabrics and ready-made clothes and sold them to Europe, East Asia, and the north of the United States, and quickly became famous. It became the signboard of California's light industry. Since they are in a hurry to get rid of this batch of cotton, we can continue to suppress the price. As long as this batch of cotton can be sold smoothly in the Qing dynasty, we can make money. I'm afraid you two will have to trouble General Liang for the transportation problem. In this case, although these 270,000 bales of cotton are a lot, we may not be unable to consume them." Liang Zhao was very happy. Liang Zhao also had a way to get through the relationship with Fujian merchants, and there were quite a few Fujian merchants in the United States. If Liang Zhao could get through the relationship with Huzhou merchants and Jiangnan cotton merchants, and use the channels of Fujian merchants and Huzhou merchants to distribute cotton, this deal would be done. Although the people in the Qing market are poor, they can't stand the large base. Moreover, the West Coast can also consume some cotton, and it can also expand production capacity. "What are you talking about, gentlemen?" Liang Zhao and his party used very unstandard official language to talk, and Francis and other southern slave owners were confused and didn't know what they were talking about. "Francis, don't keep pestering the guests on this issue. The guests have come from afar, and I think they are all tired. Even if you want to talk about business, Let them have a full meal, have fun, and have a good rest before talking. The one who interrupted Francis was John Donne from Louisiana. Donne had long been dissatisfied with Francis's constant chattering and pestering Liang Zhao and his party, which resulted in him not even having a chance to speak. This gentleman is right. I am really a little tired after traveling by car for days, Liang Zhao said. For such a big thing, he really needs to spend some time to consider and discuss it. Donne walked up to Liang Zhao and stretched out his hand to Liang Zhao. Mr. Liang, I am John Donne, and I am very happy to meet you. Me too, Mr. Donne. Liang Zhao shook hands with Donne in a friendly manner. Donne was well-proportioned, well-mannered, gentlemanly, and aristocratic, which left a very good first impression on Liang Zhao. The Donne family in Louisiana is considered the richest family in the South, and its business covers plantations, banks, railways, and port affairs. Because the members of the Donne family are low-key, no one knows how much wealth the Donne family holds. According to later generations, the Donne family is the so-called invisible rich. At Donne's request, the dance and banquet began soon. Liang Zhao walked through the gorgeous porch and entered the spacious ballroom. A huge crystal chandelier hung above the ballroom, casting a soft light, reflecting the carefully laid Persian carpets and polished oak floors. On the high ceiling, exquisite decorations and murals depict the elegance and glory of the Southern manner. The ballroom was soon filled with elegant music, which made people jump and dance. The gorgeous costumes of the Southern gentlemen and ladies flickered under the lights, and elegant dances unfolded in the crowd, with laughter and joy interweaving, and toasts. The pace of life in the South was slower than that in the North, so the upper class in the South held parties much more frequently than the upper class in the North. In their spare time, the slave owners in the South relied on parties to communicate and pass the time. Liang Zhao has attended parties held by both the upper class in the South and the upper class in the North. In general, Liang Zhao still feels that the parties held by the upper class in the South are more extravagant. Mr. Liang, can I invite you to dance? Miss Donne, the daughter of Donne, came forward to invite Liang Zhao to dance. Seeing this, Francis also asked his daughter to come forward to invite Liang Zhao to dance. The daughters of these two slave owners have one thing in common, that is, they are carved out of the same mold as their fathers. It is said that a daughter's appearance is like her father, but this is too outrageous. Francis' daughter's appearance and figure are hard to describe, and Liang Zhao really can't get up the interest to dance with her. But this time the party was hosted by Francis. And Liang Zhao didn't want to offend Francis too much and let Francis lose face. Liang Zhao's eyes turned and he quickly came up with an idea. He grabbed Liang Shaoqiang's hand and put it on Miss Francis's chubby hand, and said to her, Miss Francis, the minister of Qing has long wanted to dance with you. Although Liang Shaoqiang had drunk some wine, he was still conscious. Looking at the mountain of flesh in front of him, Liang Shaoqiang rolled his eyes at Liang Zhao fiercely and spat, You kid has no good intentions. Damn it, is there anyone who is so bad as you to cheat your uncle? I am your uncle. How can you push me into the fire pit? If third uncle wants to make this deal, this dance must be performed. I am thinking about third uncle. If you want to blame you, you can only blame my father and grandfather for not coming here today. They love dancing. Liang Zhao winked at Liang Shaoqiang and said meaningfully, Uncle, dance well. There are special programs in the evening. After saying that, Liang Zhao did not give Liang Shaoqiang a chance to refuse and quickly took Miss Donne's hand and escaped into the dance floor. Although Liang Shaoqiang was so angry that he stamped his feet, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and dance with Miss Francis. However, thinking of the special program in the evening, Liang Shaoqiang gritted his teeth and endured it. At the end of the dance, a group of maids in neat uniforms, with graceful figures and pretty faces walked into the ballroom and carefully served delicious snacks to the guests. Interested guests selected the black maids who would accompany them tonight as if they were selecting goods. Using young black maids to entertain guests is also a traditional program in the parties of the wealthy in the South. The wealthy slave owners would keep some black beauties, who would enjoy them themselves and entertain guests at parties. Uncle Sen, hurry up and choose. Liang Zhao couldn't help but cover his mouth and laughed. If you don't pick a pretty maid, someone else will pick her up. Is this the special program you mentioned? Liang Shaoqiang couldn't help but asked with wide eyes. Are there any wider ones? Chapter 524. None of the Yankees are good. The next day, Liang Shaoqiang didn't get up until 10 o'clock in the morning, served by two black mixed race maids. After washing and tidying up her clothes, Liang Zhao came to Liang Zhao and said to him, "I thought about the cotton issue all night last night. I think if we can get cotton from the south stably, with a low price of labor in the Qing dynasty, and then buy some textile machines from California to set up a factory to spin yarn and weave cloth, there will be great potential. You still had the mind to think about this last night." Liang Zhao smiled. Liang Zhao also considered this matter. With the productivity of this era, a bag of cotton, in 1856, the average export price in the South was $60 per bag, excluding tariffs. The export price including tariffs was $76.068 per bag. Can spin about 500 pounds of cotton yarn, and 500 pounds of cotton yarn can produce about 300 yards of cotton gray cloth. 300 yards of cotton gray cloth, even if the quality is very ordinary, can be sold for at least 28 pounds, about $136, in the British market. Processing cotton gray cloth into ready-made clothes, cotton socks and other cotton fabrics can be sold at a higher price. This is still in the UK, which is the center of the world's cotton textile industry, and the price of cotton fabrics is the lowest in the world. In other places, the price of cotton fabrics will only be higher. Minister Liang is right. Since the opening of the port, the local cloth of the Qing dynasty has been impacted by British foreign cloth. Families in the surrounding areas of Wukao who are engaged in women's needlework have suffered greatly, and countless people have gone bankrupt, Pan Zhengwei said. If we can set up a factory, it will be a good thing for the benefit of the people. I also had a long talk with Mr. Pan last night. If we can set up a factory in Fuzhou and let the unemployed work in the factory, it can also solve the livelihoods of many local people. If we can produce cloth locally, we can keep British cotton cloth out and reduce the outflow of silver. Instead of letting the British earn the silver, it is better for us to earn it ourselves, Shen Baozun said. Shen Baozun, you are digging the roots of the Qing dynasty, Liang Zhao said in his heart. It's one thing to say, but it's another to do it. Liang Zhao was willing to help Shen Baozun in digging up the roots of the Qing dynasty and sending it to the ground. Brother Shen, do you know why cotton cloth and fabrics are cheap in the UK? I know. I have also asked Mr. Pan about this. The British use machines to weave cloth, which is very efficient, so the cost is low, Shen Baozun said. I also bought machines, set up factories, and used machines to spin and weave. Liang Zhao shook his head. This is just one of them. The British started early in the textile industry. Now the British textile industry is very mature, with a complete system, colonies all over the world, and a vast overseas market. At present, Britain encourages Indians to grow cotton, and wants to further reduce the cost of raw materials. If you set up a factory in Fuzhou, compared with the British, there are only two biggest advantages. One is manpower, and the other is the domestic market of the Qing dynasty. If you can get cheap cotton from a stable source in the south, it can be considered an advantage. Apart from that, you are at a disadvantage. But this is not a problem I am most worried about. What is the problem you are most worried about, brother? But you can tell me, Shen Baozun said. Pressure from the court. The Qing dynasty is based on agriculture. If you set up a factory in Fuzhou, it will definitely cause criticism in the court, and the pressure you will bear will be great. Are you ready to bear these pressures? Liang Zhao shot a burning gaze at Shen Baozun. Shen Baozun was shocked. He had a heated conversation with Pan Zhengwei last night. He had indeed neglected this issue. He was not Liang Zhao. Liang Zhao had a large army. No matter how he messed around in Guangdong and Guangxi, as long as he did not raise the flag of rebellion, the court would not dare to touch him. Shen Baozun was just an ordinary prefect now. If the court wanted to touch him, it would only take a word from the emperor. Shen has made up his mind. Shen Baozun gritted his teeth. I am from Fujian, and I believe you also know the situation in Fujian. Fujian has a small land area and a large population. It is said that there are 8 mountains, 1 river and 1 piece of land. Therefore, many Fujian people have to leave their homes and go to sea to make a living, or go to Southeast Asia, or to America. When I was a child, I saw too many people who went to sea to make a living. They were my distant relatives and my close neighbors. I still remember the scenes of separation from my flesh and blood. If I can set up some factories for Fujian people during my tenure as prefect, Fujian people can make a living locally, and it can be regarded as worthwhile to be a prefect and benefit the village. Since Brother Shen has such determination, Liang is not talented, and I am willing to give Brother Shen some bad ideas. If this matter was during the Kangxi, Yongzheng and Qianlong periods, it would be very difficult to do it. Now, it is not impossible. Seeing Shen Baozhen's firm attitude, Liang Zhao respected Shen Baozhen. There were too few officials like Shen Baozhen in the Qin dynasty. Please give me some advice, brother. Shen Baozhen bowed deeply to Liang Zhao. First, if you want to run a textile factory, you must first run the shipbuilding administration well and firmly grasp the navy. Second, if you want to silence the little tyrants in the court, you must have a solid backer in the court, and you must come up with something to keep the backer stable and shut the mouths of the little tyrants in the court. If you eat someone's mouth, you will be soft-mouthed, and if you take someone's hand, you will be short-handed. When you run more and bigger factories, the interests of the upper and lower levels will be intertwined. At that time, no matter who wants to touch you, they will have to think before they do it. Liang Zhao pointed out the way for Shen Baozhen. But all this is based on the premise that your factory can make money. If it can't make money, you Shen Baozhen will be doomed. Thank you for your advice, brother. I understand. At this point, Shen Baozhen, even a fool, can understand the interests involved. My good nephew, uncle has something else to ask you for help, Liang Shaoqiang said, rubbing his hands. He faced much less resistance to opening a textile factory than Shen Baozhen. The Liang family had been running a coal mine in Baiyun for 4 or 5 years. From Guangdong to the capital, no one dared to say anything bad about him. Since Liang Shaoqiang opened a coal mine, he could naturally run a textile factory as well. The only problem was that he had to support his troops, so he didn't have much spare money. What's the matter? Liang Zhao asked. I want to borrow some money from you to open a factory. Buying land and building a factory, purchasing machinery, and recruiting workers all cost money, Liang Shaoqiang said shamelessly. I don't have much spare money either, Liang Zhao smiled maliciously. These Dixie guys are richer than each other, and you still ask me, your nephew, to borrow money. Are you stupid, uncle? If you need money, go borrow from them. Wouldn't it be great to use American money to open a factory in the Qin dynasty? Will they lend it? Liang Shaoqiang didn't quite believe that these Dixie guys would lend him money. If they don't lend us money, we won't buy their cotton. Besides, you are the Minister of War of the Qin dynasty. With your status, it's not difficult to borrow some money from them, Liang Zhao said with a smile. In fact, he also wanted to borrow some money from these Dixies. Anyway, the Dixies will buy military supplies and arms from him in the future, so this money can be regarded as an advance payment. The two super projects of the Pacific Railway and the Guard Railway occupied a large part of Liang Zhao's cash flow, and he has not recovered yet. When Fillmore was in office, due to the economic boom, the federal government's fiscal revenue was still okay, and Liang Zhao could receive direct financial subsidies ranging from $1.1 to $1.6 million from the federal government every year according to the progress of the project. After the outbreak of the economic crisis, the federal government has determined that it will no longer provide direct financial subsidies for the unfinished Guard Railway. Instead, it will replace the original direct financial subsidies with increased land grants. According to the Pacific Railway Act and the Guard Railway Act, any railway company directly involved in the construction of the Pacific Railway and the Guard Railway can obtain 640 acres of federal land along the way for every mile of railway built. In the Guard Railroad Amendment, the land grant quota for federal land was increased from 640 acres per mile of railroad to 800 acres per mile of railroad. After returning, Liang Zhao still wanted to expand his military and prepare for war, so the larger the cash flow, the better. Although the party was over, the plantation owners who attended the party were very anxious because the cotton business had not been negotiated. They did not want the cotton in stock to rot on the warehouse, so they did not leave Richmond. At noon, Francis prepared a sumptuous lunch for everyone. Liang Zhao had other things to do and did not want to stay in Richmond for a long time, so he decided to take advantage of the meal to negotiate the business and borrow the money. What do you think about the 270,000 bales of cotton? Francis kept talking about cotton. Pan Zhengwei and others were about to speak, but Liang Zhao stopped him. We also want to buy your cotton, but we just hate. Liang Zhao looked powerless. What do you hate? Francis and a group of cotton plantation owners widened their eyes. I just regret that I don't have enough money, Liang Zhao sighed. All the plantation owners rolled their eyes at him. If you don't have enough money, no one in America has enough money. We are the ones who are making it difficult for Mr. Liang. Since Mr. Liang feels embarrassed, there is no need for us to continue to make it difficult for him. Dun knew that Liang Zhao was playing hard to get. If Liang Zhao and his men were really not interested in these 270,000 bales of cotton, they would not have stayed here overnight and stayed for lunch. Mr. Dun, please allow me to explain in detail, Liang Zhao explained. Mr. Pan, Deputy Minister Liang, Mayor Shen and I all want to buy the cotton in your hands. We have also discussed and studied it. What we mean is that we will not only buy this batch of cotton, but also buy cotton from you for a long time in the future, buy cotton for a long time. As soon as this was said, all the plantation owners present became interested. At present, the life of the plantation owners in the South is getting harder and harder. Not only have they suffered setbacks in the European market, but the Dixie people in the North are also preparing to increase tariffs recently. To put it bluntly, the commodity that America can afford and earn the most foreign exchange is cotton. In the final analysis, raising the tariff rate is to raise the export tax rate of cotton. At this time, someone throws himself into their arms and is willing to become their long-term customer, which is like someone giving a pillow to someone who is sleepy. It comes at the right time. They are just looking forward to it. What's more, the West Coast market controlled by Liang Zhao is a domestic market and is not affected by tariffs. Please continue. Francis, who was feasting, hurriedly put down his knife and fork and listened with relish. But there is so much cotton, and our dealers can't eat so much. Therefore, we want to set up a factory and digest the excess cotton ourselves. Once our factory is established, the demand for cotton will only increase in the future. Your cotton is of good quality and the price is reasonable and fair. It is difficult for us to give a reason to refuse to buy raw materials from you, Liang Zhao continued. But we lack sufficient funds to set up the factory, so we want to borrow some money from you to make ends meet. After talking for a long time, it turned out that they wanted to borrow money. When it comes to borrowing money, many plantation owners immediately revealed their miserly nature and backed out. Even Francis, who was most anxious to get rid of the cotton, frowned. Mr. Liang and Mr. Pan have excellent credit, which is well known. Minister Liang and Mayor Shen are also well-known gentlemen in the Qin dynasty. Dun was the first to stand up. If you can sign a contract with me to establish a long-term cooperative relationship, I am willing to lend you this money, but I don't know how much you want to borrow. Liang Zhao raised a finger. $1 million? No problem, I can lend it, Dun said very generously. As the top rich man in the South, he can still take out $1 million relatively easily. Liang Zhao shook his head and said no. At this time, even Dun's expression froze. Mr. Liang, it won't be $10 million, right? Liang Zhao nodded and said yes. Hearing this number, the plantation owners were furious. $10 million? Are you kidding me, Mr. Liang? I didn't expect you to be such an ungrateful person. It seems that you have no sincerity in cooperation. Goodbye, damn it, Yankees are Yankees. None of them are good, are you kidding me? $10 million? The value of this batch of cotton is more than $10 million. Do you want me to lend you money to buy my cotton? This is what most slave owners think. There are even 2 plantation owners who can't hold back and leave angrily. Seeing this, Pan Zhangwei wanted to stand up and fight. He didn't want the deal to fall through. Liang Zhao, however, held Pan Zhangwei and said to Liang Shaoqiang and Shen Baozhen, let's go. Since the gentlemen in the South don't trust us and question our sincerity and cooperation, there is no need for us to be an eyesore here, delaying their meals and affecting the appetite of the gentlemen. The 3 of them understood, put down their knives and forks, pulled off the white napkins on their chests, and stood up and left, without any intention of staying. As Liang Zhao walked, he counted in his mind, 1, 2, 3. When Liang Zhao counted to 18 and was about to step out of the door in 2 steps, he was a little flustered and instinctively slowed down his pace. Please stay, gentlemen. Suddenly, Dun's voice came from behind. Liang Zhao and others smiled at each other and stopped. I apologize to you on behalf of my stupid and rude friends. Please come back to the restaurant to continue your meal for my sake. Dun chased after them and bowed to apologize to the 4 people. If the guests leave before finishing their meal, if the news gets out and those northerners know about it, they will laugh at us. Liang Zhao nodded and reluctantly returned to the restaurant. Dun personally prepared new napkins and knives and forks for Liang Zhao and others one by one, and then returned to his seat. Mr. Dun, I apologize to you for my rudeness just now. Liang Zhao apologized to Dun. Please don't say that. It was us who were rude just now, Dun said. To be honest, I can't take out $10 million at once, but with the friends present, we can still get $10 million. But sir, $10 million is not a small amount. We need collateral to lend this money with confidence. It would be best if Los Angeles Petrochemical can be used as collateral. Dun seemed to be gentle and courteous, but in fact, among the plantation owners present, he was the one with the most thoughts and the biggest appetite. The petrochemical industry in Los Angeles was the industry that Liang Zhao relied on the most and the most profitable industry. He wanted Los Angeles Petrochemical as collateral for a mere $10 million? What a joke. Not to mention $10 million, even if it was $100 million, he would not consider mortgaging Los Angeles Petrochemical. The equity of Los Angeles Petrochemical is complicated. I can't make a decision on this matter alone, Liang Zhao said very embarrassedly. Of course, if you insist on using Los Angeles Petrochemical as collateral, it's not impossible. I can go back and persuade the shareholders of Los Angeles Petrochemical. But some of these shareholders are in Guangdong, some in Nagasaki, some in Borneo, and some in Australia. What I'm worried about is that when I persuade these shareholders, your cotton will rot on the warehouse. This little fox, Dun cursed in his heart. Although Dun was unhappy about the failure of his plan to get involved in Los Angeles Petrochemical, he did not show it directly. What are you willing to take out as collateral? Dun asked, wiping his mouth with a snow-white napkin. Gate Railway, Liang Zhao said what he could take out as collateral. Gate Railway is not yet completed. How about Pacific Railway? Francis interrupted. He was not satisfied with his collateral. Just the Gate Railway. Dun raised his hand to stop everyone. After a confrontation with Liang Zhao, Dun had already understood Liang Zhao's character. Liang Zhao was unwilling to take out the collateral on his own initiative. No matter how much he said, he would find a beautiful and impeccable reason to evade you. Mr. Dun is still straightforward. I like to do business with people like you who are so straightforward. Liang Zhao smiled happily. You are too kind. I also like to do business with people like you. Dun smiled. I will give you the interest on this loan according to the lowest interest rate of the New Orleans Bank, an annual interest rate of 9%. How about it? The New Orleans Bank was a large bank founded by the 7th President Andrew Jackson and the Southern plantation owners. It is the largest financial institution in the South. The bank provides services such as issuing currency, providing loans and savings for several southern states. In fact, it is the central bank of the South. Its status is similar to that of Citibank in the North and Bank of America in the West Coast. Dun is one of the shareholders of the New Orleans Bank. Deal. For the sake of fairness, I will buy your cotton according to the loan ratio provided by you. Liang Zhao accepted this interest rate. He also runs a banking business. The current loan interest rates of major banks are between 8% and 16%. The interest rate provided by Dun to him is indeed a more conscientious interest rate. The two sides finally had a fight over the price of cotton, and Liang Zhao finally used his eloquence to cut the price from $60 per bag to $51 per bag. Since most of the cotton was to be shipped to the Qing dynasty, Liang Zhao felt distressed when he thought of the current 26.78% tariff. How much tax would be paid to the federal government? It was a bargain for the federal government. However, Liang Zhao still put away the idea of making a crooked mind on the tariff issue, so as not to cause himself unnecessary trouble. After signing the contract, Liang Zhao directly sent a telegram to the New York branch of the Bank of America, and asked Zeiss to be directly responsible for the handover between the Bank of America and the New Orleans Bank. After all, it was a huge amount of $10 million, and it could not be sloppy. So after all the hard work, the three of us only get this little profit, leaving Richmond, on the special train to Austin, the capital of Texas. The four people completed the division of the spoils, and Liang Xiaoqiang, Shen Baozian, and Pan Zhangwei received $1 million. The remaining $7 million naturally belonged to Liang Zhao. Liang Xiaoqiang held the $1 million check in his hand, complaining that Liang Zhao was stingy, but in his heart he was very happy. $1 million. This is a full $1 million. I didn't expect this kid to really get $10 million from these old white men. Minister Liang, you should be content. $1 million can buy you so many factories, Pan Zhangwei said with a smile. Yes, it was only because of the railway that Brother Liang mortgaged that we were able to borrow such a huge sum of money, Shen Baozun had never seen so much money. The light paper in his hand could be exchanged for 653,900 taels of heavy silver. Chapter 525 New Texas, New Outlook. Texas has benefited from its close economic ties with California over the years, and has been living a relatively comfortable life. While other southern states are still worried about the backlog of cotton in warehouses, Texas cotton has long been swept away by textile mills in California and Oregon. What makes other southern states even more jealous is that the main sales market for Texas cotton is in China, and Texas plantation owners do not have to worry too much about the current very sensitive tariff issue. Liang Zhao last came to Texas 6 years ago. Compared with 6 years ago, Texas has changed a lot. The most intuitive change is that the villages and towns he passed along the way are obviously more densely populated than 6 years ago. In 1851, Texas was still a frontier state with a population of only about 100,000. By 1857, the population of Texas had exceeded 350,000. At the beginning of the establishment of the state, the two states had a friendship of sharing hardships. The top leaders of the two states also tried their best to maintain this precious friendship. Therefore, Texas has become the first choice for many Chinese immigrants to the east. Texas is the state with the largest number of Chinese among the eastern states, except for New York. More than 35,000 Chinese have chosen to settle in Texas. Texas is a frontier region with untamed nature and rough folk customs. There are many disadvantages to choosing a frontier region, that is, the frontier region is sparsely populated, the infrastructure is imperfect, life is inconvenient, and there are few entertainment activities. A group of young and old men go hunting in the mountains, fishing, and drinking a few sips of wine around the campfire, which may be the most memorable entertainment activity of the year for most Texans. But in the prosperous New York State, there are more colorful entertainment activities to choose from. When Texans have fallen asleep, the nightlife in New York has just begun. The last time Liang Zhao came to Texas, he only saw a few scattered cotton ginning mills, sugarcane factories, cigarette factories and other small factories around the primary processing of agricultural products near the city. This time, Liang Zhao saw no less than dozens of furniture factories, gypsum factories, machinery manufacturing plants, textile factories, and steel mills along the railway. It can be seen that the economic structure of Texas is different from the traditional southern slave states. The current Texas Governor Ron and State Assembly Speaker Aspire are also old acquaintances of Liang Zhao. As soon as the train arrived, Liang Zhao caught a glimpse of Ron and Aspire, who had been waiting on the platform for a long time. Texas has a north-south terrain, and there are no east-west mountains to block the cold current from the north. Therefore, although the latitude of Texas is very low, the winter in Texas is as cold as that of northern states. As soon as Liang Zhao got off the train, a cold wind blew in his face. Liang Zhao reached out to take the leather coat handed by Carnegie and put it on. Texas has changed so much? If I hadn't known it in advance, I would have thought I was still in Virginia. Liang Zhao was very friendly to these two old friends from the brother states. He shook hands with Ron and Aspire cordially. It's just a small token of my heart. I hope you don't mind it. Carnegie heard this and ordered his entourage to bring the gifts. Ron and Aspire did not refuse these gifts, and signaled their personal black servants to accept them. Your gifts have always been very valuable and unique. I am now worried about what I should give you in return. Ron was a little embarrassed. Many of the high-level officials in California and Texas are close friends, and they have frequent exchanges and often exchange gifts. However, Texas does not have many gifts to offer. Although Ron is the head of a state and a local noble, he still has the simple side of a countryman in his bones. Our two states are brother states. The early opening of the California-Texas Railway and the care of Californians who have immigrated to Texas are the best gifts you can give me and the testimony of the friendship between our two states. Liang Zhao said that material gifts are no longer of much significance to him. The friendship between California and Texas will last forever. Ron happily clapped his hands with Liang Zhao. Californians have made great contributions to the development of Texas. Without the investment provided by Californians and without Californians coming to Texas to open shops, the living standards of Texans would have regressed by 7 years. Back to the days when a hammer cost 50 cents, a gallon of oil cost 85 cents, and a bar of soap cost 20 cents. You had to ride a horse for half a day or even a day to buy these basic necessities. Your Excellency said in the telegram that he wanted to visit the Austin Arsenal. We will take you there now. A spy had already prepared a carriage. The Austin Arsenal is located on the banks of the Colorado River in the northwest suburbs of Austin. The Austin Arsenal is heavily guarded. There is a militia company specializing in guarding around the arsenal. The Texas militia's attire is the same as the Texas militia Liang Zhao saw during the Second Mexican-American War. The clothing is more casual and there is no very uniform. Although there is no uniformity in uniform, the weapons of these Texas militias have been unified before the uniforms. These militias are equipped with the same Walter M1851 rifles. The old Springfield M1842 series rifles have long been eliminated by the Texas Army. I think Texas still needs a bedding factory. In the carriage, Liang Zhao looked at the Texas militias with different uniforms along the way and teased. Texas is not as rich as California, and even the militia is willing to issue uniforms, Ron said. Texas has limited funds and resources, so every penny must be spent wisely. Really? Liang Zhao smiled. As long as the friendship between our two states can continue, Texas will soon become as rich as California. Oil has been discovered in Odessa and Houston. As long as Los Angeles technicians and equipment are in place, these oil fields will be more valuable than gold mines. Liang Zhao has sent exploration teams to explore oil fields in Texas since 1853. In 4 years, the exploration team has not found any oil fields worth mining, or to be more precise, any oil fields worth commercial mining with existing technology. Just when Liang Zhao was about to lose patience, the exploration team finally discovered oil worth commercial mining in Odessa Village in western Texas and the East Texas Basin near Houston. If all goes well, Texas petrochemical products will be able to enter the market in batches before June this year. Hey, some situations in Texas make me worried. There are always some restless people in the state, especially young people, who don't cherish the days ahead and keep shouting that they want to kill the Yankees. All they think about is fighting. Many young people in Texas and Louisiana have set up a youth military police organization, Ron said with a worried look on his face. The butt determines the head. Ron is no longer a simple slave owner. The plantation is no longer his only source of income. His hatred for the northern states is not as deep as it was 6 or 7 years ago. Sometimes he even thinks that maybe the path taken by the Yankees is right. Is slavery, as Calhoun and other Southern debaters said, a good system and the foundation and guarantee of the Southern social lifestyle? Maybe the second half of the sentence is right, but Ron no longer agrees with the first half. Nathan joined the youth military police, Liang Zhao guessed. He remembered that Ron and a spy both had a troublesome son. Although the violent machines of the North and the South have not yet torn their faces and drawn their swords, the war between the slaveholders and the abolitionists and the people has already started. In recent years, there have been an endless stream of radical civil groups established in both the North and the South. The more famous civil groups in the South include the Slavery Promotion Association, the Slave Owners Association, and the Southern Conservative Association. Just by listening to the names of these organizations, you can tell what they do. Liang Zhao has also heard of the organization of the Young Gendarmerie. The northern civil group that is diametrically opposed to this organization is the Underground Railroad. The Underground Railroad is not a real railway system, but an underground escape network composed of abolition activists and abolition volunteers, aiming to help black fugitives in the South escape to the northern free states or Canada. The main purpose of the members of the Young Gendarmerie is to disrupt the actions of the Underground Railroad, hunt down black fugitives, and search and secretly execute northern saboteurs. These civil groups are called civil groups, but in fact, there are politicians behind them to support them, and there are financial sponsors to provide them with funds for activities. It would be great if Nathan could be 1/10 as stable and mature as you, Ron sighed. He knew that his son was a person who did not have much thinking ability, and he did not want his son to stay in an organization like the Young Gendarmerie for a long time. It would not be good for Nathan to be involved in this political vortex. Young people are easily deceived by others and the environment, Liang Zhao said. Sir, I have an unwelcome request. Ron made a request. I want to send my son to your army for training, even as a soldier. Liang Zhao knew Ron's intention. Ron hoped that Nathan could stay away from the young military police and the South, a place of trouble. The military discipline of the Western Brigade is very strict. You only have one son. Are you willing to send him to serve on the West Coast thousands of miles away? Liang Zhao sighed. Even if you have this intention, I'm afraid Nathan won't appreciate it. The personal qualities of the soldiers in Texas are very good, but after all, they are all children of farmers and are used to a casual life. It takes more time to tame them. If he doesn't appreciate it, I will tie him up and take him to California, Ron said angrily. Count my bastard, a spy said. As they were talking, Liang Zhao and his party arrived at the gate of the Austin arsenal. Under SP's order, the militia guarding the gate opened the heavy gate for Liang Zhao. The door was open, and there were bursts of noise in the wind, intertwined with the roar of steam and the collision of mechanical metal. The arsenal's factory buildings were scattered in an orderly manner, and the chimneys on the roof spewed out thick smoke that was choking and irritating to the eyes. The Austin Arsenal is a large building complex, with 4 gun manufacturing plants, 2 artillery manufacturing plants, 2 ammunition workshops and several warehouses. Ron led Liang Zhao through the storage area where raw materials such as iron ingots, steel ingots, brass plates, lead blocks, and wood were piled up, while introducing the situation of the arsenal. After expansion, the Austin Arsenal has become the second largest arsenal in the South, with a daily output of 90 to 100 Walter M1851 rifles. The rifles we produce are selling very well, with a maturity of production technology. The price of the Walter M1851 rifle has now dropped to a level that some troops can accept. A spy brought a newly assembled new gun to Liang Zhao for inspection, and Liang Zhao took it and took a quick look. The bottom of the buttstock of this new gun has been marked with a number starting with AA represents the factory of Austin Arsenal. The remaining numbers are coded in the same way as the Sacramento Arsenal, production period plus production workshop plus assembler plus quality inspector plus factory order on the day. In addition to the number on the bottom of the buttstock, each component has a separate number, and the source of the parts can be traced according to the number. For example, the number on the bolt starts with S, indicating that the bolt of the gun was produced by Sacramento Arsenal, not Austin Arsenal. Austin Arsenal does not have the ability to produce bolts independently, so it can only be imported from Sacramento Arsenal. Liang Zhao habitually glanced at the right side of the receiver. There was an acceptance stamp on the right side of the receiver, indicating that the gun had passed the inspection and was a safe rifle to use. The Walter rifle is the rifle Liang Zhao is most familiar with. He found that the quality of the Walter rifle produced in Austin is much different from that produced in Sacramento. No wonder the price of each rifle is about $3 different. It seems that a compromise has been made in quality. After visiting the gun manufacturing plant, Liang Zhao came to the artillery manufacturing plant. The temperature in the artillery plant was much higher than that in the gun factory, and Liang Zhao took off his coat because of the heat. In the plant, the gunsmiths were wearing oily work clothes, standing in front of the foundry furnace, melting metal. The molten iron splashing in the furnace was like a brilliant firework that cut through the night sky in the dim plant. Going deeper, I saw 2 craftsmen carefully grinding the surface of a new cannon. Their technique was very skillful, and it was obvious that they were experienced old gunsmiths. The Austin Arsenal still produced muzzle-loading rifled cannons. Because the Sacramento cannon was too advanced and inconvenient to export, Liang Zhao did not authorize the Austin Arsenal to produce the more advanced Sacramento cannon. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. The more important reason was that the Sacramento cannon had a complicated production process, a very long manufacturing time, and a high cost, which was not suitable for the troops in the southern states. At present, this factory can produce 5 to 7 guns per month. The other factory does not produce guns, but is mainly responsible for drilling rifling for smoothbore guns, Ron introduced. Austin Arsenal is a comprehensive arsenal. In peacetime, it can produce 5 to 7 guns per month, which is a very high output. In April 1861, when the Southern Confederacy was announced, the Southern Army raised only more than 600 guns through various channels. At the same time, the Northern Federal Army had about 1,000 to 1,200 guns. However, when the war officially broke out the following year, the gap between the two sides in artillery widened to an incredible level for the Southern Army. In a year, the Southern Army's artillery only increased by more than 100 guns. The number of artillery owned by the Federal Army reached a terrifying 2,300. Finally, Liang Zhao asked Ron about the output of ammunition and learned that it could produce about 2,000 bullets per day. Liang Zhao did not have high expectations for the Austin Arsenal. He was very satisfied with the output in 1857. His basic requirement for the Austin Arsenal was to be able to supply local troops in Texas. Obviously, The Austin Arsenal has exceeded his expectations. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.